Long ago, the Empire expanded across the continent, and four forces were its main power. The House of the Golden Lion mastered martial arts and sword skills, regularly supplying the army with the best swordsmen who protected everyone. The Protestant Union united all the priests and their communities who worshipped the Empire's many gods, inspiring everyone. The Bureau of Inspectors, the best detectives and spies from all corners of the Empire, watched over everyone. The Magic Tower, which had ruled all the magicians of the continent for over 1,000 years, they surpassed everyone. The main Mervinger family had been the heart of the tower since its founding. 30 years ago, a brutal war with demons broke out, and the Mervinger family went into battle at the forefront of the attack. They won, but at what cost? When the boy turned 8, his father died from the terrible consequences of the war, along with his mother, who was a simple magic teacher. Only 2 remained of the once great family, huddling together like sparrows on a rainy day, their grief unbearable for 2 small children, a brother and sister. The main family had fallen, and there was no one left to keep the vassals in check. The great legacy was plundered faster than leaves fall to the ground in autumn. Seeing this, the 8-year-old boy swore to himself that he would become a great wizard and restore the glory of his ancestors. Unfortunately, their misfortunes did not end there. The boy was considered a disgrace and a nobody in the family, for he could not even conjure up the first magic circle. A rare disease struck his body, depriving him of his magical abilities, and the revival of his family had to be postponed. He devoted all his strength to overcoming the disease, but no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Magic can work wonders, but there was no miracle that could restore his magic. But the boy did not stop praying, and then the heavens heard his call. Amidst the rolling thunder and the glint of armor, he met a dragon. The dragon was a focus of magic, the power of the heavens, his only means of reviving his family. On the other side, he saw the demon's paw holding a rift in the fabric of the world. Light and darkness clashed in a great battle before his eyes, and the demon plunged his spear into the dragon's sturdy skull. The boy saw a shadow as dark as the night itself, and amid the chorus of the elements, he heard a voice that chilled his soul. The demon's eyes flashed with coals. His mouth twisted into a crooked, malicious grin, and he met the one who would free him from his tiresome seal, his new vessel. The boy froze before the massive darkness into which the demon had turned. "Give us your body and let us rule the world," the devil roared. The darkness hit the boy like a wave, its waves enveloping him completely and dragging him to the bottom. If only he had known earlier that he would fall into darkness, he would not have sought the dragon, thought the boy, while evil sought a way to his heart. But then he remembered who he was. Elric Mervinger, the last of a great line, and he would not allow himself to be consumed in this way. With a snap of his fingers, he dispelled the darkness. The dragon's veins, meridians, paths of mana, many names but one essence. Normally, the flow of mana is thick and full like a river, but his vessels were like a dried-up stream. Elric had long been accustomed to hearing about his illness, as well as to the helplessness of healers, including those from the Royal Magical Infirmary. Time did not cure his congenital ailment. Nothing had changed over the years, and no one knew how to heal him. Elric stood devastated after his appointment with the doctor, feeling like a compass without a needle, not knowing where to go. His sister called out to him several times before he responded. They were talking through a magic ball at the Eisdon Academy, where Elric was studying. With excitement in her voice, she wanted to know how the examination had gone and promised to send money if necessary. Elric lied that everything would be fine and that he would be cured soon, then hung up. He couldn't tell his sister that he wouldn't be coming home. The academy looked more like an ancient castle, with thick walls and narrow slit windows. He always felt like a bird in a cage there. And yet the boy studied hard. His grades were the best in the class, except for those related to the use of magic. With a heavy heart, Elric trudged down the corridor. He had failed these tests for the 4th time, and the academy's rules were very strict in this regard. Expulsion would mean the end of his dream of bringing glory to his family. He studied harder than the others, wore his books to shreds, slept at his desk, and ate crusts of bread from his pocket so he wouldn't have to leave the library. Now he knew every magical formula in the academy better than the back of his hand, so the theory exams were a piece of cake. Elric always felt special. He couldn't and wouldn't accept the fate of illness and poverty that had been handed to him. His opinion of himself was not unfounded. Gifted with intelligence, the boy possessed a special, deep sense of mana. He had everything it took to become a great magician. Tension filled the air in the training hall as dozens of students drew the first circle of mana in their hearts. All the younger students immediately achieved their first manifestations, except for one older student. He had been coming here even after years of training. The professor suggested that he give up the path of a mage and become a scientist, promising to put in a good word with the director. But could Elric agree to a fate as a bookworm, even if the cursed disease had cut off all other paths? To think things over, the boy went out into the garden, to the statue of his illustrious ancestor. He was a hero of the Great War against demons. when a black sun rose over the earth and winged creatures filled the sky. The darkness gave birth to many ugly and terrifying creatures, but the magician who fought her merely snapped his fingers. The magic of the stars lit up a second sun, a blinding flash followed by a shockwave like a slap from the universe. Mervinger smiled with the corners of his thin lips as he looked at his creation. His image in stone retained the shadow of that smile from the academy he had founded, and now his descendant would be disgraced and expelled from it. As he stood in the garden, he caught the acrid ink of gossip about himself from other students. They stained the honor of the academy's founder's heir, and their sharp laughter hurt Elric's pride. Anyone else would have kept quiet and pretended not to hear anything. But the boy called out to the freshmen. They had just left the training hall where they had been practicing together. The two gray mice who had been gossiping so confidently fell silent at once. Elric asked them if they knew Shaun, the assistant professor who taught their class. With a sinister smile, the hurt boy approached them like a hawk and demanded their names. The mere mention of that name was enough to make the gossips lose all their confidence. So, like gray mice, they quickly scurried away before getting themselves into more trouble. His ancestor still shone in the rays of unfading glory. And at that moment, Elric wished with all his heart that his father were there with him. Pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, the boy returned to his usual state of mind. Even if his compass was broken, he would definitely figure everything out. For lunch, Elric went to a nearby cafe, holding several sheets of paper in his hands, which kept trying to escape in the light autumn breeze. There was nothing about a blocking disease in the academy's archives. The guy dug deeper than the most diligent mole, but it was all in vain. Bang! His forehead hit the table, shaking the dust off the old papers. The first-year students shuddered in horror at such violence. Elric jumped up and showered his attacker with a torrent of curses, his face numb and seemingly flat. The third son of the Nestor family, Shaun, looked at him as if he were a piece of rotten meat. The stately senior with copper hair did not like it when his name was mentioned in vain. Elric ignored all the angry shouts, because Mr. Friendliness and Perfection had come to him, so he dramatically opened his arms. But his flattery didn't work, and Shaun didn't stop grumbling even when they sat down at the table. The little sneak constantly used his name, and now he was even extorting money for plastic surgery on his nose. Elric glanced at his friend. After the fall of the Mervingers, the academy had been divided among 6 families, and the Nestor family was one of them. The guy had quickly risen through the ranks and become the professor's assistant. The elitist could be as angry as he wanted, but Elric forgave him everything as long as he was on his side. Shaun took several folded sheets of paper out of his bag and placed them on the table. He was still puffing like a chimney, but he handed the papers to the guy with the haystack on his head. Long, uncombed hair as shaggy as a haystack, a small figure with narrow shoulders like a junior, and a thick medallion with a cross and a flower intertwined around his neck. That's how you could describe Elric. He was a cheeky, overly proud brat who picked on students and argued with professors, but he was the only one you could go to for advice. Shaun told him about the diamond dragon, a species thought to be extinct, but whose nest had been discovered by explorers. He wanted Elric to go with them on the expedition. At first, the boy's bored look lit up with emerald fire as soon as he familiarized himself with the materials. The dragon's nest was a center of magic. Seeing his reaction, Shaun was satisfied. If Elric found the artifact, the academy would surely postpone his expulsion, and all thanks to his modest contribution. He waited patiently for praise. The young man's thoughts raced like a herd of steppe stallions. Cancel the expulsion, find a cure for the disease, wealth, fame. Elric jumped up from his chair and slammed his fist on the table. Even if he found something, the current director could take it away. But what doubts could there be? Heaven itself was giving him a chance, and he laughed devilishly. Shaun, though accustomed to his friend's outbursts, immediately frowned and hissed like a kettle on the stove. The little rascal was making too much noise where the wrong ears could hear them. With a radiant smile, the sly fox pointed to a spot on the map and said in a voice as piercing as a bell, "Here, there's no nest here," Elric declared. The conversation was important, so Shaun looked around gloomily to see if anyone was listening, but the students were chatting casually at their tables. Shaun lowered his voice to a whisper. Many renowned scientists had signed this study, and the insolent young man was challenging them with his loud statement. The insolent boy simply dismissed his words and sat down. Still, Shaun decided to at least listen to his brainy friend. He ran his hand over the magical seal on the map, and it responded with a blue light. It was a special map of the world that only professors could use. A regular sheet of paper can't hold that much, but this one was like an ocean, swallowing them all in one go. The world around them disappeared, and stars sparkled like grains of rice scattered around them. Below, a blue sphere stretched out, the solid land of the continent marked by a deep canyon. The rift exuded an enormous amount of mana, enough to accumulate over hundreds of thousands of years. It was no wonder that researchers were drawn to this place. Elric asked the professor's assistant to repeat the 3 rules of mana flow, which every first-year student knew. Shaun frowned but named them. "From wide to narrow, from top to bottom," he said, as they moved to the bottom of the imaginary crevice. From hot to cold, Shaun voiced the last principle. Thanks to these 3 rules, they were sure that the Diamond Dragon's nest was here, but Elric immediately pointed out their mistake. Molten magma was flowing along the bottom of the crevice, which meant there was no mana and no dragons there. The answer was so obvious that Shaun reproached himself for not realizing it sooner. The Arcan volcano regularly filled the bottom of the crevice with liquid stone. "This is how nature relieves the accumulated pressure," said Elric. The illusion ceased, and Shaun tried to defend their guesses. Nearby, they found traces of dragon mana. There was definitely a nest, to which the short man calmly replied that he did not deny the existence of the nest. Responding to his friend's unspoken question, Elric smiled. He had no doubt that the nest was there, in the Karagul cave, and he poked his finger at the map again. Without a doubt, this place was full of ancient, mysterious knowledge, and countless treasures too, hidden deep in the cave, mountains of gold. After their conversation, Shaun lingered at the door of the professor's office for a long time, unable to decide whether to go in. He carefully chose his words, but his natural honesty and straightforwardness were suffocating him. Even if he pretended to be a simpleton and told everything as it was, he could be expelled for angering his superiors. Unable to make up his mind, Shaun wandered away down the corridor. Although classes had long since ended, through the open door of the training hall, he saw the straw-haired man in a training stance. Gritting his teeth, he tried to fill his heart with mana, like a paralytic trying to force his hands to move with the power of his mind. But the mana did not respond to him, just as flesh with broken nerves does not respond. Shaun slapped himself on the cheeks. As a friend, he simply had to help someone who was so desperately clinging to life. Professor Bareric, who was aiming for the position of future dean of the academy, twitched his mustache discontentedly, as if chewing over the words spoken to him. The report on the search for the nest, which he himself had approved, was incorrect. "Be angry," Shaun understood, and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. His tongue failed him and stumbled like a drunken dancer when the assistant tried to justify himself. Bareric nervously rocked his boot and said that such loud statements required strong arguments. His voice was as stifling as the clouds of sulfuric gas in the laboratory. Shaun wanted to sink through the floor and was afraid to breathe. Despite the fact that he was the son of the Nestor family, what he said would not go unpunished, said the professor, taking on a menacing look. Shaun felt like he was at the bottom of an abyss, under the pressure of Bareric's viscous mana, which had reached the 7th circle. But the oppressive feeling vanished as soon as Elric burst into the office without knocking or ceremony, like a light, rebellious gust of spring wind. Shaun immediately hissed at his friend like a cat whose tail had been pinched. Now this troublemaker is going to turn everything upside down, he thought. Elric turned everything into a farce, and now he was making a belated bow and apologizing for the intrusion. The professor immediately understood where his assistant's wild ideas came from. Glancing at his pocket watch, Dean Bareric stroked his mustache again, looking satisfied. Elric might have been smarter than the others, but he had no proof. The insufferable boy responded with a sarcastic smirk. Even a 3-year-old child would have understood without further explanation. Shaun didn't even dare to breathe. Why was this madman pulling the tiger's whiskers, which would eat them both and not choke? But despite all of Bareric's pompous self-importance, he laughed with a cawing laugh, like an old crow. He was amused by the bravado of the little puppy, who couldn't even gather his courage. It sounded so ridiculous that the future dean couldn't take such insolence seriously. "Few are lucky," the bald old man muttered to the self-assured youngster. "Especially not such trash," Bareric muttered, and Elric felt his insignificance in this world. Then the professor scratched his temple with his finger, and he had a brilliant idea of how to get rid of the splinter under his fingernail. Still, he couldn't ignore his student. He offered the young man a bet and smiled ominously. Elric would get everything he needed for the expedition, and could even request a budget from the ministry. But if he failed, he would have to give up his family heirloom. Bareric's eyes flashed greedily. He had long dreamed of getting his hands on the heavy medallion of the first director of the Melinger Academy. After a short preparation, the friends set off in the Academy's carriage, marked with the 6-pointed star of the Magic Tower. All the way there, his worried friend couldn't sit still and barely kept himself under control, grumbling endlessly while Elric simply read his book. The owner of the golden tuft on his head was not at all concerned about the dispute. He simply needed to find the dragon's nest. Shaun snatched the book from his hands at the most interesting part, this time refusing to let Elric the Impish get away with it. What if they didn't find the nest? What if Elric's guesses were wrong? He would lose his last family heirloom, Shaun scolded his friend. The boy glanced at the heavy piece of gold and silver he always wore around his neck, a flower and a cross intertwined in a strong embrace. The cheeky boy just laughed. The greedy professor had always wanted this item. But Shaun only puffed harder at him like a chimney with damp coal because of these jokes. And then Elric smiled sincerely and warmly. His friend had supported him to the very end, and he was grateful for that. Sean grabbed his head, because those were the words of a man who had put everything on the line. If they failed, they would both end up on the street. But the golden-haired rascal accepted these conditions himself, and not because he was forced to. The self-confident boy smiled, thinking that if the greedy Bareric wanted the Mervinger family heirloom so badly, he would have to pay for it with his position. And then Sean remembered that this Elric had two faces, the first being a disgrace to the Mervinger family, and the second was the worst of the Mervingers. Sitting before him was a completely vindictive and proud young man with a cold heart, despite his unremarkable appearance. They both smiled, understanding each other perfectly without words. The boys had met at the beginning of the semester when they were freshmen, on a stuffy playground, all panting heavily as they summoned their first circle of mana. 7 years ago, like all freshmen, Sean tried to gather more mana than the others, because what else could young mages brag about to each other? 15-year-old Elric sat apart from everyone else. He was already an outcast back then. He was often bullied. The heir to an ancient magical family couldn't even summon a simple fireball. They called him a street rat and laughed at his weakness. Did the boy feel bad? Elric reached out his hand toward the magical sphere in front of him. Of course he did. With all his strength, he smashed the bastard in the back of the head with a heavy stone for daring to mock him. He hit him so hard that he would never have to hit him again, to win all the battles at once, until blood appeared on the stone. Later, a disciplinary committee was convened. The academy did not tolerate violence within its walls. The proud young man did not admit his guilt. The Viscount's son had insulted the Duke and was punished according to the laws of the Empire, Elric declared boldly. The hall buzzed like a disturbed beehive. The usually important professors waited for repentance. For the first time, someone had dared to openly challenge their authority. His punishment was expulsion, for according to the rules of the academy, titles meant nothing. But from that day on, no one dared to approach him. Sean knew this trait well in the guy with the haystack on his head, always biting back like a rabid dog. He's just crazy, Sean muttered, and Elric asked him to be quiet, because he was close to a heart attack. But then Sean's gaze was drawn to a book his eccentric friend was reading, from the section on forbidden publications about enchantments, and a hoarse cry escaped his lips again. Elric scratched the back of his head carelessly, realizing that if he was caught with this book in his hands, he would be burned at the stake. "You're crazy," Sean muttered and returned the book, tired of being angry. He cautiously asked Elric what he would do after studying the Monster King's artifacts, which strengthened the body. All these years, the boy had been searching for a cure when the Monster King invaded the human lands with an army of beasts, causing a lot of trouble. The beasts used the art of body strengthening, but the people were still able to drive them out and build a high wall on the border. However, after that, the art disappeared, and it was never restored, Sean remembered. Without looking up from his book, Elric casually replied that he had already restored the art, but simply did not know how to apply it to his own body. Sean completely surrendered. Everything in his friend's presence was becoming unbelievable, so he was tired of being surprised. But at that moment, the carriage shook and slowed down sharply. Elric looked out discontentedly to see what had happened and scratched his bruised head. They were met by Revern, a senior researcher under the leadership of the fat crow Bareric, and a couple of his friends. Sean thought they had come to mock Elric and interfere with them, and cursed loudly. The researchers shuddered. Revern quickly explained that it was all Dean's request to help them, calling Bareric Dean even in his absence, just to show off to the professor. "How nice of him," Elric remarked. Behind their friendly smiles, he could easily see their predatory glances. Sean also sensed that the researchers were hiding their mana and whispered to his friend. It was to be expected that the greedy professor would resort to dirty tricks, but there was no need to worry, because Elric had also prepared himself. He pulled his shirt collar back a little to show them. The assistant listed the artifacts that the arrogant blonde had brought with him in a trembling voice. The breath of a hyena, the armor of the Lord of the Azure Sky. After all, the Dean himself had said he would help him. The breath of Gehenna, a vessel that held an unquenchable flame, and the strongest artifact of protection against any damage. Bareric screamed in terror. This equipment could reduce an entire city to ashes, and of all the students, it had gone to the most problematic one. The professor ordered his assistant to disappear, and he did not hesitate, vanishing behind the door. The old bald raven gnashed his teeth in dissatisfaction. The other candidates could find out about this and cause an uproar, but then he carefully read Elric's report, and the dean smiled smugly. The professor licked his lips viciously, like a toad that had caught a fat fly, anticipating how soon he would get his hands on the magical pendant and become the next director. Even if the boy was lucky enough to win their bet, he would only win if he could survive. Elric read the runic inscriptions carefully. The others simply watched the preparations. When the spell was ready, Sean activated the mana search, and a light flashed around him. Waves of light spread out in circles, like a stone thrown into water. Then a pillar of fire shot up from the ground, like a geyser reaching the sky. Elric was right. The nest was in a different location. He had always known it, which was why he was the first to shout at everyone to move their hooves until the pillar of flame died down. Shaun picked up the short man, even though he knew it would embarrass him, and rushed toward the signal fire. He left the other explorers behind in deep confusion. They climbed the mountain, breathing heavily, unlike Shaun, who did not possess exceptional physical and magical abilities. But when they reached the flat plateau, they discovered that the light was disappearing into the ground, and there was no cave. They immediately began to blame Mervinger for the failure. Rivern grinned maliciously and muttered that now he could smash the guy's skull. Someone had to pay for everything. But Elric's clear voice interrupted his thoughts, and he shouted and pointed. If there was no way out, they would have to make one. The men understood each other without words. The air was covered with a mirage from the intense heat that Shaun had summoned, and he read a spell in an ancient language. The spell slipped from his fingers. An explosion thundered as if someone had set fire to a barrel of gunpowder. A thin crust of earth cracked, revealing a deep chasm. Other explorers noticed that even a dragon could crawl through such a crack. Then they were nearly swept away by a gust of thick blue smoke. Only Elric remained standing and told them not to worry, that it was just the release of accumulated mana through the breach. After everything had calmed down, he told them to climb down. As befits the leader of the expedition, the white-haired boy walked ahead. The deeper they descended, the colder it became in the cave, so much so that even warming spells were of no help. They were led by a single long, wide passageway, the blue glow of mana providing visibility. Elric froze for a moment, overcome by a strange, ominous feeling. He blamed it on the damp cold of the cave, and let the rest of the team go ahead. Deep within the stone, an ancient evil stirred. The coals of its eyes lit up the cave, and finally a shadow whispered, "They're here." When the explorers reached the place, they all froze in awe. The long, wide passage ended in a massive wrought iron gate of gigantic proportions. It was covered with runes, and in the center glowed a golden dragon. Rivern was burning with impatience, so he ordered the strongest men to push the gates open. Others suggested breaking down the gates with magic, but Elric's loud cry told everyone to stop. "Only a blind man wouldn't see the dragon's seal here," the young man exclaimed indignantly. Rivern bit his lip in anger, once again made to look like a complete fool. While everyone gathered to discuss how to remove the seal, the professor's assistant discovered a round protrusion. He sat down closer to examine it properly, and while Elric warned all the ignoramuses not to act on their own, because they didn't know what might happen next, the most foolish among them had already reached out his greedy hands toward the gate. Elric screamed loudly not to do it, but it was too late. As soon as Rivern touched the sphere, a ball of fire shot up from the ground. The trap had worked, and Rivern would have been turned into barbecue if he hadn't jumped back. At that moment, the gate was covered with letters as red-hot steel. The fireball exploded, hitting one of the explorers. A hail of blows rained down on them, but the mages managed to raise their shields. However, the nightmare was not over yet. Shaun covered himself with his shield and asked his big-headed friend what to do next. While he was covering him, Elric desperately tried to decipher the runes. He was breathing heavily and could barely concentrate, ignoring the cries of the seriously wounded and their pleas for help. This is just a test. He can find the answer, he kept telling himself, and his eyes flashed like emeralds. The bombardment continued, and many had already been knocked out by the fiery storm. Elric uttered words in a dead language and touched the ball on the gate. God must love him, he thought, when everything fell silent. Shaun breathed a sigh of relief. He himself had nearly died holding back all the blows. Seeing his friend fall, the short man ran to him to check if he was all right. The loyal friend had survived, but there were casualties among the mages. He smiled once more, admiring the power of Elric's mind, which nature had deprived of magic. Elric smiled smugly. The mind was a true superpower. But before the Seekers could rest, something was approaching them again. A shard of ice as sharp as a razor blade whizzed past, cleanly severing the arm of one of the Seekers. Elric's insides clenched. He didn't understand what was happening. As soon as he looked up, his mind screamed in alarm. Hundreds of icy spikes were already aimed at them. Before they could recover from the previous attack, the Seekers raised their magical shields again. Unlike the flames, the ice had greater penetrating power. Then the team leader grabbed the scrolls again. The copper-headed man was on his last breath, shouting at him to hurry up. But Elric couldn't hear him. He felt as if he were in a snowy wasteland. And he saw a flying dragon, the source of magic, he thought. Elric, enveloped in a green glow, rushed toward the gates, ignoring the rain of icy arrows. Touching the gate, he uttered the words of a dead language. Rivern froze, his mouth agape in amazement. He recognized the artifact of Bareric, the armor of the azure sky that had covered the short man. This time it would work, Elric thought, closing his eyes. The trap discharged just before the sharp spike pierced Shaun's neck. The traces of residual magic dissipated like morning mist, and silence fell. The fair-haired daredevil survived thanks to his armor, though he lost his shirt. The mages' stern faces showed alarm and uncertainty as they waited for another dirty trick from the dragon's lair. But then the gates opened of their own accord, and warm, milky light flooded the gloomy cave. A treasure trove appeared before them, with flying cabinets containing ancient scrolls and folios, and countless mountains of treasures, more than could be gathered in the entire history of the Empire. The Seekers' eyes darted around, their hands not knowing what to grab. Dragon-scale armor, magical instruments, everything valuable and of high quality. The ancient books in perfect condition were of particular interest. Mages remain mages, thought Elric with a smile. But the main trait of true explorers is boundless curiosity. One of them slapped the short leader on the shoulder, and what he did was surprising, the Seeker admitted. For the first time, Elric received praise from other people, which sent shivers down his spine. Sean also came to congratulate his friend on his success, and asked what had happened earlier. It was just like a test. He always got top marks in theory, Elric boasted. But then a painful thought struck him, that perhaps he was really being tested. Sean slapped him on the shoulder. On such a beautiful day, Elric Mervinger shouldn't be frowning, because no one else could ignore his lineage. He really did it after all these years. The thought flashed through his mind. Sean's hand ruffled his unruly haystack of hair. But even if he was worried, it was worth enjoying this moment. Elric had found freedom. Meanwhile, Rivern spoke into the magical communication orb, but his quiet voice was drowned out by the echoes of the treasure chamber. Someone grabbed the short leader and asked him to look at the laboratory. Sean wanted to follow them, but Riven called him to look at the dragon's remains lying behind the mountain of gold. What boy had not dreamed of seeing a dragon with his own eyes? Sean immediately perked up. Rivern grabbed him firmly by the arm and said that the short man would join them later. The dragon skeleton made him forget all his suspicions. Even in death, it looked majestic with its huge mouth wide open. Judging by its size, the Dragon King had been lying there for at least 4,000 years. The scoundrels tore off his armor and threw him to the ground. They had planned this in advance, regardless of whether he found the dragon's nest or not. Elric cursed loudly. The discovery had gone to his head, and he let his guard down. "Nothing personal," said the long-haired scoundrel from the team. They even liked the talented and clever little man. Sean watched the dragon's remains without taking his eyes off them. For just a moment, it seemed to him that the ancient beast had moved. Like a cornered rat, Elric looked around anxiously for help, but everyone was too absorbed in examining the treasures. The boy tried to shout, but a blow to the stomach silenced him. No one could be trusted after everything they had been through, thought Elric, looking at the fiery dot in his death sentence. "Get away!" he heard someone shout. A blue wave of mana cut through the air where the conspirator had been standing. Elric's insides tightened into a tight knot, and all that remained of the scoundrel was the hand he was holding. The boy turned to see what had happened. There is no sight more terrifying in the world than an enraged dragon. The walls of the treasury filled with the smell of a storm. Elric froze as if his legs were frozen in ice, and now he asked himself, traps were one thing, but disturbing a dead dragon was another. Panic gripped all the treasure hunters, all except Elric, who cast aside his fear of another trial and watched the dragon closely as it stood motionless. Thoughts raced through his head, crashing against the rocks of reason. Everything had to be considered and weighed. When the plan was ready, Elric ordered everyone to gather in a defensive formation to buy some time. The Seekers raised their shields and closed themselves off with magic screens. The dragon's empty throat spewed real blue fire. There was a terrible crack as powerful magic collided, like hundreds of knives cutting through glass. The dragon's breath would last no more than 20 seconds, and if they could hold out, they would have a chance, Elric thought. Sean clenched his teeth and held his ground. The exit from the treasure chamber was very close, just a few moments more. Then they could close the doors and hide from the dragon. One of the Seekers lost his shield, and the flames instantly burned him to the bone, reducing him to nothing. Their turtle wavered, and in another moment, they would have suffered the same fate as the unfortunate man. But at that moment, the onslaught of the fiery river weakened, and Elric shouted for them to run. Even if the dragon had long since perished, even its magic needed a respite, so the Seekers rushed to the exit. Elric ran with everyone else, his hopes for salvation growing stronger. But then he heard a terrible sound, like something you might hear in a butcher's shop, a crunching and slurping noise. Another unfortunate Seeker collapsed, dead. Their armor rattled like children's rattles, bones grated against metal, and flashes of lightning sparkled in their empty eye sockets. The Spartans, legendary warriors who protect the dragon even from the afterlife. One of these half-decayed corpses nearly decapitated Elric, but a fireball knocked the warrior back. Sean covered him and shouted for him to come to his senses. He managed to defend himself against many enemies and saw the entire battlefield. A crooked, rusty sword whistled past his ear, and Sean, the copper-haired mage, switched his attention to a new enemy. Another task he had to deal with, only he could do it. Elric's mind went blank. Every problem has a solution. He was tired and frightened, the heavy pendant pressing on his chest. But Elric stopped paying attention to such trifles. A piercing pain struck him like a needle in the eye. When the boy stopped squinting, he saw a green lace web stretched out before him. Sean's lips barely moved, as if he wanted to say something, but the words didn't reach his ears. "Duck!" Elric read his lips and froze in place. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sparta with a shield and sword rushing toward him. The warrior struck a powerful blow with his blunt weapon, but Elric easily slid aside, like a ghost in the wind. Amazed at his own abilities, he dodged the blow again. What he had first taken for a hallucination now showed him the angle and direction of the attack. Safe places were highlighted with green stars. With such a roadmap, the battle would be a walk in the park, Elric thought. Whether it was an illusion or not, he had no time to think, as the Spartans attacked first. Like a wild cat, Elric slipped away. Everything would be for nothing if he just died here. The Seekers hurriedly fled, taking the wounded with them. Rivern screamed like a cowardly rabbit, begging them to take him with them. Elric ran ahead, using his vision to lead everyone behind him. He showed everyone how to dodge the predictable attacks of the dead warriors, and so all the survivors reached their destination. The first Seekers had already crossed the line. Once they closed the gates, they would survive, thought Elric. But then he heard a cry for help and froze, even though he thought he had long since abandoned his humanity. Damn Rivern was getting in his way even now. To close the doors, he just had to leave him behind. The bespectacled man's eyes begged for mercy, but Spartan had already swung at him. The zombie stuck his head in the doorway, as if there was thick glass in his way. The Seekers were breathing heavily, the cold air of the cave tearing at their lungs. But they had escaped. Sean grumbled again at their short leader for taking such a risk, but the guy just waved him off. It was the nerd's fault for having such weak legs. After several blows to the head against the transparent barrier, the zombie walked away. Above, in the dragon's lair, Elric noticed signs of destruction, which meant that other groups of Seekers had been there before them. The dragon stirred menacingly again. Now that they weren't fighting in the heat of battle, the guy saw a sharp spike in the skull. But just as the Seekers thought that the danger was behind them, the ceiling collapsed on top of them. Unable to pass through the gate, the resourceful zombie warriors carved a path through the cave's vaulted ceiling. The gate slowly closed, and Sean quickly looked around for his friend. He was standing inside the treasure chamber, and Sean quickly realized that the madman was up to something dangerous and shouted to him. "Go ahead," the guy with the tuft of hair on his head said with his lips, smiling through the closing gate. The loyal friend rushed toward the gate in a desperate attempt to pull him out, but the heavy doors were locked tight, and the young scientist pounded on the thick metal, but they remained deaf to his cries. 7 years ago, after Elric's dismissal, Sean decided to get to know this prickly boy. The boy's gaze remained empty, as if he were not looking at a living person, but at a nightstand that no one cared about. After a minute of silence, Elric squeezed out a curt, "Go away." However, Sean did not give up and tried again the next day, returning to the library where the little bully usually hung out, with the same result. Even a week later, when they bumped into each other in the hallway, the sullen boy ignored him. A month later, the professor took them out into the forest. Magicians had to take care of their health, or they risked dying before the age of 30. It was supposed to be a light jog. Running through the forest in the dark, without using magic, was mandatory, and the grade depended on the place you finished. Born with a strong body, Sean quickly broke away and raced through the forest like a young boar. He was already halfway to the mountain when he wondered whether he should take the short guy with him, who was nowhere to be seen. But this distracted him, and he slipped on the wet fallen leaves. The next moment, he felt himself falling. Sean fell off the trail and tumbled head over heels toward the precipice. It was only by a miracle that he avoided death, grabbing the edge of the cliff and hanging on. His hands quickly went numb from the cold, damp rock, and realizing he wouldn't be able to hold on for long, Sean started calling for help. The scrawny Rivern ran by with his friends. He had always disliked the tall, strong guy from a famous family, who was also gifted with magic. They suggested that Sean use his talents to get himself out and left him hanging on the cliff. But that meant certain failure for the run. But then he felt relief as someone grabbed his numb hands and pulled them toward him. Gritting his teeth, the short man pulled the tall guy out of the abyss, barely managing not to fall himself, and now they were both breathing heavily, leaning against a tree. Sean's leg was swollen and blue, as if someone had smeared ink on his skin, so he suggested that Elric go ahead and pass the test. Whether it was because of Sean's previous insistence, or because the short man had the nobility of his great ancestors, he picked up the wounded guy and helped him walk. "You said you wanted to be friends," Elric replied to the surprised exclamation. The boy of noble birth was touched for the first time, but then the short man announced his price. "A few artifacts from your home would be very useful." As is customary between friends, he asked and grinned like a market haggler. They wandered slowly through the forest filled with the scent of rotten leaves, which had given rise to their friendship. What a fool, thought Sean, waking up from the flashes of the past. Even if he is a weak little man, he still protects everyone. Without even knowing if his friend could hear him, Sean shouted for him to hold on until help arrived, that he would soon call the elders or his father. He himself rushed to break through the crowd of zombies. Elric leaned against the wall. It was for the best. He couldn't let his friend put himself in danger. He was exhausted, trapped in the middle of an ancient tomb with hordes of enemies and a huge dragon. Without thinking, the boy rushed forward. The zombies threw bones at him, but using his new skills, Elric easily dodged them. Even the dragon's breath couldn't catch him. And then Elric pulled out his last resort, an ancient cup. The boy's eyes flashed menacingly. He had dreamed of trying this thing from the very beginning. Artifacts can only be used by those with mana. But instead, Elric filled the cup with his own life force. The fire devoured the zombie warriors like a pile of dry brushwood. Two different fires merged in a tight dance. The blue light of a dragon's breath and the yellow hellfire. Elric had returned his armor earlier because he felt protected. All of this was one huge test, so he was no longer afraid. The answer to this exam lay right in front of him. A sharp spike was stuck deep into the dragon's skull. If the answer was wrong, he would simply die there. But even so, the guy had no intention of retreating, because he was Elric Mervinger. Surrounded by a horde of rotting corpses, he grabbed the handle of the weapon. The guy froze in place, everything disappeared. The dragon skeleton, the zombies, the treasure chamber. Shimmering with diamond scales, the fearsome dragon spread its wings like sails and hovered amid the thunderclaps. In short flashes of lightning, Elric saw another sinister shadow. The dragon breathed heavily, clouds of steam pouring from its nostrils like smoke from a furnace. The shadow below stared at the crimson sky. Turning around, the demon looked straight at Elric, and a satisfied grin spread across his face. The dragon raised a hurricane with a single flap of its sails and roared, as if challenging the demon to a fight. Covered in a dark crimson aura, the devil summoned his magic. The dragon concentrated his magic in his breath. The bright light of his blast incinerated everything around him like the sun. But the demon's spear split the stream of light in two. A dirty, sticky darkness gathered around the demon's spear. They collided again, and from the impact, Elric lost all hearing. Such a huge concentration of mana, an 8th circle sage or higher, he thought, shielding himself from the shockwaves. The demon surrounded himself with darkness and attacked the dragon. The dragon spewed streams of light that incinerated the mountains. The demon enjoyed the battle as if it were a game. The fabric of the world could not withstand the strain and cracked in two under the demon's power. He plunged his spear into the dragon's thick skull. The creature that had single-handedly defeated the dragon turned to the young man, the one who would free him from the cursed seal. The devil roared in a sinister voice, burning eyes like coals on a merciless face, and a triumphant smile. The demon's appearance turned to darkness to capture a new vessel. "Surrender your body, and together we will rule the world," he said. Elric was stunned and did not know what to say. He had never seen anything like this before. But then, the dragon that should have already died opened its mouth, from which thick magical chains burst forth. He placed a death seal on the demon. "Mephistopheles will be buried with him," said the dragon. Mephistopheles laughed, even though the dragon Shinaik had sealed him away thousands of years ago. This time, everything was different. The great vessel was right in front of him, and darkness descended upon Elric, ignoring the chains. "This is not a test of the dragon. It is a trap of the demon," the boy realized when the darkness penetrated his heart. He screamed as his body was ground into dust by forces greater than himself, the dragon's mana and the demon's spirit. His grandfather, his father, and others had sacrificed their lives to banish such monsters, Elric thought. Only he and his sister remained of the great clan. The imperial family, the members of the magical tower, the treacherous vassals, all of them had reveled in greed after the fall of the family, even the one he trusted most and relied on. His uncle had taken the inheritance, taking advantage of the fact that they were minors. The demon easily found the darkness in his heart, and waves of pain pierced Elric with even greater force. When they had nothing left, they were simply abandoned, and the whole world turned its back on them. The little boy understood everything without words. They were enemies. A stone thrown by a child's hand could not cause harm, but it was filled with pain and anger. And only his sister held him tightly, on the edge of the abyss beyond which lay darkness. When everyone left, they were left completely alone in a huge, dilapidated mansion. But despite this, they survived. Through all the hardships that befell them, Elric dreamed of healing his body and reviving his family. Darkness filled his mind, and he drowned in it as if in a whirlpool. "No, Mervinger cannot be consumed by such a monster," said Elric, and felt the strength that had always been with him. His emerald eyes dispelled the darkness. The demon recoiled as if struck by a bolt of lightning. An irresistible force seized him more tightly than before. "Right here, the first demon will be consumed as it was meant to be." Elric said words he didn't understand. His hair blew in the gusts of power. With a snap of his fingers, he dispelled the darkness as easily as if he had been doing it all his life, as if he had been born for this. And then everything fell silent, and only white light remained. Like an ink mark, the beast's seal remained on his hand. Elric looked at his hands, transparent like a ghost, and did not understand where he was. The figure in a wide, torn traveling cloak with a bright owl pattern and books on his back seemed familiar to him. He heard a voice speaking into the void. They were a group of scientists who were relentlessly pursuing perfect magic. Elric couldn't remember where he had heard that voice before, and he couldn't make out the stranger's face from a distance. The stranger continued his story, saying that the thirst for power had consumed the Seekers, and they had allowed the demons to defeat them. A black sun lit up the sky. Realizing their mistakes, the Seekers of Power created a family to repent, whispered the stranger. Golden hair peeked out from under his hood. Before them appeared the King of Demons, a giant larger than any dragon or creature, or rather, the god of demons, who held the black sun in his hands. The family created by the Seekers must destroy these demons. It is their duty. But in an endless cycle, the demons would never disappear. Kill one, and another would appear. The only way was to consume them again and again until they were completely exterminated. The Mage Seeker was alone against an army of monsters that rushed at him. But his magic, filled with starlight, was unmatched. One day, in the distant future, their descendants will inherit their eternal desire. The vision of the demon army vanished into an ocean of fire. The image of the Star Mage slipped away, and he tried to grab hold of it. But Elric's hand grasped only air, and he was surprised to find that the vision had vanished. He rose from his soft, warm bed, and everything that had happened seemed like a distant dream. The treasure-filled dragons, the demons, and the magicians. His faithful friend sat nearby in his blue assistant professor's robes, his shoulders trembling treacherously a second ago. Elric understood everything at once. He was crying now and turned away, but his friend denied everything, though the excitement in his voice gave him away. "It's okay. Everyone cries," the little rascal consoled him, especially since Shaun was crying in the nest too. Finally, he turned around, his eyes flashing menacingly, and Elric realized he had crossed the line. They were in the hospital, where Elric had been taken by the rescue team called by Shaun. The boy was sitting in bed, pressing a cold egg against his face to ease the pain from the blow Shaun had given him. Elric grumbled discontentedly at his noble friend, who had stooped to violence, but he quickly turned away when Shaun glared at him again. But then Shaun noticed something strange and asked his friend to get up quickly. And then they both saw that the former short man was no longer there. Elric stared in amazement at his reflection. He was now almost as tall as Shaun, twice as broad in the shoulders, and his face had lost its former gloomy and sickly appearance. Memories of the past flooded his mind. He had changed there in the dragon's lair. Shaun asked him what had happened there and where the dragon had gone. The fact that his friend had survived was a miracle in itself. Elric smiled awkwardly. He didn't want to lie, but he couldn't tell the whole truth, which he wasn't sure of. Shaun nobly patted him on the shoulder, saying he understood, but his hurt face said otherwise. While he cleaned the egg, he told the ugly duckling that Nerister's seed was now watching over the nest. Elric expected that it was already being studied, but was surprised to learn that it was still untouched. After all, according to the law, the find belonged to the person who discovered it, so Shaun did everything he could to prevent others from reaching the nest. Various scientists and seekers could acquire the rights to excavate it. Shaun smiled, thinking of the greedy rats from the magic tower and the scoundrels from the academy dying of thirst to get their hands on everything. Although Elric's face had changed, he remained the same and smiled sincerely, touched by such concern. Words of gratitude, so rare for this rogue, embarrassed Shaun, so he looked away. Of course, Shaun's family wanted their share, but they were patient. Elric laughed, and they bumped fists, as was their custom. However, now was not the time to celebrate. Bareric had probably already pulled all the strings to get his hands on the nest. He dared to threaten his life, thought Elric, and a cruel grin appeared on his face. Shaun knew that expression well, and even his friend's new face didn't faze him. The madman was up to something again. "Don't even think about it," Shaun blurted out before speaking. "Just one small favor," said the golden-haired devil in the flesh, and his friend covered his ears to resist the temptation. But he heard his request anyway, to spread the rumor that the Seeker was seriously ill. In leather armor, crimson cloaks dyed with red ochre, and golden floral crests on their clothes, stood the guards of the 7 Neristers. An honor guard stood watch over the gates and the peace of the Imperial Hospital, and there was good reason for it. The old bald professor of the Houston Academy, Bareric, had been besieging these gates for days. He needed time to think about his answer, so he asked a man from the hospital to repeat his words. Elric Mervinger was in a coma from his wounds. Along with this greedy vulture, others in expensive doublets and top hats flocked to the gates. The only thing that mattered to these old men was the right to the dragon's nest. Unhappy that they were not allowed inside, the vultures buzzed indignantly like a beehive. Elric couldn't hear them from such a distance, but he knew perfectly well what they were saying. It wasn't the first time he had witnessed such a scene. Carl Denitz, a servant of the Nestor family, wished him a good rest and closed the door behind him. Now that Elric was finally alone, he decided to speak to the one who had been staring at him silently all this time. Mephisto grumbled discontentedly. How dare this pathetic mortal address the Lord of Demons without any respect? Mephistopheles, the great Lord of Demons, who strikes terror into the whole world. But now he was just a lump of coal-black filth. and Elric decided to call him Meph for short. The 1,000-year-old demon instantly flew into a rage at such contempt. True, now he was just an evil spirit, a cotton ball, and even a stronger one would have pressed down on him harder, thought Elric. Late at night, when the hospital was quiet, he touched his chest like a boy and thought that everything that had happened was not a dream. The dragon had definitely died the moment the demon lord pierced its skull with his spear, but the power of its heart had entered Elric. The concentrated mana of these ancient beings now beat loudly in his chest. But there was something else. In ancient times, the gods ruled the world, and the demon lord, who was a symbol of darkness, had 4 servants. The serpent of the end times, the winged bird of madness, the beast of adultery, and last, the original sin, Mephistopheles, the strongest king of demons. And now this annoying evil ghost had latched onto the young man and demanded respect for his person. Like all aristocrats, he cared about his status above all else. The annoying ghost spouted utter nonsense and thoroughly annoyed Elric. The demon never recovered from his fall, shaking with rage like a leaf in the wind. He had waited 1,000 years for his rebirth, but all his mana had been stolen by a pathetic mortal. The demon king Mephistopheles. The world was destined to fall at his feet. That was the meaning of his existence, to rule over a mountain of bones piled up from his defeated enemies. But the Dragon King Shinnike prevented this and attacked him. The cursed lizard thought himself a god, Mephistopheles sneered. They fought to the death, their battle was legendary. But instead of simply dying, the diamond lizard cursed him. The dragon placed a seal, paying with his mana, and he arranged a joint funeral for them, unable to kill the demon. And so he languished for thousands of years in the cold stone, buried under the mountain. He waited for his liberation, counting the seconds to keep himself from going mad. How great was his joy when the demon sensed the intruders, and leading them forward was a talented young man. The perfect vessel. This boy easily passed the test that was meant for the demon. Mephistopheles practically took his body and soul, but all his efforts were in vain. Of all those who could find the cave, he was given a seeker with unusual strength. And now all he has left are particles of spiritual energy, a pitiful existence, and unbridled pride. What power had consumed him, Mephistopheles wondered, frowning his long, thin eyebrows. Elric studied his pendant, a flower and a cross woven together, with a black agate in the middle. I hope that in the future our voices will reach our descendants. He remembered the words from his vision. Could it be the voice of his grandfather, he wondered, examining the ancient relic. Right here, as prescribed, the first demon will be devoured, his ancestor had said, and a realization dawned on Elric. Could he have absorbed the demon's power back then? He jumped up in excitement. The object in his hands, an old, worn pendant covered with cracks, undoubtedly absorbed demons. Elric looked at his grim and noble enemy. Could he continue to absorb the powers of others like him? Besides the first demon, there were other creatures full of darkness. It was like hitting the jackpot. A smile worthy of the king of greed spread across the young man's face, making even Mephisto shudder. Later, Elric stood on the edge of a cliff and looked at the glacier slowly licking the mountains. Mephisto endlessly asked him why they had come here, but the guy just waved him off. Before using the pendant, he had to make sure of something, so he found a secluded spot. Assuming a comfortable position for meditation, Elric turned his gaze inward. Suddenly, he felt life in its hundreds of tiny moments, like a ladybug on a velvet rose. A light and fresh mountain breeze carried the petals. The scent of many herbs and flowers filled the mountain air. He could see and feel all of this without opening his eyes. Elric stretched out his hand and felt what had always been there. But what he could not control, like a paralyzed hand regaining sensation, he directed into his heart. "Burn," said Elric, opening his palm, and the air filled with the low rumble of fire. The demon froze in surprise and dared not move. He recognized it as dragon magic. A pathetic mortal had used the magic of dragons. Even for a man of the Melinger clan, this was too much. Elric watched as the sparks of powerful magic slowly fell. Now he too could use magic. Finally, his heavy affliction, which had caused him to be persecuted and live the life of an outcast, was healed. He watched as the fiery sunset burned out, and soon the sun would kiss the earth. And then all those who despised and betrayed the Melinger family would regret it. The shutters of the magical chambers continued to click, and the news of the discovery of the dragon's nest spread like wildfire, attracting journalists like moths to a flame. Carl told the journalists nothing new. Elric was in a coma, and they should wait for the official announcement from the magic tower, which would come soon. When he returned to the empty ward without the patient, he asked Mr. Shawn in a trembling voice, his legs shaking, not to ask him to do such a thing again. The young gentleman praised him for his good work, but Carl kept whining that he would soon kick the bucket because of the problems his friends had created for him. He was worried that if their deception was uncovered by the magic tower and the imperial family, they would not let it go so easily. Shawn took a handkerchief out of his pocket. He handed it to Carl so he could wipe the sweat from his brow. Elric promised to take care of everything, so all they could do was trust him and wait. The higher the stakes, the greater the reward, thought the golden-haired madman. But if only that scoundrel knew how he was suffering while waiting, thought Sean. The madman left without saying where he was going, not even to his close friend. He just took off and disappeared. He left a ridiculous note asking them to take care of everything, which was unthinkable for someone undergoing treatment. After looking at the note carefully, Carl reported the problem. But the problem needed no introduction. The door to the ward burst open with a loud bang, and a shower of fiery sparks flew inside. Sean's older sister came to reproach him for the commotion he had caused without telling her, and the guy grimaced as if he had eaten a lemon. Dressed in her family's crimson robes and a cloak with a golden flower, Tasha, known as the Fiery Phoenix, burst into the chamber with an energetic gait. With hair as red as her brother's, cut short, a slight blush on her face, and thin scarlet lips, she was much more beautiful than her brother. Every power, be it the Emperor's family, the Magical Tower, or the Protestant Union, was preparing the young generation to lead the Empire in the future. They were called the Three Supernovas. Tasha squeezed Carl's ear between her fingers as if in a vice, and in all the commotion, the servant forgot to give Sean the letter. The fiery witch Tasha was the youngest girl in history to be awarded the title of Supernova. But Sean wondered what her real reason was for coming here. The witch smiled sweetly. She had heard that his friend was ill and had come to help, for she was a magician, but now she saw that he was not in the ward. If his sister found her way into the empty bedroom, he would be in big trouble. Sean cringed. He was not good at hiding his emotions. He knew that his older sister was too perceptive, but he tried to act casual and said that Elric was resting and unable to receive visitors. The red-haired fox just smiled, not believing him for a second. Tasha always knew when the spoiled little rascal was lying, having grown up with him, so she grabbed him firmly by the arm as if he were a child. The rascal had just dared to order her around and wanted to send her away, so it was no surprise that she got angry, and the room filled with sparks of flame. Their conversation quickly turned into an interrogation, and Tasha wanted to know what had happened to the rights to the nest that had caused so much commotion. Sean had forgotten how obsessed this red-haired witch was with dragons. Despite the tremendous pressure from his older sister, Sean bravely declared that Elric himself would decide the rights. For a few moments, she stared at him as if she wanted to burn him, calculating how quickly he would be reduced to a pile of ashes. But then she let it go. Tasha had learned enough, and she asked him to contact her when Elric woke up. She warned him with a gesture she had used as a deadly threat in childhood, that if he wasn't the first to know when Elric woke up, he would be in serious trouble. Sean immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and prayed that Elric would return as soon as possible. After the witch left, they couldn't recover for a long time. The morning dawn rose over the city with a dazzling blue haze. A stranger was carefully reading the headlines of the morning newspapers at a newsstand, wrapped in his tattered cloak. Everyone was concerned about the fate of the nest. Sean did a great job, whispered the stranger and smiled. On the front page of one of the newspapers was an old bald raven, which turned out surprisingly well, as if by magic. Let it show off while it can, thought the guy with the emerald eyes. Rivern was the first to come and shake hands with his master, who had become dean, and congratulate him. But the bald raven told him not to rush. After all, the elections hadn't started yet, he said, hiding a satisfied, greedy smile with his fist. Rivern bowed even lower and poured out a stream of obsequious flattery, saying that the new director would protect the future of the academy. And yet, Bareric liked the flattery. He smiled again and asked how Elric was doing. Rivern reported that the unfortunate man was fighting for his life. What a pity, the professor said, without a hint of pity in his voice. Rivern anxiously suggested dealing with the problem before she woke up, resorting to the services of professionals. But the professor barked at him to shut up, and an oppressive silence immediately fell over the office. Bareric looked at the cowardly dog with such frenzied rage that he could have incinerated him on the spot. But he quickly replaced his anger with mercy. After the elections, there would be one vacant position left for a professor. As a simple professor at the academy, he doesn't know what's going on outside its walls, Bareric hinted. The dog bowed again and promised not to let him down. Day turned to moonlit night, and the city was bathed in its soft light. While most of the residents were gathered around their family hearths, there was one man in a worn traveling cloak. He threw back his hood and looked up at the cold night sky, wondering where to begin. With his inner vision, he could see the other side of the world, its secret places. All he had to do was pour mana into it through the dragon's heart, and Elric stretched out his hand in front of him. The ground beneath his feet exploded, and the wizard soared into the sky. He landed softly on top of the fortress wall surrounding the city. Now the wizard could use magic without complicated spells, and this was only the beginning of his journey. To remove the bald raven and inform the world of the Melvinger's revival, he must become stronger before the Academy Dean's election. The mood of grandeur was ruined by a grumpy demon ghost. Even with his mana, the pathetic mortal only used ridiculous jumps like a wandering circus performer. There was a grain of truth in the demon's sharp remarks. Elric needed to become many times stronger as soon as possible. The demon's delusions of grandeur still hadn't left him, so he continued to grumble about the past. Like the demon's people, and even the dragons trembled in fear at his name. Elric pondered among the dragon's magical language. There is something called the language of the soul. To create an image and express it in words, the boy brought his hands together, and a powerful golden aura surrounded him. Even the evil spirit's face showed signs of unease at such power. "Fly," said the magician, and rose again, supported by a stream of mana. A countercurrent struck him with icy cold as he accelerated. Then he rose above the clouds and was able to take in the entire city with his gaze, as if he had suddenly become the master of the entire world. The magical pull ceased, and gravity took its toll, sending Elric hurtling downward. His image magic was simple and surprisingly powerful, and he cast the flight spell again, soaring like a bird over the city. The evil spirit of the demon followed him everywhere, obeying its mark. His gray face reflected deep thought. The child who had only yesterday learned to walk could already use the language of the soul and the double spell. It was as if the shadow of the true enemy of demons, Mervinger, had descended upon the earth. He who was capable of turning an army of monsters into a pile of flesh with a single snap of his fingers. Among the monstrous offspring of this family, there was no one with such talent. Or rather, there was one, the demon remembered, their indomitable ancestor. In the night sky, the slow flight of man and demon continued. The troubled ghost flashed its red eyes. Before the boy grew into something unimaginable, his body must be taken, and his dreams crushed. The language of the soul was amazing, but Elric felt that he could not understand it alone. He needed a teacher who would keep his secret. Bareric had settled in the academy and controlled everyone, and besides, there was no one talented enough to teach him. Elric ended his flight at dawn, gently landing on a meadow bathed in sunlight and dew. If only his ancestors were alive. His outstanding grandfather, or at least his father and uncle. Lost in thought, the boy turned his gaze to his unwitting companion. The latter was looking for legs with which to trample the boy's dreams, discouraged by his own metaphor, but the ghost had none. Elric smiled and casually asked Mephisto to teach him magic, because, come to think of it, he couldn't imagine a better teacher. He was ancient, knew a lot, possessed magic, and would never betray him because of the cursed seal. He hadn't expected such an offer, and cursed loudly. However, he immediately asked what he would get out of it, making it clear that he was interested. The young man solemnly spread his arms and suggested creating a vessel for the Horned One using alchemy. Mephisto sneered contemptuously, saying that a pathetic human could never do such a thing. But Elric dismissed this, saying that they simply needed to become stronger. But that wasn't enough for the demon. And the young wizard argued that if nothing was done, everything would remain the same. Realizing that Mephisto couldn't be persuaded so easily, he told him to name his conditions. The long-eared demon, in a proud and arrogant manner, declared that if the boy became his servant, he would consider it. The boy's confused face pleased him. He would know how to mock him. The demon laughed to himself. If he weaves a little dark magic into his training, it will eat away at the boy's soul like mold when he becomes stronger. Then he would devour him. Mephisto smiled at his sinister plans. But for now, let the mortal fall to his knees and beg to be taken as his apprentice. "I don't care," the boy muttered, to the demon's horror. There was a limit to how long he could let the demon bargain, Elric said calmly. "If you play hard to get, you'll get nothing," the guy said, suddenly getting close to the ghost. Suddenly, he felt like a small and insignificant clump of darkness in the hands of a real monster. "You pathetic little man with a rotten soul!" Mephisto blurted out and lunged at him. "Shut your mouth!" Elric uttered the words of power, and the stream of curses stuck in the ghost's throat. It worked even better than he had expected. The wizard grinned. The demon puffed heavily, as if he were about to burst like a balloon. But he did not utter a sound. Despite this, the demon was certain that the power of speech alone would not subdue him. "Be a good boy," said Elric, and the ghost obediently turned into a rabbit. The sight made the young man lose his breakfast. "My tongue is my enemy," whispered the guy, his stomach churning at the sight of the demon. He handed the demon his notebook and suggested that he write down everything he knew about the language of the soul in case he changed his mind. Elric left the proud spirit to ponder, and decided to practice himself, stretching his whole body. Until evening, he practiced simple magic and experimented, while Mephisto continued to act rebellious. It was a battle of attrition. The next day, the boy calmly practiced ice magic, while the demon gnawed his nails. After all, he had been locked up for 1,000 years, so he was dying of impatience, while the insufferable boy was throwing fireballs for the 3rd day in a row. A few days later, there was no trace of his former pride, and the demon decided to pretend to submit, as he was going to teach the boy a lesson anyway. The wizard could barely contain his laughter when he heard the scratching of charcoal on paper. He looked tired. His hair was disheveled, and a long stubble had grown on his face. Malice and excessive pride choked him, making him give in to a mere human being. But in the end, he obediently handed the notes to the young wizard, waving his tail. Having read the demon's scribbles, which contained the basics of the language of the soul and knowledge that could not be found in ordinary books, Elric thanked him. And he removed the demon's cute appearance. In return, He asked him to clarify a few paragraphs and promised to restore his ability to speak. With each passing day, the insolent boy's demands grew like a snowball. He wanted more knowledge. He endlessly tested the demon and bargained with him for cheap, obtaining valuable information. The nasty kid wore down the ancient demon with his taunts, but the demon had already planted the seeds of evil in his writings, which would tear the mortal's body and soul to pieces. However, the next day the boy was fine. He had learned only a few bits of knowledge and could already summon an entire glacier. Mephisto nervously furrowed his brow. So many days had passed, and no signs of darkness had appeared. The young wizard noticed this anxiety. He knew what the demon was waiting for. He pretended to be clueless and innocent, but Elric wasn't dumb enough to blindly study the demon's magic. And yet, thanks to this evil spirit, he had raised his level of skill. The boy turned back to his notes, and the disappointed demon asked where his humanity was. Elric was already thinking of silencing the ghost again. But the demon honestly admitted that he had nothing more to teach him, except true speech. The emerald eyes stared in amazement from beneath thick, long bangs. The demon was referring to the highest level of speech of the soul, excluding the voice of God, of course. With his current level, he would not be able to understand more, and if he tried, he would go mad, said Mephisto. The wizard scratched the back of his head thoughtfully. And then the demon said that magic could be perfected on the battlefield, as the Melvingers had always done. Elric remembered his father saying the same thing back then, sitting on his bed with a deathly gray face already covered in corpse spots. Back then, they had taught them the pride of the Melvingers in the lands destroyed by demons. His father said nothing about his illness, but it was obvious that it was the result of his battles with demons. Sitting in his wheelchair, his face exposed to the warm wind, he gazed wistfully into the distance, to where he had fought side by side with his father. Little Elric dreamed of following in his father's footsteps and using the same powerful magic as his grandfather. At these words, his father trembled, for he already understood everything. To distract the boy, his mother reminded him to study hard so that he could become a great wizard. The boy frowned, imagining himself sitting at a desk with boring books for endless hours, the hands of the clock moving as slowly as snails. He would never have the same powerful magic as his father. And besides, his grandfather had been a great scholar before becoming a famous wizard. His mother's words cut like a sword. His father frowned and looked uncertainly at his wife. He was still the head of the family. Despite this, she had strictly forbidden him to bring the children here just to show off. Even so, magic still needed to be improved in battle. His father whispered quietly in his ear, thinking his wife couldn't hear him. But she heard him perfectly well and dragged him into the house, ordering her son to read a book with a long and boring title that immediately made him sleepy. His sister Hayes dragged him by the ear in the other direction, ignoring her brother's protests. She followed her mother's example and took care of the unbearable boy. "School is important, but children should be children, dear," said the tired man with a look of regret on his face. "If you spoil the boy too much, he'll develop a bad character and turn out just like his father," replied his faithful wife with a heavy sigh. That was a difficult time for Elric, but despite this, it remained his fondest and warmest memory. But everything was washed away by a cold autumn rain that drummed on the roof tiles and drowned out the quiet cries of children that made his heart ache. His father's condition worsened, and his mother also fell ill with unbearable pain. They divided their remaining strength between them and died on the same day, as if in a fairy tale. But this was a fairy tale with a sad ending. Before he died, my father cried and said he was sorry, that his dear wife had been the brightest light in his life. There was not a single day when she was unhappy after meeting him and giving birth to their children, she said, clutching his weak hand tightly. The last embers of their life burned like a candle stub. The mother could no longer bear to watch and called for Hayes, who was sitting nearby. "Take care of your brother," she asked, and tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. Her father called Elric and asked for forgiveness, saying that the illness was his fault. The 8-year-old boy faced harsh truths far too soon, just on the brink of childhood, and sniffled incessantly. He was terrified that his father could just leave like that, and salty tears streamed down his cheeks. His father's cool hand touched his cheek, and the boy stopped crying. Looking back on his short but turbulent life on the battlefield, the days spent with his son were much happier, his father said. "You don't need to be a wizard. Just be happy with the people around you," he said, and his voice faded into eternity. Walking along the forest path, Elric thought that his father was wrong. If you are weak, people will wipe their feet on you and throw you away. That is reality. That's why he would become stronger, and no one would ever be able to ignore him again, thought Elric, clenching his fists. Magic is perfected on the battlefield. He wondered where to go. The ghostly Crimson Forest was too dangerous a place. The mysterious Goblin Cave was always full of people. "There are shelters scattered across the continent that their ancestors left behind," his father had said. Mephisto asked him where they would go now. Before Elric's eyes appeared the icy wasteland of the mountains, the land of the Yetis. With steady steps, the young wizard walked toward his goal. He washed his body in the silvery waters of a stream fed by the melted snow of glaciers far in the mountains, which still carried their cold. The cold bit him like a swarm of piranhas, but despite this, Elric washed himself thoroughly. He used magic to let the streams of water do everything for him, then cut off his overgrown hair and changed his face. Only the gleam of his green eyes betrayed the true identity of their owner. With this, Elric could move forward without fear of being exposed on his journey. Snow dusted the gray stone walls of the fortress and covered the roofs of the houses that huddled close together, as if from the cold. Winter came early to the north. The Guild of Seekers took him in after many days of travel. The innkeeper told his new guest that he was lucky, as few people traveled to the Yeti Highlands these days, but one group of travelers had gathered. He pointed to the half-open doors from which came the crunch of fur boots on freshly fallen snow. Sure enough, a group of people led by a child entered the guild hall, and they were happy to see a new face. Elric glanced at the red, unshaven faces and counted 4 herbalists and 3 monster hunters, and 5 travelers who concealed their strength and kept to themselves. The little girl approached Elric and introduced herself. Her name was Mingma, which in her native language meant second dawn of the week. As long as he followed her, he would be safe. Mephisto hissed discontentedly. In terms of talkativeness, this child surpassed even him. Elric asked if he could buy a communication crystal. The Seekers stared in surprise at the young man who was looking for such a luxury in the wilderness. Mingma suggested that he write a letter and send it with a pigeon. Elric ran away before he could hear the fascinating story about the pigeon and the letter that had happened to the little girl, fearing that he would be stuck there until nightfall. "Nothing to be done, I'll tell her on the way," the sweet creature sang. Elric's face darkened. His strict sister would definitely be angry if he didn't contact her. After a quick gathering, they set off for the Yeti Highlands before the weather turned bad. Mingma chattered incessantly, gushing like a spring stream. Mephisto recognized the outlines of the mountains. He had been here before. The Yetis were scum who admired them, and Elric shuddered when he learned that their tribe were demons. He couldn't even imagine that these monsters had such connections. "The last king of the Yetis deserved the mercy of the demon lord," Mephisto declared arrogantly. Elric was surprised again to learn that the wild tribe of monsters had once had a ruler. The demon said thoughtfully that the king's grave must be somewhere in these lands. The young mage immediately became interested in its location, but the demon did not know it and doubted that it had not been plundered by now. If the Yetis were demons, then the Melvinger's refuge must have some connection to them. It had been built to preserve the family's heritage, his father had said. Stroking his son's unruly hair, he told him to visit the Yeti lands first thing when he became head of the family. That way, he could confirm his right to the inheritance and pay tribute to his ancestors. Elric looked at the pendant that had once hung around his father's neck, wondering if he could learn more about him in this refuge. But first, he had to find it. For now, they walked along the sun-drenched, sparkling path and listened to Mingma's endless stories. Her chatter drove Mephisto to despair, and he asked the boy to shut her up, but the mage just waved him away. But what really bothered him was why the Yetis she had been talking about non-stop had not yet appeared. Mingma cheerfully suggested that they make camp where the terrain allowed, because the path ahead would become more difficult. The travelers set up camp in an open clearing, dividing into several groups, each around their own campfire. Elric sat alone, watching the others out of the corner of his eye. One of the travelers, wrapped tightly in a woolen cloak, asked the herb gatherers for fire. His hidden strength was no less than that of a knight. In this northern wilderness, you could meet anyone, but this group of travelers was different from the others. Under their woolen cloaks, they hid sturdy armor, but it didn't seem like Elric was their target. Perhaps the group had a secret mission. One figure in a blue hood made of finely crafted sheep's wool stood out. This person was not doing any work. But then she threw back her cozy hood with a slight movement of her hand and thanked them for the fire in a clear, gentle voice. The frost made her beautiful face glow, and her thick, silky hair fell over her shoulders. She was not just a woman, but a young maiden of dazzling beauty for these harsh places. So it was no surprise that excited shouts and whistles escaped from the rough mouths of the vagabonds. Steel whispered faster than the vagabonds could finish speaking. One of the warriors guarding his mistress rushed toward the nameless man. The kiss of death froze at his throat, and the vagrant froze. A pathetic dog dared to be rude to a noble lady. "The reward for such a misdemeanor is death," said the guard. The other warriors also lowered their swords, but the lady ordered Chen to put his sword away. The poor wretches had grown up in this backwater and knew no manners, and had never met nobles before. Elric even felt sorry for them. But then he sensed the red seal of alarm, and he and Mephisto exchanged glances. Both looked sharply toward the forest. While the guard was thinking about what to do, duty bound him to protect his mistress's honor, but also to obey her. "Let them go," insisted the beautiful woman with eyes like lakes and gray hair the color of a raven's wing. Elric turned to the travelers and shouted for everyone to run, but it was too late. The wandering herbalists were the first to die. The guard standing nearby raised his sword in front of him to protect himself, He deflected several flying projectiles, which caused a shower of sparks on his sword. But not everyone was so quick and skilled, and the travelers were terrified by the sudden attack. Another poor soul fell dead without even having time to cry out. Chen shouted to the others to protect the lady. The alarm and danger, the death hanging in the air, reminded Elric of a dragon's nest. Arrows rained down on them with a piercing whistle. There were so many of them that they did not distinguish between their targets. Elric chanted words of power, and his hand filled with mana. A fiery shield like a honeycomb opened before him. But what about the others? The experienced warriors accompanying the noble lady took the blow upon themselves and deflected the arrows with their swords. The ordinary seekers, however, were completely defenseless. The forest filled with the cries and moans of the wounded, and Elric was overcome by a sticky, viscous feeling of anxiety. Only Mephisto was amused by what was happening. The ghost was not afraid of the arrows of the foolish Yetis. Then Elric turned his inner gaze into the depths of the forest. In the green web of cobwebs, he saw several pulsating dots in the distance. Yeti usually move in small groups to make themselves harder to track. But there were too many of them, and Elric was terrified. The first monsters jumped out of ambush and attacked the guards. The first battle had already begun, and the wizard had already wet his pants. Too difficult for a pathetic little human, the demon mocked. The wizard ordered silence using words of power, and the ghost was gagged with a reliable gag. The noble lady's guard dodged all the monster's beastly attacks. Still, the knights were amazing, using their aura to instantly turn the Yetis into mincemeat. Elric wanted to watch their abilities longer. But the first group of Yetis was only the beginning of their problems. The main problem was the tribe's main forces, who were hiding in ambush under the cover of the forest. One wrong move and everyone could be in danger. The guy canceled his transformation, as he was of no use in battle, and jumped above the fluffy fir trees. From a bird's eye view, he easily spotted the hairy monsters. Elric wasn't sure if his attacks would work, but he used his power and landed with his boot on the Yeti's head. The skull cracked like an overripe pumpkin. Monsters rushed at him from all sides, but at least he would distract them, the mage thought. An explosion erupted. Words of power burst from his lips, and a burst of flame blew away all the enemies surrounding him. But the Yetis weren't finished, so Elric chanted, "Burn!" A pungent smell of burnt wool and charred flesh hit his nose. Following the fire, he gathered dozens of swords made of ice, which were therefore sharper than steel. Pierce, the mage, swung his arm. The swords whistled piercingly in the cold air of the wasteland. Dozens of Yeti warriors fell like grass, but many remained in formation. Sensing a formidable enemy, the beasts trembled and began to retreat. Elric smiled. He would not let anyone escape. With a flick of his fingers, he ordered them to be bound. It was over quickly, and the mage breathed a sigh of relief as he surveyed his work. The entire plain was littered with the bodies of Yetis. Sitting astride a captive, Elric called for Mephis to interrogate him. He belatedly remembered that he had covered the demon's mouth and cancelled the order so he could hear his outburst. The mage asked to be his interpreter, as he did not know the Yeti language. Without asking any questions, Mephis began to translate, and Elric promised the captive his life if he showed them where their village was. The demon took on an important air after several unsuccessful attempts to negotiate with the captive and advised not to intimidate them. Elric followed his advice and released the Yeti so that Mephis could talk to them face to face. Because of their connection to demons, these creatures could see him. For a few moments, they whispered conspiratorially, then glanced at Elric. He used the words of the soul, and the mage translated the order. "Let's send this nasty man to hell," whispered the demon, unaware of the trick. Yeti realized that their plot had been uncovered. Although he did not know the language of humans, he immediately rushed at the mage. With a snap of his fingers, an ice shard as thin as an awl pierced his skull like soft clay. Another moment and the beast would have torn his throat out. No magic could have saved him from such a wound. Elric glared fiercely at the devil and the other captive, who were diligently feigning innocence. "Let's talk," Elric suggested, smiling warmly. The silent forest, where only the trees crackled, was filled with cries of despair and pain. "So many good Yetis have died," the wizard reproached the eared demon rabbit. After he had questioned the captive, they headed for the tribe's lair. The dragon's heart was filled with the demon king's mana, but Elric could only use a handful of this power. If he took more, his body would not be able to withstand the strain. They came to the Yeti village, surrounded by a palisade with many wooden houses and planed logs. It looked more orderly than expected. Elric understood that if he continued to fight as before, he would find himself on the brink of death, but he could not retreat. Meanwhile, the noble maiden's guards had finished their battle. Covered in blood from head to toe, they breathed heavily in the icy air. All the ferocious Yeti attackers lay dead, hacked to pieces by the knight's swords. The young lady counted all the travelers who had been with them and had survived, and noticed that one man was missing. Either dead or hiding somewhere, thought the guard Chen. But he couldn't give such a cruel answer to his lady, so he suggested that the traveler had simply run away and was safe. The girl was genuinely worried about the young man's fate, so the guard felt ashamed. And while she hoped that their companion would be all right, a horde of fierce Yeti warriors had already lined up in front of them. Using his magic, Elric suggested that they not shed blood and call for their chief. The warriors glared at him menacingly, baring their long fangs and bristling their fur. But then an authoritative voice roared at them to disperse. A mighty chieftain appeared before the magician, huge and covered with scars from past battles. Elric himself shuddered at the sight of him. Yet he gave no sign of his fear and told the chieftain that he had a question. Hidden in the folds of his woolen cloak, he kept a blade of ice in case the negotiations did not go as planned. "Green eyes and fair hair," the leader growled and asked his name. Elric Mervinger, the magician, introduced himself, and upon hearing this, the huge Yeti ordered him to follow him. The surprised young man did as he was told. The leader told him about a legend passed down in their tribe about a king who ruled this mountain in ancient times. Elric glanced at Mephis, wondering if he knew what they were talking about, but the demon remained silent. The legend said that the king of the Yetis recognized only one man as his friend, a man with hair like the sun and eyes like emeralds, whose name was Mervinger. The magician was surprised to learn that his family was also connected to Yeti, and the chief told him about the human house he had promised to protect. The leader pointed to a deep black chasm where the last ray of sunlight disappeared. Elric leaned cautiously over the edge of the crevice, to the bottom of which even sound did not reach. What kind of madman would live in such a place, he thought. And yet, when he directed his inner gaze there, he sensed that there was something at the bottom. A powerful stream of air was coming from the bottom, preventing even the clinging paws of the Yeti from climbing down. They only looked at the house when it subsided. Mephis smiled. With ordinary magic, the guy wouldn't even be able to keep his body warm. With his current level of strength, it's impossible to go down there, the demon sneered. There was some truth in his words. The risk was high. But if they stopped here, they would never be able to take a step forward. If our ancestors wanted to see the strength of their descendants, it was worth showing them, Elric said, and stepped into the abyss. Smiling, the madman flew down like a stone. The oncoming blast of cold tore the skin from his bones like ice-cold pliers. Mephis cried out in alarm for the boy to concentrate, for the death of the vessel meant his death as well. The boy turned as if to find something to hold onto in the air, the fall seeming endless. The house below was rapidly approaching, and he took a step. Each time he compacted the mana beneath him, he slowed his rapid descent. But even that wasn't enough to absorb all the energy, so the landing was hard. When the dust and snow settled, the wizard leaned back wearily. Then he jumped up again and laughed devilishly, rejoicing in the success of his crazy plan. On the other side, there was an ordinary wooden hut, which seemed too simple to Elric. But when he reached out his hand toward the door, a purple seal of ancient magic appeared. The wizard paused for a moment, and Mephisto suggested that he translate the mana pattern into words. The guy touched the door again and said, "Mervinger, king of demons, Yeti, squirrel-eating bread." But nothing worked. If it's not a mana drawing, then it's some kind of lock. Which means there must be a key, he suggested. Of course, it dawned on Elric how he could have forgotten, and he took out his family medallion. When the doors opened and the boy entered, he found himself in a room more like a royal library, a true temple of knowledge. To think that a boy who hated studying as a child would be the first to throw himself into books and start studying them from the doorway, drooling with excitement. Mephisto clicked his tongue and grumbled that a winter sage had lived here, causing the boy to jump out from behind the shelf. It was obvious that Mephisto was hiding a lot. He knew about the family of magicians and the king of the Yetis. One book caught the magician's attention more than the others. Thin with an elegant metal edging and pattern, he read The History of the Mervingers. "The destruction of demons is the only duty of his family," said the guy and opened the book. He had heard these same words in his vision in the dragon's lair. If the preliminary conditions were met, he would become a vessel, and the duty passed on to his family would be fulfilled. As Elric read the ancient runes, they seemed to fill with power. The runes intertwined and spun in a green circle around him, growing stronger with every passing second. "Eat demons, devour demons, dry demons," came the voice from the source. "Continue to do this and usher in a new era of magic." Descendant who devoured the demon, took the medallion, and passed the test. He lay on soft, fragrant grass that smelled of summer, the scent pleasantly tickling his nostrils after many days spent in the cold, snowy wasteland. Elric looked completely bewildered. Just a moment ago, he had been leafing through books in the library of his ancestors, and now he was here. As soon as he got up, he heard a voice greeting the descendant of the family. He walked softly across the grassy carpet. Elric turned around, and a white-haired, bearded man with a monocle on his face introduced himself. Otto Han Mervinger, gatekeeper of this place, and guide in the trials for the descendants of the family, or simply a guide. Several centuries ago, those who created their family's magical system lived, and Otto was one of the 5 revered ancestors. The gray-haired man smiled, realizing that the descendant fortunately still remembered him. "Honored ancestor? Winter Sage?" muttered the young man, and the guide was surprised that he knew this nickname, which no one was supposed to hear. The wizard wanted to point to his unwitting companion, but Mephisto had disappeared somewhere. The demonic king of original sin, the guide was struck by his name, and the young man nodded. Otto grabbed the young man firmly by the shoulders, obeying an impulse of joy and pride for the descendant whose first demon was Mephistopheles himself. At the same time, Mephisto scratched his long ears as if sensing that someone was talking about him. Elric asked Otto what task he was supposed to initiate him into. The ancestor gently ruffled the boy's unruly golden hair. If only everything were that simple, they would have left a record of it. Elric felt like a boy again and was a little embarrassed by it. But it didn't last long. Otto cast a spell and threw it at the young man, sending him flying. Duty obliges him to test every heir, and Elric passed their test so that he can choose for himself. Should he stop here or keep turning the wheel of fate? The guy suddenly felt the millstones turning, which could grind him to dust if he made the wrong choice. The passionate desire to revive his family remained unchanged, and Otto accepted it. To fulfill the dreams of his ancestors and carve his name into the fabric of history as the most powerful wizard in these lands, the young man set out. That was what he had always dreamed of when looking at his grandfather's statue. "Such is the will of his heart," said Elric, and he accepted the seal of magic. At that moment, the golden disc flew from his fingers and shot forward. Otto watched with pleasure. He happily slapped the air on the shoulder several times. Such courage was fitting for their distant descendant. The grassy summer meadow was once again replaced by white silence. He found himself in the mountains, where only the wind whispered its story of the world. The cold immediately clung to him like hundreds of tiny ticks, tearing at his skin. Otto led him to the training ground where the test would take place. The boy smiled. He always liked to test himself. The harder the test, the stronger he would become when he passed it. Otto was pleased with his attitude and pointed into the distance. Elric did not immediately see the darkness, but when he directed his inner gaze there, he sensed the presence of the king of the Ice Mountains. He was the first and last ruler who had managed to unite all the Yeti tribes and longed to elevate his people. But in the end, he was consumed by ambition and became a demon. The second demon the boy had to devour stunned Otto. Elric indignantly pointed at the menacing shadow and shouted in surprise, "Kill this creature!" "Consume it," Otto corrected him calmly. From this moment on, he must devour demons and take their seals, the guide informed him. From base emotions such as fear, regret, and despair, an ego with evil thoughts and goals is formed. Such is the essence of demons. Every demon has a source that contains its evil thoughts, and that is the seal. The mark on his hand is the essence of Mephistopheles himself. From this moment on, he will hunt demons and take away their powers, Otto repeated. And as soon as he devours a demon, all its abilities will pass to the new owner, the old man said encouragingly, patting him on the shoulder. That was significant, thought Elric. How much stronger could one become by absorbing such dense darkness? Without hesitation, he rushed into the attack, using flight and his weapons, and the breath of mana immediately enveloped him. The dark haze dissipated like smoke. However, the boy did not know how to absorb the demon. He couldn't just sink his teeth into it. In the place where the darkness was thickest, two red eyes lit up like coals. The demon recognized the mana of Mephistopheles and the cursed enemy from the Melvinger family. Elric was approaching. The movement of dark matter became more intense around him. Then tall, long-bearded warriors wearing helmets with antler horns appeared before him, carrying round shields and sharp spears. These fearsome warriors, clad only in animal skins, were defending the king, and were much stronger than the ordinary Yetis that the mage had killed earlier, especially the chief warrior with a heavy broadsword on his shoulder. If Elric could use the Seal of Original Sin, he would have easily dealt with them all. But he did not know how to use it, and the king's guard let out a battle cry. The wizard concentrated since this was his first test, and using Mephisto's power would be cheating. An explosion. His lips sang, and a flash of flame burst from his hands. But death was already rushing toward him on the tip of a spear. The explosion did not harm the mighty warriors. It did not even slow them down. "Explode, Pierce!" Elric whispered, and summoned an icy palisade to repel his enemies. This powerful attack turned them into the darkness from which they were created. But the proud warriors did not disappear. Once they had been part of the demon society, but they had been cast out, and now they feared becoming outcasts once again. But Elric had to become more powerful, so he summoned a fireball of unprecedented size, whose heat alone pushed the enemies back. But the commander of the guards did not let him finish his blow, and attacked first. Despite the wizard's evasive maneuver, he still received a slash wound. The commander had already regained his balance and was ready for the next blow. He towered over the young man like a rock, but his opponent, a pitiful and weak boy, could not even stand up. Elric felt his pride pricked at losing so shamefully in his first trial. He couldn't bear it. Strength overwhelmed him. This time he rushed into battle himself, clenching his fists. "I just need more mana," thought the mage. The warlord sang over his head, nearly cutting the boy down. The wizard slid softly behind him and whispered, "Blossom and scatter." 2 spells turned the commander into icy shards, and he crumbled into pieces. Even for a first test, this was too much, he thought, as the warriors dissolved into shadows. Elric felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest, and the warriors began to reappear. Darkness reached out for him. But when he raised his hand, nothing happened. Then the seal on his hand filled with power. Though this seal was weaker than the seal of original sin, the mana of the dragon's heart somehow balanced itself. Otto told him that to use the demon's power, he needed to know its true name. But how could he find out when they weren't very sociable? The guide told him not to worry about it. When the time came, he would find out himself. Elric turned inward and gathered a lump of mana as thick as dough between his hands. The true name of the Yeti was Merciless. Like the cold peaks of the mountains where they were born and lived. Elric couldn't explain it himself, but now he possessed their seal. Hundreds of icy blades sliced through the stone warriors. They formed a wall of shields in hopes of saving themselves. And then there was an explosion of mana that engulfed everything. Elric breathed heavily, his head spinning and his body trembling from the high consumption of magical power. When he looked ahead, he saw all the Yeti warriors bound in ice. Even those standing far away were affected by the power of the seal. There was very little left, the wizard laughed. But at that very moment, his legs gave way. A thin trickle of blood spurted from his lips, and he fell into a deep sleep. Elric woke up and coughed as if someone had squeezed his throat. He lay amid scattered books in the place where he had been taken to another dimension, writhing in convulsions. Mephisto greeted him with a sly smile, delighted by the exhausted appearance of the young man who had faced such a difficult trial. He had been waiting for something like this when the boy lost consciousness, and his medallion began to go haywire. And yet the boy was glad to be alive. He had become too absorbed in the power of the seal, and as a result, lost consciousness after exhausting all his strength. But that power exceeded all his expectations. If even an incomplete seal possessed such power, what was the mark of original sin capable of? Elric rubbed his hand. The seal of cruelty. Mephisto immediately understood the Snow Sage's plan. Looking at the demon, the guy asked how to use his demon seal, to which the demon replied sharply that no matter what humiliations he went through, he would never reveal his true name. "Big deal, I just asked," the guy muttered, scratching the back of his head. He had hoped it would be easier, but seals were important to demons after all. If the demon entrusted him with his seal, he would have nothing left, so Elric would have to retreat for now. Besides, even the Yeti's seal was barely within his power, let alone the mark of the Demon King. But there was something he could help with. Mephisto knew the king of the Yetis who had to be defeated. Hearing this, the devil laughed. "Otto Merlinger, you fool, to trust such an entity that even he recognized." Elric immediately perked up and asked if he had any ideas. The demon immediately distanced himself coldly, and the wizard began to coax him, saying that nothing connected them anymore, that the king of the Yetis wasn't even a demon. Mephistopheles exploded with indignation and curses, asking what kind of demon would reveal such a secret and what would become of his honor. But the guy offered 3 days of freedom. When that didn't convince him, the guy gestured 5 days. "So be it, but only because his kindness knows no bounds," agreed Mephisto, when the magician was already about to end the bargaining. Later, the demon warned that with the current seal, the guy could simply forget about his goal. But then he smiled and said that there was a way. After a little preparation, the wizard returned to the icy wasteland, exposing himself to the biting wind. The shadow of King Yeti sat in the same place. He attacked first, and darkness stretched out its tongues to meet him. To defeat his enemy, Elric must improve his skills. The first to meet him were guards with shaggy beards and horned helmets. The young man immediately used the power of the seal and dealt with them in one fell swoop. And finally, he came face to face with the king. No matter how many guards he killed, he did not feel any better, which meant he had to fight the Lord of the Ice Throne. But his devastating power struck fear into the wizard's heart. He froze in place, unsure of how to defeat such a monster, and began to doubt the sanity of his ancestor who had prepared this trial. Nevertheless, the boy with the golden mane did not run away. He was confident of victory. After Elric regained consciousness in the library, he caught the strange gaze of the long-eared creature. He also stared at him in surprise. Elric laughed. After so many battles with the king's guards, he died in battle with him without even moving a finger. Could he have defeated such a monster? The wizard wondered. And Mephis suggested that he surrender. What he definitely didn't expect was that the king would turn out to be a queen, said the guy, and looked at the demon. The demon shyly turned his red eyes away. Then he lunged at the guy before he could come up with anything. But his reddened gray face and trembling voice only reinforced Elric's suspicion that there was definitely something going on here. Of course, it would take time to figure everything out. But looking at the medallion, Elric understood how important it was to absorb its power. He didn't know how, but there was one accessible and direct method of brute force. Before his inner eye flashed a picture of his battle in the dragon's lair. Elric did not weaken his resolve even after many attempts, and this time he rushed into battle, grabbing the lightning bolts with his hands. Absolute zero froze him faster than he could get close, so fast that he didn't even feel the pain. But then such torture awaited him that a quick death would have been a reward. He was chopped, cut, torn to pieces, but each time he returned with renewed strength. Little by little, he got closer, and even managed to see her angry face. Even though Elric had figured out how to use the seal, it was difficult for a novice who had only received it yesterday to contend with an experienced master who possessed the same power. Their fight grew fiercer. Strike and learn, he remembered the ancient principle as they rushed toward each other. Two palms collided with deafening force. But Queen Yeti was stronger, and the wizard was thrown back. Otto watched the fight with concern. An ordinary person would have died hundreds of times over. But this boy, even cut to pieces, smiled like a madman. He possessed not only talent, but also an unyielding will and a desire to improve. With a wave of his hand, he returned the favor to the queen, and her hand immediately separated from her body. Never before had there been such a madman in their family, Otto thought. Elric felt himself improving in their endless battles. Even though he was still far away, even without her arm, the queen counterattacked him. She swung her axe, not giving the wizard a second to breathe. In an instant, the queen released her weapon to change its shape. Elric braced himself for a powerful blow and raised his magic shield. But such a flimsy barrier immediately shattered into pieces. The wizard clenched his teeth. He had reached his limit. To defeat the Queen of the Mountains, theft alone was not enough. He must become like her, the magician decided, and once again lunged toward his opponent. A red veil covered his eyes, as if a thick curtain had fallen over them, and he thought he had died again. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Mephisto's devilish grin. The Queen of the Mountains was kneeling before him, and the demon ordered her to show what she was capable of. The vision changed again, and now Elric saw everything as if through the eyes of the baby Yeti reaching for his mother. But he was held in the hands of a masked shaman. The Lord of all Demons had sent an oracle. The shaman told everyone she would become their queen and ruler of the mountains. The shaman lifted the baby Yeti toward the sky as if raising him above the whole world. A triumphant roar rose above the mountain peaks. The entire ridge bowed before them, and the beasts rejoiced. Thus she was born, destined to rule over the icy peaks. Elric seemed to be immersed in her memories. She was the first to unite all the scattered tribes of the north. But power over the ridge was not enough for her. The queen sought to restore the former glory of the mighty tribe. Once they had been part of a great demonic army. Clutching her axe tightly, she promised to restore them to their rightful place. They descended from the mountains like an avalanche and attacked all their neighbors. After bringing many humans and demons to their knees, her tribe was once again recognized as part of the devil's race. The embers of her thirst burned even brighter, and she dreamed of becoming the ruler of demons. However, Mephistopheles proved to be an insurmountable obstacle, and the queen accepted defeat in disgrace. She did not give up her attempts to hone the power of her seal and discover her true name. She was just one step away from being recognized as the ruler of demons, but another fortress stood in her way. But then a voice from above called her to stop. Mages and knights bearing the emblem of an owl and a book rose to defend the fortress. They radiated an aura of power and grandeur even stronger than that of the demon lord. She would never forget those merciless green eyes like emeralds. Before the queen could order the attack, the nearest warrior exploded. Then another turned into a disgusting red slime. A knight from the fortress walls launched a lightning-fast attack. With a single swing, dozens of her warriors were scattered like a pile of dry leaves. The battlefield was splattered with blood, and the cries of the wounded. And the Yetis, who had never known the pain of defeat before, trembled. They were shaken by the terrifying power of the wizards, which they had never seen before. It was like divine punishment, the blows splitting the ground beneath them. Her army was defeated, but the queen only gripped her axe more tightly. A battle cry echoed across the battlefield, bringing the Yeti warriors back into formation. But then their united cry was cut short, as if dozens of strings had merged into a monotonous tremor that made her heart freeze. It was worse than death. Every warrior of her tribe, everyone she had grown up with and fought alongside in dozens of battles, was dead. Otto von Melvinger carved a bloody mark on her heart. On that day, the war was lost. The people burned their settlements and drove the Yetis back into the mountains. The queen let out a cry of despair, her mind clouded. Humans have everything one could dream of, but they prevent her from getting even a crumb of what she desires. She moaned like a child. Ancient grievances and anger never left her heart, but through the darkness of the centuries, Elric could sense her sorrow. It was his duty to pacify them, and he took a step forward. The queen, consumed by darkness, also moved forward. And yet, deep down, he understood and shared her pain, for he himself dreamed of the revival of his family, just as the queen thought of her tribe. After that day, Otto von Melvinger settled in the mountains to watch over the queen, and after dozens of battles, they came to respect each other. But even so, the queen never broke free from the shackles of her greed, and eventually became a monster. The magician clapped his hands, and the queen fell at Otto's hands. Elric came to his senses again. the stream of visions and images letting him go. "So he is the descendant," said a rough female voice. Considering that the boy had burned most of her mana and deprived her of her hands, Otto's words were not boastful. The Queen of the Mountains smiled. Despite her unyielding will, her whole body trembled with pain, and the boy apologized for it. But she rejected his pity. Even though the queen had fallen under the weight of her ambitions, she was still a warrior. Her gray face, as if carved from stone, showed no sign of doubt. Their battle would soon be over, and she had nothing left but regret for her fallen warriors. If not for her obsession, she could have simply been happy with those she loved. Her battle cry rang out across the wasteland. With his inner vision, Elric saw the demonic power enveloping her. His eyes flashed with determination. She was still his enemy. The Queen of the Mountains, the ruler who united the Yeti tribes and their greatest warrior, and also the enemy he must consume. To hold himself back would be disrespectful, thought the wizard, and he used the seal. They rushed toward each other like two hurricanes. Neither wanted to retreat, putting everything on the line. After the blow, waves of power spread out in circles across the battlefield. Light and darkness intertwined in a furious dance at tremendous speed. Elric held an axe in his hands and adopted her fighting style. The ground beneath their feet trembled and cracked like ice on a river. The mage met her chest with a powerful swing. The queen responded with equal determination. The skinny boy was thrown back by her strength. Their axes clanged together disgustingly as Elric parried her blow. They danced in a whirlwind of stone fragments that cut into their bodies. And again they rushed toward each other as if they were lovers reunited after a long separation. The opponents froze for a second to breathe in the brisk, icy air. Both had reached their limits, and the outcome of the battle would be decided in the final thrust. The queen used a secret skill that had defeated many. Elric became her mirror image. Their palms collided like two glaciers sliding down a mountain, and a terrifying roar filled the plain. Clouds of snow dust slowly settled, and it was unclear who had won. But when a sharp wind blew, it revealed the truth. The wizard had pierced a huge hole in the queen's chest. Her ghostly body slowly lost its shape in the darkness. And then Elric heard her quiet, broken whisper. "Thank you," she murmured. And he saw two streams running down the queen's face, shining with morning snow. The icy valley was illuminated by warm rays of sunset that pierced the thick blanket of heavy clouds. The wizard completely absorbed the power of the seal, but at the same time, it was as if he had lost a part of his heart. "Rest in peace," he said, and beautiful spring flowers grew on her faceless grave. The young man never fully recovered from the battle when Otto appeared and congratulated him on his brilliant victory. "That's too much for a first test," grumbled the mage, but the guide just laughed. Elric couldn't call himself a member of the family if he wasn't capable of such a small feat, and the boy understood why their family was considered crazy. Still, Otto was surprised. This test was supposed to hold him back for a year, maybe even 3, but he had managed it in a month. Elric counted the days on his fingers and told Otto that he had become a mage 2 months ago. The old man snorted disapprovingly. The joke had fallen flat, and he didn't like braggarts. But when he saw the look on the young man's face, he realized he wasn't joking and laughed heartily, putting his arm around his shoulders. And when he tried to pull away, he squeezed him even tighter, so that the old man's prickly beard immediately dug into the young man's face. They sat in silence for a while, staring at the eternally gray canvas in front of them. And then Otto asked what her last moments had been like. She smiled, came the reply. As if finishing his farewell, the young wizard bowed politely to his ancient ancestor and thanked him for everything. They wouldn't be able to see each other often, he said with a smile. The old man understood everything. Being the head of a family at such a young age was not easy. With that, Elric confidently walked away. But then he suddenly turned around and headed toward Otto. "How do we get out of here?" the wizard asked, confused. The old man grumbled that he had done it countless times and still hadn't memorized it, then waved his hand. And he was immediately overcome by a familiar feeling of death. The young man woke up on the floor of the library, where his real body had been all along. The damned old man had killed him with a single blow, and hadn't even spared his relative's handsome face. Mephisto laughed at the joke, and the wizard immediately justified himself, saying that the attack had been sudden. In a haughty tone, the devil asked him if he had managed to devour the Queen of the Mountains, and Elric rolled up his right sleeve. Thanks to his help, the demon's smug grin faded, and the wizard remained silent. But in reality, Mephisto understood that he had given him a mere hint, and yet this genius had managed to accomplish the task. Still, Elric was curious why Mephisto hadn't let her join the demon army. The devil was embarrassed that the boy had penetrated his personal secrets through the queen's memories. At that time, he was simply bored, sitting on his throne of bones in the middle of a crimson wasteland. He heard someone in the mountains claim that they could become a demon and decided to take a look. Although her will and skills were good, she was clearly far from the level of a demon queen. Mephisto smugly declared that the queen was lucky to have met such a generous lord, saying that in his place, Azazel or Lilith would have torn her to pieces. But he simply told the Queen of the Mountains to find him when she became stronger. Elric was surprised that they hadn't seen each other since, and the demon hissed indignantly, and the boy understood what was going on. Another had filled the queen's heart. A shadow of sadness crossed the demon's face as he remembered the past. "It's clear," Elric said, banging his fist against his palm. "He's just a brat who picks on the girls he likes. That's why he has no one even after 1,000 years, the guy mocked, watching the demon puff gray smoke in anger. The centuries-old library echoed with youthful laughter and malicious hissing. What an interesting kid, Otto thought as he sent him away. He hoped that the Ice Queen had forgiven all the insults. She held the newborn Yeti in her arms and cried. Her entire tribe had been wiped out by a single man. Her cries of pain caused mountains to collapse, and the heavens rained ice. Darkness engulfed the queen. She begged him for death, which was the only cure for her pain. The magician brought his hands together in a ritual gesture, and now she could entrust her regrets and sorrow to this child. "We will meet again in the next life," said the ancient ghost. "Let it be more beautiful than before." The young magician completed his trial, but he did not leave the library. Next to him was an impressive stack of books he had read. He took out an icy crystal the size of a pigeon's egg, the color of azure. Otto told him to take it and find the god of Camellia. This man with the flower name would become his next teacher. Elric nervously scratched the back of his head. Of course, another trial awaited him. "You could grow old before you get through all that," he thought, looking at the artifact. He must reach the level of the progenitor, Otto told him. In time, he would find all the answers. The first Mervinger had solved many problems and left many others unsolved. They had prepared many trials for the boy to undergo along the path of his ancestors. He simply had to follow the instructions. "This is a path that only Mervinger can take. Go and strengthen yourself for the winter," whispered the mentor. The quest was simple. Take the egg to the god of Camellia, though it was unclear how. After listening to his story, Mephisto burst out laughing again. "He wants to recreate winter." The demon shared his guess with the young man. 4 heroes who hunted demons like him. Realizing that the evil spirit knew something, the wizard immediately jumped up and demanded to know everything. The demon resisted, so the young man gave him 5 days of freedom. But how could such a trifle bribe the Lord? And then Elric agreed to release him completely from his silence. The demon smiled smugly and told him to prepare his ears. In the past, there were 4 forces that allowed his ancestors to strengthen their clan, and they were named after the seasons. Their characters matched their names, so the demons called them the 4 seasons. Otto corresponded to winter, cold, and judicious. Since someone like him was responsible for the trial, this meant that he wanted to pass on to the boy the power he himself possessed. Absorbing the power of the 4 seasons meant becoming equal to the ancestor they revered. Elric hoped that he would be able to subdue seals comparable to cruelty, or even stronger. Then the revival of the family would no longer seem like an impossible task. The bold wizard smiled. "But what is so important about this crystal that even the god of Camellia wants it?" asked Elric. "It is the core of winter itself, growing deep within the snow-covered mountains. And Camellia is a flower that blooms in winter, and he must take it to the northern temple." The boy was surprised to hear about the flower temple he knew from fairy tales. But he could only say for sure after looking at the records in the Imperial Library. But then he suspected that the demon was too talkative, and his evil aura seemed to grow brighter. The demon did not hide his joy, even if the boy noticed that he had returned some of his evil power after the test. He would not do anything anyway. Humans have no choice but to undergo trials and become stronger, thought Mephisto. Elric also felt this every time he increased his strength. The demon inside him was also growing stronger. With his own hands, he was contributing to the resurrection of the Lord of Demons, which would bring chaos to this world. Mephisto enjoyed the boy's anxious expression. Although he himself was uncomfortable with the idea of allowing Melvin to become stronger, his own restoration was more important. But then Mephisto shuddered, because Elric grinned greedily at his thoughts. When all the preparations were complete, he left the winter house and climbed to the top of the crevice in one fell swoop. Although a month ago, this had seemed impossible. First, he stopped by the Yeti village to find a guide and just see the furry folks he'd gotten attached to after getting to know their queen better. But all he found were ruins. The houses were reduced to splinters, the snow was crimson, and long cold bodies lay everywhere. "They had been killed a long and painful death," said Mephisto, surveying the carnage with an experienced eye. Even his demonic essence was impressed by the atrocities that had been committed. Elric felt as if he had been thrown into a pit with spiders, snakes, and other abominations that now writhed and scraped at his soul. He killed the Yeti himself, but only out of necessity. Perhaps it was because he had absorbed the power and feelings of their queen. Elric breathed heavily, trying to calm down, and then his hands began to dig into the hard snow that had already been covered with frost. It was the thick fur hood of Mingma, the most talkative Tuesday in the world, made from polar reindeer. He was the first seeker to meet him in the guild and accept him into the group. A child who was always chatting about trivial matters and never lost heart. And yet it was the work of these beasts, the mage realized, looking at the frozen corpses sticking out of the ground like statues. Too miserable even for him, thought Elric, and for a moment the whole world lost its color for him. They ran again across the icy crust, a thin layer of ice that had frozen on the soft blanket of snow during the day, making it difficult to run. The young lady's feet kept getting caught in the deep snow, and she was completely exhausted, as if her body had been filled with lead. Her loyal guards rushed to her. They had been wandering in these forests for a month, searching for an ancient tomb and pursued by assassins. But despite her deadly exhaustion, the daughter of the Blue Lion did not want to be a burden to anyone. Chen believed his mistress and followed her. But now her sanity had clearly left her under the weight of their hardships. Many innocent people had died at the hands of the assassins sent after her. And clutching the scroll in her hands, she did not want their deaths to be in vain. The young lady unfolded the tattered map in her hands and once again trudged through the snow in search of the ancient tomb. The frost had long since bitten her cheeks. Her thin velvety skin was chapped, and the wrinkles on her emaciated face had deepened. The Blue Lions of the Will family were a great family and lived in a huge castle. It was there that the young lady had spent her life, endlessly listening to the whispers of the courtiers behind her back, who doubted her strength. And so, to justify her position, she endlessly exhausted herself with training in complete solitude. But it was all in vain. The girl had no special talents. Despite this, she trained late into the night, with only the stars as her silent witnesses, until her father arrived. Herman Weil was tall and stately, full of strength despite his advanced age, majestic like a true ruler. He regretted that his beloved Isabel had to bear the heavy burden of being the heir, but the girl blamed only herself. "My dear, there is no need to follow in his footsteps and become a Blue Lion," her father said gently. She was not a Blue Lion, but a respectable daughter of their family. Besides, he was still in good shape, her father boasted, showing her his muscles. His hair, black as a raven's wing, glistened in the moonlight and starlight, and he promised Isabel that he would continue to pursue his dream of becoming the best swordsman on the continent. 2 dewdrops involuntarily appeared in her soft lilac eyes. Then she smiled like a good girl smiles, so as not to upset her parents. But later, alarm hung in the empty corridors of the family palace. Her father had not woken up, and the doctor said it looked like a blood vessel blockage. The flow of mana had lost its channel due to the patient's excessive use of his aura, and soon his muscles would atrophy. To cure her father, his raging mana flow had to be restored, but that was like trying to comb a hurricane. Isabel listened to the doctor's words, which echoed in her ears as if from the bottom of a deep well. Magical artifacts could help, the doctor said. Since then, she has been racing across the continent like an arrow, accompanied by her loyal guards. In desperation, the girl turned to the magical tower for help, but she was turned away at the door. They claimed that their items were useless in such cases. Then she rushed across the continent, looking under every stone, but her search was in vain, and so she found herself at the edge of the land. The weary traveler listened to the gossip and tales of other vagabonds like herself until she heard a legend about the tomb of the only king of the Yetis. Although it was just a local legend, Isabel listened intently. The girl clung to this story like a drowning man to a straw. After conducting research and reading the archives, Isabel discovered that the grave did indeed exist, but rumors of her search reached her treacherous uncle. And there are no worse enemies than relatives, so Isabel had to flee, forgetting everything. Paul Wilde eagerly awaited the moment to take over the family, and now his older brother was ill, and the main heir was wandering around the empire. So he sent assassins after her to make it look like a tragic accident. The girl's lips trembled, not from the bitter cold, but from anger at her uncle. Chen's cry tore her from her thoughts, and the guard ordered her to take cover and drew his sword. Before she could react, other knights stood beside her to protect her. Mocking voices could be heard from the pursuers, and Chen stood in a fighting stance like a snarling dog. The 6th Squad of Blue Wolves recognized the guard's coat of arms and the uniform of Paul White's elite knights. Despite Isabel's efforts to hide, the assassins had already picked up her scent. Chen swung his sword sharply and shouted to the knights that they would pay for the deaths of his comrades Isaac and Zard. The guard urged his mistress to flee, but she refused. Chen was her support, and Isabel couldn't just abandon him. Then the guard squeezed her hand tighter. Chen risked his life to save her. Otherwise, his sacrifice would be in vain. Isabel understood everything, but her feelings got the better of her. They had been together for too long, but it all ended faster than they could blink. Chen lay under the boot of the scoundrel, who was calling her out of hiding. "The lady is already far away," Chen said hoarsely, and the killer plunged the tip of his sword into his back. "How cruel, young miss, to abandon your faithful dog," the scoundrel sneered. "Then it's time to end the suffering," he said, and swung his sword. She shouted, "Stop!" and came out from behind the rock that had served as her cover. Isabel realized that they couldn't escape anyway. She could at least save her people, for they were not the target. With feigned regret, the leader of the scoundrels informed her that he had orders to kill everyone. "Don't run. If you hadn't run so long, so many innocent people wouldn't have died," said the scoundrel, and Isabel gasped. What a pitiful sight, the murderer mocked her. Because of her, So many people had died, and all for nothing, the young lady realized. It would have ended there, but an unfamiliar voice rang out nearby. The knights and guards turned sharply at his unexpected appearance. The faces of the murderers were hidden under their hoods, but he understood everything anyway. Elric donned the guise of an adventurer and smiled sweetly at the entire gathering. He sat in a tree like a stray crow. The scoundrel in the cloak advised the madman to fly away and stay safe, but Elric, on the contrary, threw himself into the thick of the action, jumping from the height of the fortress walls. The knight noticed the magic and recoiled from the unknown enemy. Isabel was no less stunned by this appearance and asked if they were all right. Elric froze in an awkward position after slipping on the ice, and his intervention now seemed even stranger. Mages always land like that, the knights asked themselves, and were confused. Elric trembled with shame and jumped to his feet. He had to save his heroic image. Isabel recognized the traveler. He was the same guy she and Chen had thought was missing a month ago when they were attacked by the Yetis. She couldn't let another person get hurt because of her and told him to leave. No witnesses must survive. The knight cut off her hopes. Obeying the captain's orders, the assassins rushed toward the mage like black shadows. These wretched scum don't deserve mercy, the hero told them. Break through, he whispered the words of power as the enemies jumped at him. Magic burst from his fingers in a mighty stream. In an instant, they found themselves in the midst of a freezing cold that pierced them like 100 thin needles. And then the assassins turned to stone and crumbled into pieces. Everyone who witnessed this overwhelming power was filled with terror. The captain shouted to the remaining knights to attack before the mage could cast his spells again. But the wizard fearlessly approached them, as if he was not afraid of their sharp thrusts. With a piercing sound, heavy ice swords appeared in the air before them. Whether it was steel or flesh, the ice tore through everything in its path. The knights faltered and panicked, seeking salvation. They could not parry such an attack. Another wave of the wizard's hand and their cries died away, leaving only one enemy. The captain of the knights gasped for air, his mouth agape with fear. Only now did he wonder who stood before him and whether the mage knew who they were. The wizard smiled mercilessly, not caring who the dead knights had served. He ordered the captain to fall to his knees. Isabel hid behind a tree. The second guard took Chen, and together they watched the duel from afar, or rather, the slaughter. The girl realized that it was dangerous to approach this wizard. The captain of the knights gathered all his strength for a final charge and swung his sword. His movements were indeed very fast, Elric noticed. Isabel shouted to the wizard to stay back. Elric did just that, using strengthening spells to close the distance in 2 leaps. Then he struck with a splitting spell, raising a smooth palisade of ice. But the sharp teeth did not stop the captain of the knights. He dodged this straightforward attack. His sword, reinforced by an aura, cut a path to the wizard. But just when he thought he had reached his enemy, a thick block of ice grew in front of him, which his sword could not pierce, only bouncing off with a loud clang. Elric ran his hand through his hair maliciously and grinned. He was toying with an enemy he surpassed in both attack and defense. The assassin realized that he was facing an insurmountable rock and trembled with all his heart. The last projectile fell from above and drove the scoundrel's head into the frozen ground. Elric didn't even look at his body. No one could have survived such a blow. The guards froze in indecision. The unknown mage had just destroyed an entire squad of knights without breaking a sweat. Isabel was also surprised. The guy looked about her age. How could he be so strong, she wondered. He was as powerful as Tasha Nestor, but Isabel had never heard of such a wizard. Now that the battle was over, Elric let his feelings surface. He remembered the people he had been with, and the Yetis he had recognized. They were all dead, and the wizard's face was filled with deep regret that he hadn't come sooner. Mephisto tore him from his thoughts. The rescued people were staring so intently at the boy that even he felt uncomfortable. But what could he do? The hero hadn't come up with an epic line for this scene and was slow to respond. Meanwhile, the alarm on the faces of the survivors reached its peak. Long time no see, the insanely powerful mage smiled timidly. However, despite his wounds, Chen did not remove his hand from his sword. It was too early to relax. Who knew what the dangerous wizard had in mind? Isabel responded first and knelt before her savior. A gesture of the highest power that only a noble could afford. Elric himself was amazed by such a reaction. A simple thank you would have been more than enough for him. But the young lady gestured to her guards to do the same, and they again thanked him for saving them. It wasn't every day that noble people knelt before him, so Elric begged them to stand up immediately. But the vain demon was quite pleased with himself. The girl rose and, without taking her pure lilac eyes off the wizard, asked him for a favor despite his rudeness. Elric hesitated, and then Isabel grabbed his hand and asked him to serve her for a fee. A small sun flashed in her hand and played with the rays in the magician's emerald eyes. The full moon lit the road for the travelers as well as the sun. A carriage drawn by a pair of horses creaked along the road, with the guard Chen as the coachman. The three inside kept a tense silence, not knowing what to say. But despite all his efforts, Elric couldn't hide his overwhelming greed, and the demon muttered at him to try harder. But what could he do when the gold coin in his pocket warmed his chest more than the sun? It was not just a coin, but a blue lion cast from the finest gold, its weight pleasantly pulling his hand toward the ground. Thus, Elric realized that he was standing before a lady of the whale family, although he did not delve deeply into the noble lineages. Such origins explained the delicate features of the beauty, which had not faded even after a long journey. The lifeless flower of the Weil family, Isabel was beautiful and noble enough to claim the role of crown princess. But she was rejected because malicious rumors had labeled her a lifeless flower, simply because she had no particular talents from birth. A lion without sharp fangs and claws is more of a scarecrow than a fearsome predator. Rumors reached the walls of the Euston Academy that after the breakup of her engagement, Isabel had become a recluse in her family castle. And now this noble young woman was waiting patiently for his reply. Elric introduced himself under the false name of Rick, and bowed politely in her direction. It was an honor for him to meet such a noble person. Isabel blushed. She did not consider herself worthy of such a high name, and then the wizard, with a smile on his face, wished her to be more confident in herself. These words made a blush appear on her pale cheeks, and the noble maiden became even more embarrassed, for his words sounded sincere. Elric decided to return to the main topic and asked about employment, as the lady had nothing else to offer him. But she asked him to accompany her to the imperial capital, despite Chen's objections that their mission was not yet complete. To continue the search would only ruin them because of greed, Isabel said. First, she had to deal with her uncle. Looking again at the coats of arms of the slain, Elric realized that he had become involved in a family feud, which was quite common in their times when the Empire's external enemies had been defeated. Elric thought about it. They had told him about Hermann's illness because it was similar to his own affliction. Helping the head of a great family in a time of trouble was like making him your debtor. A selfish thought flashed through the wizard's mind. If the revived House of Melvingers became an ally of the Blue Lions, it would look wonderful in the eyes of society. Isabel looked anxiously at the young man who was whispering quietly to himself and grinning greedily. Seeing his hesitation, the young lady decided that such a payment was too little, considering the wizard's skills, and offered twice as much upon arrival. Elric was distracted from his plans and looked at the golden sun in his hands. His long silence she took as a refusal, and she wanted to return the payment. But with unexpected zeal, the wizard firmly grasped her hand and agreed to accompany his valuable client. So they found themselves in the cramped carriage and listened involuntarily to the dreary creaking of the wheels. Mephistopheles wondered why the boy had agreed to work for such a pittance. Given that his family's refuge contained untold treasures, the demon could hardly understand people's need for food, drink, and shelter. Right now, Elric didn't have a penny to his name. He was lucky that he could talk to the ghost using voice transmission, using only a tiny bit of mana. Mephisto was simply bored out of his mind, so he taught the youngster this technique. One could understand him, having languished in solitude for hundreds of years. No wonder the spell of silence was so exhausting for him. The wizard laughed. Isabel looked anxiously at her eccentric companion, who was staring out the window and grinning from time to time. But the guy didn't say anything. Maybe he wasn't happy to be hired, the lady wondered, but she still needed his help. If Uncle Paul sent his elite knights after her, she wouldn't stand a chance. Their carriage had been traveling non-stop all night. Paul White's castle was an impregnable fortress whose towers scraped the sky and allowed a view of all the surrounding lands. Despite the late hour, light poured from the narrow loopholes. A man knelt before the Duke, bowing low to the ground. He brought bad news and knew what awaited him, but still hoped for his master's mercy. He was indeed merciful, but in his own way, and the Duke's hand snatched the sword with an imperceptible movement. The servant's head rolled away like a ball, and the Duke was already thinking about where Isabel might have gone. The servants carried away the body and reported to their master that his niece had left the icy peaks. Judging by the direction she had taken, her path lay toward the capital. The leader of the Blue Wolves, Hilton, stepped forward. He knew that Isabel would most likely try to contact the Duke. The pathetic and foolish girl is hoping for negotiations. The Duke snorted contemptuously and returned his sword to its sheath. They have only one chance, the Duke told them menacingly, and the knights knelt down. The will of their lord is law. After a long journey, Isabel was nodding off when Chen finally informed them that they had arrived in Lazenta. The city was a castle on the way to the capital, with tall, thick towers of white stone, triple walls, temples, and mills that gave it a majestic appearance. They had been traveling for 2 days without stopping to rest, only changing horses and rushing as if the devil himself were chasing them, so that their bodies were thoroughly stiff, and Isabel was glad for the rest. Even Mephisto was glad of the stop, feeling that his ghostly body had taken the form of the carriage cabin. Elric smiled, the demon himself to blame for riding upside down the whole way. However, at the gates, they noticed a guard of knights in blue uniforms with a lion's crest on them. Dark figures in cloaks carefully searched every traveler and their cargo, ignoring their protests. Their captain had assigned this task to the second squad of Blue Wolves. What surprised the knights was that they considered the return of the niece a surrender, and it was surprising that the elite had to be called in for this. Hilton cut off the traitor's hesitation with a swing of his sword, saying to the others that the pack always acts as one. Elric grew anxious. There was not much time left to prepare. The grim faces of the elite knights had already spotted the carriage, which had clearly been on the road for a long time and had arrived at the northern gate. All the travelers became alarmed. Isabel knew they would be waiting for them, but she didn't think it would be so soon. Chen suggested turning back, but the young lady refused. It was too late. They had to scout things out first. But the fugitives hoped to slip through without wasting any time. But now their hopes were dashed, for the knights were already pointing at them. Isabel suggested slipping out of the carriage unnoticed, but then the wizard said calmly that there was no need. Transformation! He chanted the words of power. The young lady shuddered at the terrifying sight. They were driving through a barrier of knights who were looking straight at them and could rush forward at any moment. Fortunately, Elric's magic worked flawlessly, and the carriage entered the city. There, narrow, elegant streets with rich shops, guilds of seekers, and taverns awaited them. Isabel asked in surprise what kind of magic it was, and Elric explained that he had simply cast a fragile shell of illusion. The noble lady thanked him politely for saving her, and they decided to part ways for a while. Rick wanted to settle his affairs, and the girl needed rest. On the way, Mephisto grumbled that the boy could have simply killed all the enemies, but the wizard decided to be cautious because he did not know the exact number of enemies. The demon snorted, saying that these were just excuses for his laziness, and studied the stalls with delicacies with interest. In any case, shouldn't the boy be rushing to the academy? The ghost wondered. Of course, even though so much time had passed, the past had not been forgotten. But first, it was necessary to find out what had happened to Bareric before the touching reunion. Elric grinned. The demon did not envy the man this madman had targeted, but his gaze involuntarily fell on the children playing. Some were magicians, some were knights and archers. Even such small fry exuded something like mana, the ghost marveled. The demon did not notice the appearance of the aura chain, said the wizard. In ancient times, mana was only available to select magicians, but then a way was discovered for even ordinary people to absorb it into their bodies. Mages use circles of power in their hearts. At the same time, martial arts masters strengthen their bodies by wrapping themselves in chains of mana. The power of mages is determined by the number of circles in their hearts. A sorcerer has 6, an archmage has 7, and a saint has 8. Warriors are divided into ranks according to the number of links, from 1 to 5. For example, Lady Isabel has only 1 link and is a novice knight. Usually there are 5, but there was one man who went beyond these limits, Elric said. The Golden Lion, the strongest creature on the continent, as the legends say. Mephis snorted contemptuously again, saying that people always think too highly of themselves. But Elric replied that the name was fitting for its owner. The Golden Lion was equal in strength to the progenitor of the Melvingers, the young man said when they arrived at their destination. The demon's eyes flashed excitedly. The story of the great warrior had stirred his thirst for battle. Elric scanned the headlines at the newsstand. The old bald raven was up to something again. First, the wizard bought all the newspapers from the last month. He needed to get up to speed. The obsequious dog, Riven, once again licked the boots of the future dean. He had never managed to get into the hospital guarded by the Nestor family. All of Bareric's hopes were pinned on the rights to the dragon's nest. If he got them, he would definitely be elected dean of the academy. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Riven diligently polished his master's boots with cheap flattery. Meanwhile, Sean Nestor had been laying siege to an empty ward in the Royal Hospital for a month. He was under pressure from all sides, but Sean took the side of a boy who hadn't even finished the academy and opposed the renowned professors. He was considered a traitor. A nervous laugh escaped the red-haired boy's lips. His own sister, who came here every day, was the one who twisted his arms the most, but his best friend had not deigned to show up for a month. Sean looked worse than a homeless ragamuffin from the market, but he had long since decided that he would see it through to the end. He had put all his eggs in one basket and had no other choice. Judging by the number of nasty, libelous articles about Elric and his friends, Sean had a hard time, the mage realized after reading the press. The old raven skillfully manipulated public opinion by portraying himself as noble, and Elric grinned maliciously. The higher the bald crow flies, the harder it falls, thought the wizard. But Sean clearly needed support. But before Elric could decide what to do, the evening darkness was pierced by a bright flash outside the window. The shockwave caused the windows to rattle, and the mage and the ghost nervously looked outside. The sound of alarm bells and piercing screams could be heard from the street. It was easy to imagine the horror of the people locked in a solid stone shell filled to the brim with wooden houses, where there were few wells and water storage facilities. During the day, the young lady and her guards headed for an inconspicuous inn. They simply couldn't afford a luxurious residence. Chen was concerned about their new companion. Even though he had saved them and clearly did not serve her uncle, He could have been sent by someone else. Isabel shared his suspicions. After so many months of persecution and betrayal, it was difficult to trust people again. There was truth in his words, the young lady acknowledged. But she rejected his doubts about Rick. It was like doubting her own decisions. For the first time, their mistress spoke so authoritatively and confidently, and the guards were surprised. Even through the magician's illusory mask, Isabel could see his sincerity and believed him. Nevertheless, he was now just a mercenary. Chen objected again. The young mistress's face brightened. "It means nothing," she said. Rick had helped them from the beginning without expecting a reward. As soon as the mage found out what family she belonged to, his expression changed. Taking into account the weakened status of her family, he lowered his own status. Now the guards understood that Rick had agreed to the reward so as not to make them look bad. The beautiful face of the young lady, touched by a slight blush, was illuminated by a bright flash. Then flames burst into her room. The city looked as if a dragon had attacked it. Flames tearing at its streets with their claws from all sides. Thick clouds of smoke rising into the sky, and the glow visible for hundreds of miles. The scroll with the magic of the fourth circle was worth its weight in gold. The captains of the Blue Wolf Squad, Simon and Beskov, looked on with satisfaction as the flames and fear spread throughout the fortress. Simon openly enjoyed the revelry. He had paid a hefty sum for these scrolls. Beskov frowned. He didn't like this plan, but there was no other way to lure the young lady out and eliminate her. Knowing Isabel's character, she would rush to save people, and in the chaos of the fire, anything could happen quickly. He told Simon to be vigilant. There were 3 enemies, and one of them could be a mage. Simon licked his lips greedily and advised his comrade not to exaggerate the problem. Even he could kill everyone in the 6th squad with his eyes closed. When the flames were raging, they ordered the knights to find her and take her alive, killing everyone else. Isabel woke up on the floor from the heavy, acrid smell of smoke and called out to Chen and Ed. She didn't understand what was happening, and could see almost nothing through the smoke. The inn nearly collapsed from the explosion, and the screams of the wounded and panicked people could be heard from the street. Women screamed and called for their children, rushing about like chickens in a coop when they see a fox. This was what her uncle had wanted. Isabel was horrified by the nightmare come true when she was called again. A new explosion threw the girl to the side, nearly burning her to a crisp. Chen shouted from under the rubble of the walls, urging her to flee the city immediately. But instead of fear, she was overcome with rage at her own powerlessness. The girl clutched the hilt of the sword lying nearby. She wanted so badly to fight back against the scoundrels and save all those people, but she had neither the strength nor the skills to stop them. And yet she rose. Rick told her that she was more than worthy of her family, and the girl refused to give up. A new flash of light was rapidly approaching, and Isabel stepped forward, raising her sword. Her gray hair fluttered in the scorching heat, and her lilac eyes were filled with determination to fight to the end. The echo of a new blow rolled through the narrow streets of the fortress. Isabel closed her eyes tightly against the bright light, but no pain followed. When she lifted her eyelids, it was as if she saw snow, as if winter had come to Lacenta from the distant northern peaks. A blizzard suddenly swept over the houses engulfed in flames around them. The air crackled with the bitter cold, and in an instant, the deadly fire died down. The girl breathed in the winter air in shock, unable to believe her eyes. He stood before her in the bright glints of ice shards that covered everything around them. Without saying a word, the wizard rushed forward, untamed like a blizzard. What kind of knights are killing innocent people, he thought, horrified by the sight he saw under the snow. In the dark corners of his soul, a demon smiled. It was difficult to provoke the good guy, but now he was overcome with anger like the fire that the scoundrels had started. Elric flew up to the roof of an old mill and easily found his numerous enemies gathered in the square. There seemed to be more of them than before, and they are stronger. Mephistopheles smiled. The wizard looked around at the streets crowded with alarmed citizens who had left their homes and were running toward the gates. He had to fight so as not to hurt them. The demon suggested that they abandon everything and flee. "Noblesse oblige, duty calls," replied the magician. "That is why in every war the Melvingers went into battle at the tip of their spears." His emerald eyes flashed menacingly. Elric made his presence known by showing his power. The air around him was electrified with mana. Simon scratched his head in dissatisfaction. Their opponent was a powerful mage, possibly from a magical tower, which promised trouble. Beskov knew all the members of the tower, but he had never seen this wizard before. The knights decided to get rid of their mistress and flee before anything else happened. Meanwhile, a few blocks away from Elric, Isabel was left alone. The girl heard footsteps and stood up, but her uncle's killers had already jumped on her. The wizard appeared beside her in an instant, like a bolt from the blue, and offered her his hand. Despite her desperate situation, the girl's violet eyes did not lose their determination. Elric darted through the city like a hare, leaving a trail of fire behind him. He carried the fragile Isabel effortlessly in his arms, despite there being about 40 enemies. With his inner vision, the mage saw the dogs following the trail. First, He had to gather them in a deserted place. After a few jumps, he allowed himself to be cornered, and the hunters blew their whistles. But then Elric turned into a fiery phoenix and disappeared in a flash of flame. The wizard easily dodged the assassin's barriers, and Isabel kept screaming from his sudden movements. To their credit, the knights deftly leaped over walls and rooftops and kept pace with them. But in an instant, the girl vanished from his hands. The hunters drove him into a small enclosed area with a fountain and surrounded him on all sides. Simon slung his crooked sword over his shoulder, stepped forward, and asked where the girl was. It was his first time hunting a mage. "What a fool!" exclaimed the wizard, as if he could just tell him. "But what else could be expected from a pack of rabid mongrels?" Elric sneered. The knights flashed with chains of aura, so the boy had to close his eyes. He had spent a lot of mana to extinguish the fire in the city. Fortunately, after absorbing the Yeti's seal, the dragon's heart's mana reserves had grown. But his body might not be able to withstand the increased strain. Back in the Mervinger hideout, he could afford the luxury of dying over and over again. But now, any mistake could be his last. 40 men acting in unison despite having only one enemy. Elric decided that the first thing to do was to finish off their insolent leader and drew his battle axe. But before he could get close to the captain, he was met by 2 sharp lunges from his knights. Due to the long chase, the mage had become slow and could barely keep up with the knights. Mephisto did not miss the chance to taunt him, asking if he had really defeated the Ice Queen. The last thrust drove the sword into the wall next to Elric's face. "What kind of fool thinks life is like the game Otto prepared for his descendant?" laughed the ghost. The boy told him to shut up if he didn't want to help, and at that moment, the captain of the knights attacked him himself, forcing everyone to step aside. Simon mocked the magician, who had run out of his flashy tricks now that he was in close combat with the knights. "Cut!" Elric swung, but the knight parried both blows. "That's all he can do," Simon taunted, laughing. His crooked yataghan cut as sharply as an axe. Elric was already gasping for breath from all the movement and felt himself weakening. The square was blinded by a bright flash as mana collided with the aura again. The wizard slowly backed away in the thick haze of residual smoke, until he was pressed against the wall like a cornered animal. "It's time to finish this." Simon clicked his tongue again, but then the darkness of the night was dispelled by the red flash of a signal flare. Simon carelessly looked back at the light, thinking that his enemy was no longer a threat. "It took them a long time to gather," whispered the wizard, and everyone was thrown back by a wave of power. The magic circle cut through the stone tiles like a snowdrop and filled the entire square. "More witchcraft," Simon muttered anxiously, but he felt the power of this magic in his gut, as if a real dragon from legend had risen before him. The captain shouted to the knights to kill the sorcerer before he could cast his spell. He himself rushed after him. The magical circle, overflowing with power, burst. It froze. Like a glacier sliding down a mountain, it tore through the square and froze everyone in it. Simon and his men found themselves in the grip of an icy tide, unaware of the trap until the very last moment. The ice slowly crept up to the trembling villain's face. "Don't even dream of a quick death," whispered the mage. 2 whistling swings separated the victim and the hunter, who had just switched roles. Beskov arrived just in time, but his partner was seriously injured. The wizard frowned. He was already exhausted. The second group of knights took up positions and surrounded him on all sides. Beskov understood that the enemy was not so simple. Without steel determination, he would not have lured everyone into a trap in the square. The magician should have felt trapped, but instead he smiled. That's why Beskov hesitated. The enemy might have had other tricks up his sleeve. He offered the stranger a deal: his life in exchange for the girl. The mage smiled again and replied that his enemies had nothing to offer in exchange for their lives, and a wave of icy cold bit their faces. "Knights who renounce the code of honor do not deserve mercy," said Elric. Beskov attacked first and ordered everyone to strengthen their bodies with an aura and keep their formation. "Get down!" The mage cast a spell on his crooked sword. But the purple mass of the curse was thrown back, and the guy quickly dodged. He prepared to blow the enemy away with air magic and chanted breakthrough. But this spell also worked weaker than Elric had expected, and once again he had to dodge. Spells without the ice attribute were clearly failing him. The power of the Seal of Cruelty had weakened them, he realized. But the seal itself was incredibly difficult to use, and Elric began to sweat despite the coldness of his magic. He hurled several razor-sharp crystals at the knights. Here in the middle of the city, the icy energy was weaker than in the mountains, where it lashed fiercely. The knights easily parried his weak attacks, but the mage had already prepared a solution, and several heavy swords of ice rushed toward the knights. They had only swords in their hands, they were in tight formation and could only rely on them. Beskov shouted for everyone to block. As captain, he was stronger than the other knights, and repelled the attack. His curved sword cut through the ice. With each step, the knight drew closer to the mage. The icy shards left small cuts on his skin, from which blood oozed. Gathering all his strength, he broke forward. It was time to end this dance. But when Beskov turned around, he felt like he was at an ice sculpture festival, like the ones held in the north in winter. The freezing effect worked even from the slightest touch. They had miscalculated when they decided to block everything. The deadly cold clung to his skin. "No need to be surprised," said the mage, looking him in the eyes, simply adding a curse to his usual spell. "The first commander was wrong not to send more than just them," whispered Beskov. He wanted to utter his dying threats, but Elric sent his head rolling across the pavement, wishing the killer a happy journey to hell. A grimace of horror froze on the face of the cursed knight forever. They took up positions on the fortress wall and could clearly see a glacier rising in the middle of the city. Simon barely managed to escape with his tail between his legs, and gave his men a scroll with a spell from the sixth circle that would bind them in a fiery bridle. Beskov bought the remaining knights some time, but they couldn't just run away in disgrace. He ordered them to run until their feet were bloody and to spread the flames throughout the city. And if that wasn't enough, to cover their bodies with fire. Since they didn't know where the girl was anyway, let the whole city be reduced to ashes, whispered the madman. The demon and the man assessed the scale of the spells. Mephisto was delighted. He hadn't seen such a warm-up in a long time. "They have something wonderful in mind," whispered the demon to the boy. As soon as he scanned everything with his inner vision, the magician understood everything, and immediately flew into the sky like a bat. "Humans are the only ones who can surpass demons in madness," laughed Mephisto. "But they are so good at pretending to be kind," he grumbled. Elric sensed that there were still 3 enemies left, but he couldn't see any of them. However, the scroll in their hands was far more important. The magic of the sixth circle would incinerate the entire city and its inhabitants. Elric rushed forward like a black shadow, searching like a bloodhound that had picked up a scent. "Too late," whispered the madman, laughing at the magician's efforts, the parchment quickly smoldering in his hands. The wizard really didn't make it in time, but Simon's hands suddenly separated from his body. Elric had noticed this back in the northern mountains, but the girl was truly fearless. All this time she had been hiding under the cloak of secrecy. All her life she had considered herself weak and talentless. But just now she had proven that she was capable of one decisive move. Sometimes you don't need to be super strong to save people. Her violet eyes looked fearlessly into the face of danger. The frozen, armless villain snatched the dagger. "Freeze," whispered the mage, encasing the knight in ice. Elric stretched out his hand. He was already quite tired from the battle. Simon laughed. "There are still 2 left," he croaked. While the mage and Isabel were busy with him, Simon's men were already in position. Even though he had defeated them, the Blue Wolves would not disappoint their master. The assassin croaked. He reveled in his final revenge on the wizard and this world, but the young man just smiled sweetly. He had already taken care of everything. Elric knew that Isabel would take care of the enemy and calmly pursued the other 2. Before they split up, he managed to cast a spell and pierce the fallen knights. "Now all their trump cards are beaten," he said to the stunned criminal. "It's just a joke." The villain gritted his teeth, refusing to accept defeat. The dog without honor immediately began to beg the lady to spare him, for she had a kind heart. They didn't want to kill her, just scare her a little and escort her to Mr. Weil. The delicate maiden's hand only gripped the sword hilt more tightly. "The shame of the Weil family can only be washed away with blood," she said, and swung her sword as she had done hundreds of times during training. Giving into her feelings, she killed a man for the first time. Not the best behavior for a noble lady, and the girl was embarrassed. But Elric did not object. Although Isabel assured him that she was fine, she was still shaking from the shock of the night she had endured. The mage reached out his hand and shared his warmth, expending the last of his strength, but she stopped shaking. Isabel asked him to spare the life of one prisoner. She had never felt anything like this before. The knights of her family had shunned her, considering her unworthy of being the heir to the family. They only tolerated her because her father's shadow protected her. Her uncle's blue wolves treated Isabel differently, some despising her more, some less. Their piercing gaze always made her feel uneasy. Contempt was their reward. And now someone had to convey the words of the heiress to her Uncle Paul. Never before had this girl, as fragile as lilacs, asserted her rights to her inheritance so decisively. But now she had a powerful ally behind her. Of course, she understood that this borrowed strength, Rick, had broken the ice and released the messenger. Isabel wished she had his strength. Elric gestured encouragingly to the young heiress, who had proven herself. She would no longer feel sorry for herself. There were other ways to gain power. Rick asked the girl what she planned to do next. To Karnoy, to her father, to make a new plan. Isabel replied cheerfully. She planned to gather the old vassals who owed her father and summon them to the fortress. Rick praised her wise decision. It would have been easier to join forces with the mage, but the pride of the Blue Lions prevented them from enlisting his support. They were already indebted to him. Isabel didn't want to part ways like that and hesitated. And then the wizard handed her a stack of papers. They were covered in small print, like a scientific thesis, she thought as she glanced at the pages. The wizard couldn't promise her anything. Only that her father's illness was similar to his. But perhaps he could cure him, Rick said, and smiled encouragingly. and a cry of amazement escaped the girl's lips. Later, they found Ed and Chen, and the mage healed their wounds. Before explaining everything to them, he had to apologize for hiding his identity. The wizard revealed his name and tore off the mask of illusion. Elric Mervinger, the current head of an ancient family, the Duke of the Shining Stars, appeared before them. This honorable title had been bestowed upon his grandfather, Euston, the Star Mage, immediately after his victory in the war against the demons. It was a title without lands, but the name alone was worth a great deal. Isabel quickly recovered. She had had enough shocks for one day, but shouldn't he be in the hospital, which the whole Empire had been talking about for a month now? Elric smiled. He had his reasons, but he assured the girl that his illness was real, and now she held in her hands the treatment he had developed after curing himself. Isabel didn't know what to say and just blinked her long eyelashes. She didn't know how to thank him, but the kind wizard gently stroked her head, saying that it would happen soon anyway. Isabel allowed herself a moment of weakness and waited for the tears in her eyes to subside a little. Then she smiled a strange smile and asked if she could serve him this time. "How about becoming a hero?" Isabel asked. Dawn was already breaking over the ruined city. All night long, people had been helping the wounded and clearing the rubble. Fortunately, there weren't too many casualties. Now he had made a formidable enemy, the demon muttered quietly, but the mage merely waved it off. It would have happened anyway. He had killed too many of Paul White's people for him to simply let him go. Besides, his magic was too conspicuous, so when he returned to the academy, everything would become obvious. The people of Licentia waved at him cheerfully and smiled despite their fatigue. Thanks to the help of the Blue Lions, the restoration of his home would go faster. The demon grinned at his thoughts. The boy was not only skilled in magic, but also a good strategist. Elric waved back to the residents. Mothers held the children they had saved in their arms and asked the wizard to stay with them a little longer. They were all sincerely grateful to him. Another person from the crowd came to express his gratitude. Elric glanced at the guard and asked why the look of guilt remained on his face. Chen placed his hand on his heart and, with the reverence of a true knight, swore never to forget his kindness. Elric was embarrassed by these words, and the demon endlessly taunted him that everything this boy had done was out of greed. The mage changed the subject and asked the guard what he would do next. As a member of the Whale clan, he promised to help the townspeople who had suffered because of them, and then returned to his mistress in Karnoi. "Excellent," Mephisto grinned again. "They want not only to stir up public sentiment, but also to spread the truth about her uncle." "Duty calls," Elric repeated silently as he bid farewell to the townspeople. "A pathetic excuse," snorted the demon as the mage left the city in the warm rays of the midday sun. "It's time to return to my alma mater," thought Elric, and headed for the academy. At that moment, the obsequious river bowed as low as he could, almost kissing his boots. Bareric cawed angrily and flapped his wings like an old raven because his assistant had not yet secured the rights to the nest. He threatened to remove even the youngest professor, Nerister, from his classes and position. Bareric nervously twitched his mustache. Whether it was bribery or threats, Riven could do anything but get the rights. "Move!" he barked, and the obedient dog disappeared from his office, slamming the door behind him. There were only 3 days left before the dean's election, and if he didn't get permission for Barrick's research, it would all be over. The late visitor in his office waited until the newspapers with headlines hateful to the professor had burned out. He smiled ominously, settling more comfortably in his chair. Finally, the academy had decided to cooperate with them. "And how do they intend to make him dean?" asked the old raven. The guest replied that all the preparations had been completed, and all that was needed was the professor's consent. But Bareric repeated his question. The long-haired man with the snake-like face grinned again. If the professor had doubts, they could sign an agreement with others, since he was not the only candidate for the position of dean. Bareric couldn't allow that, so he asked what was required of him. "Nothing special," whispered the snake. "Just support Siesta. It was a small price to pay compared to becoming dean." "That's more than enough." The guest grinned and disappeared like a ghost. Gray stone bastions towered over a wide river on whose banks lay the capital of the empire. Rumors ran rampant through its wide streets with cobblestone pavements, numerous canals, and bridges. They penetrated everywhere, especially gathering in places where food and drink were served. The new hero of Licentia was stirring people's minds. The young wizard who saved the entire city from a fire became the most talked about news before its main character arrived at this tavern. The vain demon listened with pleasure to the rumors, knowing that people immediately lose their heads when the conversation turns to heroes and their exploits. Elric shifted awkwardly in his chair. He had just come in to sample the capital's cuisine, as he hadn't eaten anything tasty in a long time. He had asked Isabel to hush up the matter, but she had insisted that the glory of a hero was the best way to win the hearts of the people. She promised to build him a solid foundation by the time Elric announced himself to the world. The regulars at the establishment endlessly gossiped about the wizard and the young noblewoman, which provided fertile ground for their imaginations, and the story of the hero turned into a romantic drama. Of course, thanks to this, his name was on everyone's lips in the capital, but the modest young man decided to have lunch in a different, quieter place. Elric stretched wearily. Isabel's talents had served him well, and he hoped she had made it safely to Carno. The young man turned around to call his eternal companion to join him, but at that very moment, someone's fist flashed right in front of his eye. The blow was so powerful that it raised a hurricane, and only the wizard's cat-like reflexes saved him from being hit. The residents and guests of the capital all looked in surprise at the source of the noise. Times were turbulent, and some thought that White's people had decided to wreak havoc here. Elric stared in surprise at the daredevil who had attacked him in the middle of the city, but then he caught a familiar smell of mana. "That joke went too far," said the blonde boy with a smirk. "Stand still and take at least one blow," said the guy. After everything he had been through, he thought it was fair. His eyes flashed with righteous anger. The third son of the Nestor family was determined to punish his ungrateful friend who had betrayed him. "I'm glad to see you too, my dear friend," said Elric, spreading his arms wide for a hug, dispelling the tense atmosphere. After that, he could no longer be angry, and they sat down in a cafe to have a drink in honor of their reunion. At Sean's expense, of course, since Elric had never regained his conscience during his travels. Sean agreed, but immediately returned the jab, asking how things were going with the heiress of the Y family. When the waiter approached, they placed their order, and Elric smiled sheepishly. Of course, Sean noticed the unusual smell of mana, but he waited patiently for his friend to tell him everything himself, suggesting they eat first. They clinked their glasses of sparkling wine and exchanged a few more jibes, as friends do. Then they got down to business. Sean had prepared everything exactly as Elric had asked him to in his note before leaving, but he wasn't sure if their plan would work. Now he had two tasks: to take revenge on Bareric, and to make himself known as loudly as possible. Sean lamented that Carl's servant was not having an easy time of it at the moment, and only then did he remember the red-haired witch, and was horrified that the rumors must have already reached her. The dragon fanatic would go through the roof because of the rumors. Sean shuddered. There was commotion in the Narister family's mansion in the capital, despite the late hour. Tasha had just learned that the rights to excavate the nest had been transferred to the academy, and personally to Barakaku from the Faculty of Elementary Magic. Just yesterday, public opinion was not on the professor's side, but everything had changed overnight. Hanabi's maid read the headlines of the morning newspapers, which had reached her before they hit the newsstands. It was strange, Tasha thought. Even under pressure from 6 magical families, her father would not give up the rights to the nest. Tasha asked what Sean was saying, but the maid replied that the young master was silent. This also contradicted his previous actions. Her brother used to talk about their friendship all the time, but now he was silent, thought the fiery witch. Dressing quickly, Tasha decided to change her destination. After all, the rights to the excavation did not belong to the academy or her family, so it was time to see the two little rascals. The Dean of the Magic Academy, a title that doesn't sound very impressive, but this position has extreme symbolic significance. The Dean of the Academy has influence in political and academic circles, and his position is equivalent to that of the head of 6 families or the captain of the Imperial Knights. And today, many people had gathered at the Academy for the election of a new dean. The Academy's huge amphitheater for general lectures was packed with people. The old Raven Bareric opened the solemn meeting with false cordiality, not forgetting to mention himself and the dragon's nest. He then immediately moved on to his election campaign, promising new achievements and speaking with such confidence as if the Academy were already in his hands. Sean snorted in dissatisfaction. The vain professor had begun his speech before all the candidates had gathered. Sean was still worried. Even though his brave friend had thought everything through, Bareric's influence on the other professors was enormous, and the scoundrel had no qualms about resorting to outright bribery. The snake-faced man walked past Bareric and congratulated him on his good speech, flatteringly calling him director. The old geezer immediately declared that such flattery was unnecessary, as he had already decided to cooperate with them, but he did not hide the fact that he was enjoying the moment. A contemptuous look flashed across the old crow's face. As soon as he got the position, he wouldn't need these scoundrels. Soon, he would be on par with the members of the hexagram. Why would he need an organization without patronage? And although he thought so, a sinister shadow also crossed the face of his temporary ally. This was followed by long and boring pre-election speeches by other candidates, but there was little enthusiasm or belief in victory in them. Sean glanced at the dean's chair, on which the Mervinger coat of arms was symbolically displayed. An owl holding a book as a symbol of wisdom and knowledge. But suddenly, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, his sister burst into the assembly hall. The distinguished professors grumbled discontentedly. Only members of the hexagram family were allowed to enter their area. Ignoring their grumbling, Tasha announced that she would be replacing her father as head today. Like no one else, the girl was aware of what was happening and smiled slyly, causing Sean, who was sitting in the section for ordinary teachers, to shudder. Another person approached the podium and asked for everyone's attention, and the fiery maiden signaled that she would remain silent. Sean involuntarily looked away from his sister, not understanding what she was up to. Everyone who had the right to vote for the dean had a crystal with information about the candidates. Rivern announced that they could now choose one of them and vote. Bareric nervously twirled his mustache. Everything would be decided now. He had made many promises for which he would have to take responsibility. Most of today's representatives were part of the deal. He waited impatiently for the results to be announced and fidgeted unnoticed in his chair. Rivern began reading the results, mentioning that the Melinger family was absent from the vote. Bareric frowned and clenched his hands tightly, and a gleam of greed appeared in his eyes. But before the name could be uttered, a man in a tattered cloak shouted, "Enough!" His voice shattered the tense silence in the hall. People turned to look at the source of the noise. Tasha smiled smugly, glad she had come to see the show. Inside the barracks, it was as if everything had come to a halt when the late guest announced himself as the head of the Melinger clan, the Duke of the Shining Star. He had come here to exercise his right to vote, and with that, Elric pierced his sworn enemy with a sharp glance. A murmur ran through the audience, as if someone had disturbed a beehive. They whispered that it was the scum of the Melvingers who had been in a coma. Under the flashes of cameras, Elric slowly climbed onto the podium. He walked slowly and deliberately, confident that everyone had time to realize who stood before them. The old bald man gasped, and his piggy eyes narrowed in surprise. The indignant murmur of the teachers grew louder. How could an ordinary intern cause such a commotion at the dean's election? Elric threw off his cloak like an old skin and appeared before everyone in an expensive suit. He rebuked them for ignoring the laws of the Empire, saying that as the head of the family, he had every right to occupy the place of honor. Bareric regained his composure as best he could and congratulated the young man on his recovery in a hoarse voice, but objected that the vote had already ended. But Elric did not answer him, but looked at Raverna's dog, who was standing behind the lectern. According to the laws of the Academy, if a candidate aroused suspicion, it was possible to vote again. "Anything is possible as long as the majority of voters see it as necessary," said Elric, stepping toward the professor's chairs. Passing by Rivern, he patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner, which did not escape Bareric's notice. Then, turning to the entire assembly, the young duke announced his suspicion that Professor Bareric had forged documents. He also accused him of attempted murder. Bareric met his words with a stony face, but his nostrils flared involuntarily, and he began to wheeze like a boiling kettle. Regaining his voice, the professor loudly declared that these were serious accusations and required proof. Since he had decided to participate in the election as the head of a great clan, he was obliged to follow the rules, said the professor. Elric listened carefully to see what move the old raven would make next. The professor turned to the others and asked them if they supported the groundless accusations of the head of the Melvingers. The professor's cloudy eyes narrowed into thin slits. The insolent boy would not have come without a trump card up his sleeve, but the outcome would be the same, Bareric thought confidently. A nervous silence hung in the air. To openly support the boy would be to challenge the professor, who could become dean. But if the boy turned out to be right, one could be branded an accomplice to a criminal. Everyone took a wait-and-see position and no one spoke. So Bareric asked the young duke what to do now. "There's no need to rush," Elric replied calmly. They had time to listen to the professor. A purple crystal used for negotiations appeared in the wizard's hands, from which Bareric's voice could be clearly heard. The recording contained his words, in which he essentially confessed to his conspiracy against Elric, with the aim of taking away his rights to the excavation and the family medallion. Elric smiled triumphantly. Contrary to the professor's words, he had been obstructing the great discovery in every way possible, and had always wanted to get his hands on it. A drop of sweat trickled down the old man's swollen face. "Are these accusations really so groundless?" asked the young Melvinger to those gathered. The professor shook with anger and tension, declaring all the young man's words to be lies. To which Elric replied in surprise that a man with his mana blocked could hardly have performed a magic trick to deceive so many people. The professor realized that the ball was real, the very same ball for secret communication that he had given to River, but Bareric wondered how it had fallen into the young man's hands. The professor glanced at the mangy dog, but the vile traitor did not even look in his direction. Rivern asked everyone in the hall to remain silent while the discussion was going on. Last night, Rivern had fallen into the clutches of the Narister family's guards, and Elric thought that the professor had sent him. But it turned out that River had come forward voluntarily and was waiting for Melvinger to recover so he could give him something. In recent days, Bareric had been acting more and more like a madman, lashing out at him and demanding that everything be resolved, even though he himself was afraid to stick his nose outside his cozy office. The constant tension got the better of Rivern's gentle nature, and he could barely stand on his feet. Elric smiled. The sly Rivern had served him well by keeping the ball. They would have dealt with Bareric anyway, but the evidence made everything easier. The mangy dog had made a recording as a backup, and it seemed that Elric had saved him in the nest for a reason. Elric continued his accusatory speech, saying that Professor Bareric had appropriated the rights to the nest, even though they belonged to those who had found it. His words sounded like a death sentence to the old raven. These accusations were enough to remove him from the election and start an investigation. Without the rights to excavate, all agreements with Bareric became null and void, and his accomplices instantly turned against him. However, the young duke's history also raised questions among the professors, as it seemed that the boy had been cured of his illness. They said he had been in a coma, but now he looked completely healthy, and they asked Tashi if she knew anything about it. The fiery witch smiled, amused by what was happening. She would have liked to know what was going on, but Mervinger only communicated with her dim-witted brother. Bareric realized that he had lost everything and resorted to outright lies, claiming that the ball was a fake. It was no longer the dean's chair that was at stake, but his head. He darted his eyes around in search of salvation like a rat cornered. Suddenly, the old crow received another blow. His nighttime guest, who had promised protection, now stood next to Sean Nestor. They had been in cahoots from the start, Bareric realized. The man next to Sean changed his face, and instead of the snake-like man, he was now looking at him as Carl, the family servant. All this time, on Sean's orders, Carl had been fooling the professor, which was a good way to relieve his pent-up stress. Even Elric shuddered at such treachery. The professor's face took on a beastly grimace, while Elric broke into a devilish grin. When the hall fell silent again, the young duke suggested that the assembly proceed with the re-election of the dean. Everything went smoothly from there, as Bareric withdrew from the race, and they easily chose the most agreeable and mild-mannered candidate. Even the first demon was impressed by this turn of events, watching as the insolent little man sprawled in the chair of his honored ancestor. The old raven seemed to tuck his tail between his legs and simply walk away. The demon noticed, and asked if it was wise to let the enemy go so easily. Elric used his power of speech on the professor and began to boldly joke about his baldness. Bareric did not respond, which only further provoked the young duke. The veins on the professor's face bulged, and he thought about how he should have strangled the little bastard himself when he had the chance. But better late than never, ancient runes sounded in the hall, and a purple lightning bolt shot toward the young duke. "How dare this insolent brat mock him!" the 8th Circle mage roared, exploding with rage. The hall was lit up by the ominous purple light of Bareric's magic, and the guests began to buzz with alarm again. They shouted at the young duke to run, but the boy remained where he was. The floor of the hall cracked as if struck by lightning, and a terrible rumble was heard. But the young duke deflected the blow with his magic. A white blizzard, a 5th Circle spell, surprised the teachers who found themselves under the blue dome. But the old raven did not stop there and recited the ancient spell again. He hurled many clumps of viscous darkness at the young man, but Elric deflected them all. The gray-haired professor recognized the magic of the hero of Lazenta. He had read about it in the newspapers. Others were surprised that the young duke had deflected the 6th Circle lightning spell. Everyone was deeply shocked that the disgrace of the Mervinger family, with their bad temper and blocked mana, was capable of such a thing. Elric smiled tensely. He thought he could handle Bareric, but deflecting the spells of a 7th Circle mage was exhausting. A purple tree of lightning burst from the professor's hands again. But this time, the purple discharge struck the pillar of flame, and the floor of the hall cracked again from the powerful spells. The air in the amphitheater filled with heavy heat as Tasha Nestor released her magic. She was the youngest 7th Circle mage to have tamed a fire phoenix. Following her, all the other professors and guards intervened in their battle, warning that any further action by Bareric would be considered terrorism. The heads of the 6 great families and other selectors were no match for the evil professor in terms of raw power. Such open hostility gave them a reason to suppress him by force. The professor froze, already thinking of surrendering, but the boy mocked him again. The young duke adjusted his suit, and without taking his devilish eyes off the professor, provoked him again. And he succeeded. Bareric's blow hit Eric right in the head. The mad professor finally lost his mind and fell into a rage. The explosion of his spell raised a cloud of dust and smoke, hiding the insolent boy. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the young duke was lying unconscious on the ground, and Mephisto whistled admiringly, calling himself the Lord of Demons. If this fair-haired demon had been born into their family, he would surely have become their lord. Thick chains of numerous restraining spells fell upon the mad professor, as if he had become a rabid beast. Rumors of this incident spread through the capital like wildfire, flying over rooftops and penetrating courtyards. In the minds of the listeners, the two vivid events that had occurred one after the other merged into a single story, and it was established that Elric Mervinger was the hero of Lazenta. From crowded taverns to luxurious restaurants and noble houses, everyone talked about nothing else. Bareric was expelled from the academy in disgrace for attempted murder, conspiracy, and blackmail, and was arrested. The news spread beyond the capital, reaching Paul White, but unfortunately the messengers did not survive the meeting. At the same time, in the ancestral castle of the Blue Lions, the head of the family, Herman, came to his senses. Sean read the laudatory headlines in the newspapers about his insolent friend, barely containing his disgust. He couldn't take it anymore, and asked why he had to read this. Elric was once again playing the role of the sick man. After he had transferred the excavation rights to the Neristars, they had taken him under their wing. Shaun muttered indignantly that the reporters should find out his true identity, and asked Elric who had taught him this. The arrogant idler got out of bed and declared that he hadn't been idle for the last month, especially in Lacent. But then he remembered Isabel, and his face lit up with the fire of youth. Shaun hoped that everything would go smoothly now, but his friend replied evasively, "Who knows?" But just in case he had any ideas, loyal Shaun asked him to leave it for the future, as his father wanted to meet with him. Guy Nestor, Shaun's father, was one of the great sages of the Ninth Circle, the most powerful magician of his time. A genius among geniuses, even Eusden Melwinger wanted to make him his apprentice. When they arrived at the Narrister residence the next day, Elric snorted indignantly. He knew, of course, that his best friend lived well, but not to this extent, and he was still so stingy about money. He should have asked for more, the young man thought, glancing at the castle on Mist Hill, which was a veritable impregnable fortress. No wonder the Narrister family was considered the strongest in the Magic Tower, Elric thought as they approached the portal. But one day that title would belong to him, he smiled. The journey to the head's house took some time as they climbed the mountain where the castle stood. Shaun informed him that Elric's sister would also be there and handed him a letter he had forgotten to give him earlier in all the commotion. The young man anxiously took the letter from his sister, whom he had not contacted for a long time, and began to read it. While he was at the Narrister residence, she asked him not to disturb his friends and to be ready for a meeting, and if he ran away, he would die. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Eric's forehead. If there was anyone he feared in this life, it was his strict sister. Mephisto looked at the boy in surprise. It seemed that their family had its own demon king, since he was trembling with fear. Shaun comforted his friend as best he could. His sister was an angel in the flesh, as long as she didn't cause any trouble, and she had worked hard to get her brother into the academy, where he had studied for 7 long years. Elric thanked him for his kind words, but if only Shaun knew her true nature, he wouldn't have said that. Shaun knew better than anyone what it was like to have a problematic sister. You didn't just call someone a witch for no reason, he smirked. Since she was proclaimed a genius, she had become simply unbearable, he admitted, completely unaware of Tasha standing behind him. After a brief scolding of his younger brother, they went after Tash to their father's house. Elric thanked her for her help at the academy, but the witch knew that he could have handled such a trifle himself. Shaun immediately teased his sister, asking her why she had helped him, since it was clearly not out of noble motives. They began to argue like real siblings, and Elric watched the scene with some amusement. As they walked, Tasha warned him that there were special traps in this area that even an average mage would have trouble getting out of. But when they turned around, Elric had already vanished. The transition happened so quickly that he didn't even notice it. The boy was a little confused, not understanding what was happening or where everyone had gone. Even Mephisto had disappeared somewhere, offering no help in this difficult moment, walking in pitch darkness toward an unknown destination. Until a reddish eye lit up before him, and an incredibly powerful magic combining all the elements revealed itself. Elric studied the intricate workings of the strange magic that skillfully combined so many different spells. Then the entire space was filled with a thick, sticky fog, and he heard someone calling his name. Someone is watching him, thought Elric, and turned around. The voice asked him if he recognized the magic he was looking at. Elric was alarmed. The trap he had fallen into belonged to someone no less powerful than an archmage. The voice called out to him again, asking why he wasn't answering. But there was no point in answering. He was a guest of the Nestors, so he could pretend he knew nothing. The fog began to swirl around his feet, and the speaker realized that the boy wanted to escape. His emerald eyes flashed proudly. "Mgla," he said. In the darkness sat an old man with white hair and bandaged hands, in a meditation pose. The old man could no longer see what was happening in his fog, as if the boy was using it to hide. If he hadn't been interrupted, Elric would have deciphered the magic, but now he would be in trouble if he just stood there. "Are you leaving already?" asked a voice, and the ground disappeared from under his feet. Shaun stared into the fog in shock and asked Tash if they should call his father. "The true palace of the Blue Mist has been opened," said a voice behind them. Guy Nestor stared menacingly at his offspring, and wanted to know what was going on. Even at home, they addressed him as Sir instead of Father. Elric had disappeared before they entered, they told Lord Nestor. Looking at the seal of the mist, he immediately realized that his great-uncle had a hand in this. The illness must have flared up again. Lord Nestor sighed heavily. Shaun squeaked like a frightened chick that they couldn't just leave everything behind. After all, his friend was the head of the Melvinger clan. He was very worried about his desperate friend, but all he heard was a quiet chuckle. Tasha smiled slyly, thinking how her troublesome brother could worry about anyone but himself. She liked this beginning of the era of the Shining Star Duke, and Lord Nestor agreed with her. He also wanted to know how strong the young Melvinger was. The pink mist gave way to a mountainous landscape, and Elric once again had no idea where he was. Elric put up his defenses before the spell reached him. For some reason, both Otto and Mephistopheles were constantly surrounded by troublesome old men. Gritting his teeth, He tried to resist the onslaught of mana with various elements, dominated by the attribute of wind. Hot as June, the wind full of fire turned water into steam, so that a light, cool breeze gathered it together into a veil of fog. The fog was so thick that it exerted strong pressure, and Elric thought that this old man was capable of summoning a typhoon. Although he did not seek to harm him, he was clearly provoking him, and the young man decided to unravel this magic as soon as possible. Back in Lazenta, he had sensed that all his magic without the ice attribute was weak, so he decided to use the method of transforming mana and wind and apply it to his ice. He went further and changed the circulation of mana that connected the soul and the seals, just like in the battle with the knights. Elric tried using other elements together with ice to strengthen them. His hands emitted a pure blue light like the northern ice. The mist around the mage began to move. Mana surged in the dragon's heart, and then came a surge of power that rolled in like a tsunami. His demon seal filled with bright light. And in that same second, Elric fled, reappearing in the same place from which he had vanished. Brother and sister stared at him in bewilderment. It would have taken a six-circle mage a day to escape, and even Tashi had spent several hours on this trap. But Elric managed it in less than an hour. The demon noticed that the power of the Yeti seal had grown. This high-level magic impressed Mephisto, but the boy not only broke free from it, he also managed to steal it. Guy clapped his hands. It was worth going to the dean's election after all, he said and came closer. Not long ago, this brat had been suffering from a debilitating illness, and now a sixth circle mage stood before Lord Narrister. Hearing the surprised exclamations of Sean and Tashi, the young duke frowned. Then he formally greeted Lord Narrister, and they shook hands. Without a hint of regret in his voice, the lord apologized for the inconvenience. The young duke smiled and politely said that it had been an interesting experience. After that, the lord invited him into the house. The ill-fated fog dissipated, and Elric was able to see the luxurious mansion worthy of the emperor himself. Sean hurried his friend along, saying that the whole family was waiting for him, and the young man paused for a moment, unable to remember the last time he had been with his family. Carnoy Castle stood firm against the cold winds, its sharp towers constantly brushing against the vagabonds, who whistled resentfully over the rooftops. After many days confined to his bed by illness, the Blue Lion awoke and rose. Isabel was the first to rush to her father's neck and hug him tightly, just like when she was a child. Even though he had been bedridden, he remembered everything, including that none of the doctors had been able to help him. So, ruffling his beloved daughter's hair, Hermann asked her how she had managed it. The girl confessed, wiping away her tears, that Sir Elric had helped her. And at that name he felt a vague anxiety, like any other father with a grown daughter. Despite his long illness, Hermann got out of bed that same day. How could he continue to linger, especially when he was so eager to see this talented young man, even if it meant crossing the continent? For the first time in a long time, he donned his knight's armor. He was once again radiant with vigor and energy, as if he had been rejuvenated by 20 years. Meanwhile, at his brother Paul's castle, the knights knelt in the hope that their lord's wrath would pass them by. The lord drummed nervously on the armrest of his throne. Isabel had fled, his wolves were dead, and his hated brother had returned from the dead. And the only surviving knight had just exploded before his eyes. All this is the work of one magician, the lord hissed furiously. Heisen suggested that a curse had been placed on the unfortunate man's body. He reported to the lord that Hermann had left the castle with a squad of hawks and wanted to meet with the young Lord Mervinger. The wolf of the Will family smiled with the corners of his mouth, and the lion weakened, not rushing to him first, but galloping off to gather his vassals. The brother and the young Mervinger must not meet, the lord ordered in a cold tone. He is only alive because he has this mark, Paul reminded the trembling knight. Elric couldn't get used to the luxury of this palace. It looked more like the work of a jeweler's dollhouse. Sean hurried him along and went ahead. The grumpy demon behind him asked if Guy Narester was human. Elric glanced nervously at Mephisto, and mentally asked if he was a demon. But fortunately, the evil spirit did not mean that. Still, he was puzzled as to how a pathetic little man, not even of the Mervinger family, could have achieved such a level. And all without the help of a creature from a higher race, he exuded a monstrous pressure. Elric breathed a sigh of relief. Humans had not been fooling around all these years while the demon was gathering dust in a cave. The mage began to count on his fingers. The heads of the magical tower, the house of the great lion, the imperial inspectors, the Protestant Union. There were many different forces in their era. Mephisto was surprised to learn that, besides the Golden Lion recognized throughout the continent, there were others equal to him in power. The demon smiled maliciously. There must be a reason why he, the Great One, had awakened in this era. How long had it been since he had felt alive, where countless beasts fought for a chance to become king, and chaos and hatred reigned? The pleasure of victory that comes with the crunch of your enemy's bones under your feet. He demanded that his powers be restored immediately, growling pompously. But Elric refused to listen to the possessed madman. When he entered the dining hall, the entire Nestor family was gathered, with his mother and younger twins already seated at the table. The little ones argued endlessly and teased each other, excited by the new guest in their home. Their mother quietly but sternly told them to behave properly in the presence of the hero of Lazenta, whom the children loved so much. Despite Lord Narister's cold aloofness, Elric felt warmth and comfort within the family circle. It reminded him of his own quarrels with his sister. His mother had spoken just as gently, telling him it was not proper to behave that way at the table. If his parents were still alive, they would be sitting at home having dinner just like this. Mrs. Narister noticed his pensive expression and thought that Elric didn't like the food. He quickly apologized and explained that he had been overcome by the pleasant aroma, and Mrs. Nestor sighed with relief. After dinner, they sat down in the living room to discuss business. Elric was transferring the rights to the excavation to their family because he was indebted to Shaun. Still, the Lord couldn't help but ask if the young Duke harbored any long-standing grudges against him. Tasha looked at her father with concern. The fall of the great Mervinger family did not happen overnight. All these years after his parents' death, the world seemed to have ostracized him, and he and his sister had tasted betrayal and humiliation to their heart's content. "The past is the past," the young Duke replied evasively, citing his circumstances. The Nestor family had remained neutral during his isolation. They couldn't help him back then. Mephisto raged that Mervinger should grovel before the descendants of those who had groveled before them hundreds of years ago. "Pride won't pay for food," Elric sneered at the demon's thoughts. His lineage weakened after devastating wars. One day, he would surpass all the mages in the world, which was why he had come here to assess their strength and capabilities. They said nothing more to each other, but it seemed that the Lord understood everything and asked them to count on him if they needed anything. This meant that their houses were now bound by an oral alliance of complete and comprehensive support. The Lord asked the young Duke not to feel burdened, as they were friends with his son, and he was grateful for the excavation rights. It was a bold move on the Lord's part, and a risky one, as he was supporting a house whose entire power lay in a single wizard and his name. Such a gesture would not go unnoticed by the other families of the hexagram, and the Lord had much to lose. It was difficult to tell what he was thinking from his stern gaze. No one noticed a shadow creeping up to the living room window. There was the sound of breaking glass and a crash, and they turned around. You'd have to be crazy to do something like that in front of the Lord, Elric thought. But then he recognized the uninvited guest and grimaced in disgust. The man in the cloak, whoever he was, clearly despised door handles. Otherwise he would have used them instead of breaking through the window. In a creaky, elderly voice, he said that the boy would be his apprentice. Looking at the acrid black smoke billowing from the floor, Elric remembered how Shaun had told him about Lord Narister, who was so obsessed with talented people that he kept them in his home as guests. The true power of this family lies in the gathering of these people. Servants burst into the room and stood up to defend them. They asked the advisor to leave, as he had shown disrespect by breaking into the Lord's office. White Knight Augustine Nestor, head of the council and teacher of all the members of this family, took off his hood, and his thick gray hair rushed down like the whirlwinds of fog he controlled. The old man raised one eye to the Lord and asked for forgiveness, saying he was in a hurry. But the Lord was in no hurry to change his anger to mercy, and, flashing his eyes from under his thin-rimmed glasses, asked him why he was there. The old man pointed with his bandaged finger at the insolent and shameless boy in front of him, and repeated his desire to take him as his apprentice. The Lord tried to dissuade him, saying that this boy was the young Duke Mervinger, but Elric stepped forward, as befitted the head of a great family, preferring to speak for himself. He politely greeted Master Augustine and bowed. Shaun and Tasha started, for they knew this crazy, annoying old man and his quirks well. The old man was surprised that the insolent boy who had stolen his magic had heard of him. Elric replied that his late father had often mentioned the wise man, and that if his family had had such a support, they would not have been broken so easily. Augustine frowned. He had not known Elric's father, but who did not know such a great master, the boy replied. Shaun and Tasha were even more amazed at how freely Elric conversed with the stern old man. Since the boy already knew who he was, that made things easier, and Augustine asked him directly if he would be his apprentice. Elric flattered him by rejecting the offer, saying it was too generous. But the mad old man cut off his stream of flattery and excuses, stamping his foot and summoning his magic. "You must respect your elders," the old man shouted. And even Lord Nestor realized that the boy had gone too far. The entire room was flooded with the dazzling trail of Augustine's magic. It was as if he were in the middle of the night sky with a scattering of the brightest stars, and the young Duke marveled at the sight. And before he could figure out what was happening, the old man struck him on the back of the head with the palm of his hand. It all happened so fast that Elric, losing consciousness, thought it was teleportation. But then he realized that the damned madman was just very fast. In the light of his strange magic, everyone watched silently as Master Augustine took the old man away. Laughing eerily, the old man took the boy and disappeared through the window as suddenly as he had appeared. No one dared to move in the starlit sky. Tasha indignantly asked Shaun why he was standing there silently while his friend was being kidnapped. but his brother only grumbled that because of his crazy friend, he would never live to see old age. Mephisto grinned. The little man had once again deprived him of his gift of speech with his antics. Soon another victim would fall into their hands to satisfy him. The first thing Elric saw was the face of a weathered, gray-haired madman right above him. The boy jumped back several times as if from a fire. He didn't understand where he was, but then the ground disappeared from under his feet. Before Elric fell, the old man grabbed him by the collar of his clothes, as if he were a mischievous kitten. "I almost lost my first student in a long time," grumbled Augustine, his movements hardly senile after what he had seen. The boy had started a game with the master to get him to take him on as a student, but instead, the old man had kidnapped him. Worse still, he dragged him to the top of a terrifying mountain as sharp as a knight's spear. Nevertheless, the young mage tried to pull himself together and restore his mana circulation. But to his surprise, he discovered that his mana was not moving, as if the blocking disease had returned. The old man realized from his haunted gaze that the boy had noticed everything. "You'll learn everything soon," he said to the boy, and unclenched his fingers. The answer reached Elric at the bottom when he felt himself falling into the abyss. Now he was rapidly gaining speed, unable to grab hold of the rock. "They're standing each other off," said Meph, grinning devilishly. The demon muttered that the boy didn't appreciate him at all, and Elric indignantly reminded him that if he died, they would both disappear. "But what could the wretched evil spirit do?" asked Mephis, and Elric reminded him of the seal of the first sin. The demon's eyes flashed. He wasn't so stupid. The boy couldn't use his mana, but there was plenty of it in the air. Taking advantage of this idea, Elric summoned a gust of wind, a handheld tornado that slowed his fall slightly. But he still gained tremendous speed, landing like a meteorite and raising a cloud of dust. Elric coughed heavily, nearly dying from the mana block, feeling helpless again, just like in the past. But then, he pushed those thoughts aside. It was more important to figure out where he was. This area was unlike any land he knew on the continent. "A labyrinth of blue fog," explained the voice of the mad old man who seemed to be following the boy. Looking around, he saw picturesque mountains stretching out before him, standing like columns of ancient ruins in the misty haze. The old man's voice praised him for his resourcefulness. It was not for nothing that he had taken the boy as his apprentice. However, Augustine could not simply teach the boy the magic of the Nereids. In addition to being the family's chief advisor, he was also the head of the grassland school, he told the young duke. This knowledge could only be passed on to one heir, and had nothing to do with the Neresters, so the boy should have no problem learning it, whispered the old man. Elric stared at Mephistopheles in surprise, because he had never heard of such a school. The school turned out to be so ancient that even the demon was surprised to hear about it. He said that it was a school that used martial arts instead of magic. It was a type of martial art in which the body was strengthened through the circulation of mana. The demon flashed his eyes. This was very useful for him, because this school taught how to harmonize different attributes. This knowledge could help the young man normalize the intertwining of mana. He was incredibly lucky with his teacher, grumbled Mephisto. Elric touched his chest. He was at a dead end because different types of magic refused to mix inside him. Now he understood why the old man had sealed his mana. He felt the movement of mana in his heart, different streams boiling there without mixing. While Elric was chatting with the old man, he didn't hear the quiet scraping of long claws on the rocks. Once the boy understood everything, it was time to get started, Augustine told him. Now Elric was on the territory of fierce wolves that were 3 times stronger and larger than usual. If the boy had heard of the grassland school, he should know that its teaching method was based on practice, Augustine said, and wished him luck. Elric glanced into the crevice from which the strange sounds were coming. At that moment, huge wolves leaped out. Meanwhile, the mad old man listened indifferently to the indignant cries of the young duke. "Is it normal to just stand and watch, since the boy is a novice?" someone asked the head of the council. Augustine thanked him for the harsh words, and replied that although the boy had no experience, that did not mean he had no skills. "It would be bad if the wolves got a taste for human flesh," grumbled the head's companion, while Elric was thrown against a rock by the blow. But the huge wolf with gray fur didn't give him time to rest. Elric gathered mana from the air and responded with a counterattack, causing the wolf's head to crack like a ripe watermelon. He clenched the sharp ice shard in his palm and looked at the other wolf. The ancient, overgrown old man smiled through his beard and long mustache. The boy would surely fulfill his centuries-old dream. He ordered Guilty, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, to join in the fun. Even the Imperial Inspection Bureau did not know the exact number of members in this organization, but they were very powerful, and their main goal was to overthrow the Emperor's tyranny. And now, among the advisors of the Nestor family, was the former leader of the revolutionaries, the King of Monsters. Guilty Tens sat proudly on a tiger, and on his shoulders sat a 2-headed eagle, spreading its wings across the entire width of the cave. He was a broad-shouldered man with eyes as yellow as a beast's, and an unbridled fury in his gaze. Elric gasped for air, having barely managed to deal with the wolves, but in his current state, he was incapable of doing more. Even after he killed several beasts, they did not retreat. Another fearsome predator was approaching him, larger than the previous ones, and there was only enough mana left in the air for 2 breaths. Never before had Elric needed the weapons he had used in the mountains so badly. If he had known, he would have trained beforehand. Then, he remembered a book about strengthening the body that he had read on his way to search for the dragon's nest. An excellent idea came to him, and the young duke smiled boldly. The Tiger King had passed this art down from generation to generation, but Elric was going to simply imitate it, borrowing the principle itself. This technique gives the body the strength of steel. As the book said, the body is a small copy of the world created by God, and Elric took up a fighting stance. Just as mana circulates in nature and air passes through the human lungs, the body can change depending on breathing and focus. And from this choice, countless possibilities are awakened, and when the mind unconsciously chooses one of them, the body begins to change accordingly. Elric swung his arm. He no longer had any illusions, simply looking at the world as it was. His reflexes and intuition, his fighting technique, were created by shifting these 2 aspects. There was no plan. He simply believed he had made the right choice. With all his might, he delivered a powerful straight blow to the wolf's jaw, shattering it instantly. Even the demon lord himself was stunned by the sight. Elric moved like a martial arts master, not making a single unnecessary movement. Even more, he fought as naturally as water running in a mountain stream, deftly avoiding sharp rocks. After the fight, he sank heavily onto the rock behind him and gasped for air, the defeated beasts lying at his feet. Augustine advised him to find moss growing on the shady side of the cliff. The young man stood up and tied the sleeves of his cloak to his belt. Since he had been told to kill all the beasts, he would do so, and Elric was full of confidence despite his deadly exhaustion. The wolves found him again in the rocks and attacked him with the whole pack. For the next 10 days, the boy fought relentlessly, so that time flew by unnoticed, until he finally reached the place where the reddish moss grew. But even there, the wolves attacked him, not allowing him to rest properly. For ordinary people, it was a medicinal plant, but the boy possessed the power of the cursed seals. Even more moss could increase their power, and now Elric could easily deal with the wolves. He tore several stalks of crimson moss with his bloodied hands. Elric was still angry at the mad old man who had simply thrown him into the abyss to the beasts. But thanks to that, he had improved his seals and increased his mana. He even mastered the martial art he had read about, because his heart of mana had been blocked. Then he approached the last wolf of the valley, which was watching him from the darkness. But the wolf was not alone in the darkness. A rider was hiding on its back. "What an amazing boy!" a strong voice reached Elric, and to his left a white tiger leaped onto the rock, as if it had stepped out of a painting. Unexpectedly, the boy found himself surrounded by formidable enemies. The horseman jumped off the wolf's back, and his chainmail boots clanged loudly against the stone. Elric looked warily at another inhabitant of these strange lands. The man with a shaggy mane and lion-like yellow eyes promised to take him as his apprentice if the boy defeated the wolf. But the chief madman of the Misty Mountains, Augustine, immediately interrupted the conversation. Waving his arms indignantly, he had waited too long for a student to give him up so easily. The men immediately began arguing about who could teach the boy. The demon snorted in dissatisfaction. Could it be that after everything, the little human thought he was the worst option? But Elric was no longer so sure. When the young duke suggested that they ask his opinion first, the king of monsters approached him and patted him confidentially on the shoulder. They had indeed been too hasty. The boy should have known who he was, but he was very surprised to be refused. After all, he was already being taught by a mad old man, and Augustine laughed when he heard this. But guilt immediately offered to teach him the art of mirage, for everything has its price, thought the former leader of the revolutionaries. With this art, one can freely control the beast, which is why he was given the nickname King of Monsters, said Guilt, his amber eyes flashing greedily. Indeed, the rule of one teacher was invented by narrow-minded people, said the young duke, instantly changing his opinion. The evil spirit patted the mad old man comfortingly on the shoulder. He was familiar with this. Melvingers and honor were incompatible concepts. But just as Elric was anticipating wonderful and useful knowledge, Gilton waved his finger in front of his nose. He reminded him that they first had to deal with the wolf, pointing to a monster the size of a house, its eyes like lanterns, its nostrils flaring ferociously in front of him. This battle would be excellent training for his skills in learning the ways of the mirage, the king of monsters informed him. He noticed that the boy had replenished his mana with the help of resurrection flowers. But this wolf must be defeated with martial arts, Giltone warned. However, before he could finish, the huge wolf was struck by a powerful blow. It was blown away like the last autumn leaf by a sharp gust of November wind. Augustine found the joke amusing and triumphantly bent his arm while Giltan stared at the young man in amazement. Mephisto snorted haughtily. What else could be expected from a dishonorable little man? The tiger lazily scratched behind his ear. That's all there is to it. The bold boy grinned and spread his arms. Then he turned his emerald eyes to the one who had been enjoying his suffering all this time. He stood in front of the old man, waiting for him to make his next move. Augustin praised him for his good work and placed his bandaged hand on his shoulder, from which a warm light emanated. In one fell swoop, they were transported to the sanctuary of the Chronicle of the Night, the entrance resembling a mine shaft and thickly covered with resurrection flowers. As soon as the boy took a step toward the sanctuary, he became alert. From inside, he could sense a familiar viscous and gloomy aura. A demonic domain, something only demon lords could create, said Mephisto. Now he understood how the flowers of resurrection had ended up here. Augustine noticed from the boy's reaction that he had already sensed everything. He chuckled under his breath, not surprised, since the boy was a descendant of the Melvingers, who hunted demons. The old man touched the doors of the shutters, and mysterious writings appeared on his bandaged hands. When they entered, they discovered an Oriental-style temple with thick columns made of solid cedar trunks and picturesque engravings on the walls. The founder of this temple was an alchemist who had been searching for herbs in the East. One day, the demon lord took his wife and daughter, and the founder, wanting revenge, chased the monster to the ends of the earth. But the demon was still too strong, and the founder had to combine the knowledge of the West and the East, so he was able to absorb the demon's power and become stronger. Elric was surprised that the founder had not been able to take revenge, even though 1,000 years had passed. Justice will soon prevail, Augustin told him, as he continued to lead them deeper into the temple. And then Elric realized that their guide was the founder of this place. The long corridor ended in a sanctuary covered entirely with seals. Mephisto marveled at the old man's power. The demon he had sealed was incredibly strong. Elric only now realized how powerful his current mentor was. Augustine chuckled into his beard, having already boasted enough to his student, and modestly remarked that there had been no other way to fight that battle. Now it was time for everyone to achieve their goal, he said. Elric was speechless before the mighty demon who slumbered here in chains of oblivion. The monster he must defeat. The old man stared at him with his cunning, narrow eyes. That was why he had taken him as his apprentice. The young duke looked suspiciously at the fossilized monster the size of a dragon, and wondered if the old man's brain had become moldy with age. But Augustine was not joking, and clarified that they needed to deal with the seal. Even if the boy was an ordinary human, he was capable of it. The old man smiled. Elric trembled with excitement and didn't know how to respond. Augustine raised his hand and asked him not to worry, saying he understood the boy's excitement. But the words did little to calm Elric, for he could not know for certain what was true and what was false in this story. To convince him, the old man began to unwrap the bandages on his hands, and this alarmed Gilton. Every mage has his own technique known only to him, he said, and inscriptions lit up on his hands again. The same was true of him, for he had the hand of a dark elf. Augustine threw off his monk's robe, and everyone saw his dark, charred hand. If the light elves lived in forests filled with sunlight and eternal spring, then the dark ones hid in the cold darkness of the dungeons and worshipped demons because of their inclinations, and they were soon exterminated. Transplantation was forbidden dark magic, especially if the organ belonged to a demon. Even Lord Nestor did not know this secret. But now that Augustine had revealed his weakness to him, he hoped the young man would trust him. The old man looked at him again with a sly squint. He himself had discovered the boy's weakness when he was unconscious, though he had not wanted to. He knew about the ability to absorb and use demons, and that was what had prompted him to kidnap the young duke. They had something to offer each other, but he left the final decision up to the young man. Because everything that had happened was simply the greed of an old man. The king of monsters and his loyal tiger stared intently at the young duke. Elric thought to himself that greed was one of the deadly sins. But was there anything wrong with wanting to destroy a demon? The boy himself craved more power. After everything that had happened, the mage could no longer refuse his teacher and greeted him politely, as is customary in the East. He spoke with complete sincerity, so that now there should be no shadow of suspicion between them, as between a true teacher and his student. The old man also smiled gently and accepted his new student. The young man realized that he simply had to absorb the demon and asked if the monster had a name. The old man frowned, for the demon was called by different names in different lands. The chroniclers of the night themselves called it the cruel beast Huel. After a few minutes of preparation, Elric began his task. Even Mephisto recognized the demon's power. The young duke approached the printed demon. Elric asked Mephisto how to devour this crocodile, and he snorted indignantly. Only recently had this little man been talking so confidently. The magician could not refuse someone who asked him so insistently for help, but now he wanted to know how demons devoured each other's seals. Mephisto snorted contemptuously again. For demons, this was like eating something that could not be taught to humans. The magical pendant of his ancestors did not react. Last time, it had worked on the Yeti Queen because of a task. Then Elric himself cast a spell in the language of the soul. "Devour," he commanded. Huel trembled and growled fiercely, as if he were about to break his bonds and rush at them. A wave of dark, suffocating energy erupted from the demon. The wizard concentrated on what he had been doing for the past few days. He used martial arts, harmonizing different attributes of mana, binding them with the seal and the speech of the soul. In an instant, Elric found himself in the middle of a jungle as hot and humid as a sauna. He looked around, but apart from the dense vegetation, there was no sign of life, not even animals or insects. With trepidation, he made his way through the thickets, realizing that the reason for such deathly silence was the predator that lived there. The further he went, the more distinctly he felt the carnivorous gaze of the monster upon him. Elric stopped, waiting for the blow, not knowing whether it would come from above or below. But even with his inner vision, the wizard could not detect where the demon was. Meanwhile, a huge mouth full of sharp spikes opened above him. The mage jumped aside, and then saw a huge shadow that blocked the last rays of sunlight in this gloomy realm. A huge crocodile stared at him intently with predatory eyes that blazed with fire while the boy thought about how to fight this monster. But that was impossible because Elric did not know how to absorb the crocodile's seal and was looking for another way. "Usually, Melvingers fight first and ask questions later," said the demon, staring intently at the man. Elric grew nervous. They had figured him out too quickly. The demon quickly figured out that he had Mephisto's seal, the heart of a dragon, and the speech of the soul. The crocodile smacked its jaws loudly. If a normal human fell into its paws, it would already be dinner. The shadow that filled the entire space growled fiercely. His time was up. He ordered Melvinger to continue being insatiable. "Strive for more, satisfy your greed and ambition." Elric froze, and if he followed his advice, they would meet again. The seal on the wizard's hand was colored with a new pattern, and then the vision ended, and he returned to the temple. In addition to the two existing marks on his hand, a new one appeared. Guilt and Augustine were as surprised by the young man's quick return as he was. Even Mephistopheles was surprised that the crocodile had so easily given up his name. But on the other hand, he had no choice. The demon had long since died and was maintaining itself in a sealed state, and absorbing it was his only chance at resurrection. Elric remembered the demon's words that they would meet again if he became stronger. And it seemed that this was what the crocodile wanted, for him to restore the original power of the seal. Old Augustine suggested that the demon had lost its status after being defeated. Mephisto snorted contemptuously again, for no one had asked the madman to interfere in the conversation. Elric wondered why his teacher had brought up the subject himself. "The Seal of Fury," he said clearly to Elric. "Hule was originally known as an evil spirit, one of the lowest demons who fear their own death, but they are incredibly resilient. With this seal, he would be able to sense danger, recognize his opponent's weaknesses, and act accordingly." The old man called this the sense of evil. Tears streamed from Augustine's eyes like water from a dry stream. After so many years, the Night Chronicle had received Hule's seal and the sense of evil. All the young man had to do was raise the level of the seal and fight the king. All their efforts over 1,000 years had been for this. "The sense of evil feels like a tremor in the body and a tingling in the heart," said the young duke. That was exactly what he felt when his loyal friend burst into the hall and called him. He was surprised that Sean had managed to get in, but the copper-haired boy said it didn't matter now. "He has big problems outside," Sean said, and when Elric found out what was going on, he broke out in a cold sweat. Tasha was sitting in her private office in the capital, looking bored when a maid asked her to take a look. When she found out who the visitor was, she asked that she be detained and not allowed inside. The young girl with golden hair and a pretty face was carrying heavy luggage herself, and asked the courtiers if her younger brother, Elric Mervinger, was staying there. The friends flew at full speed before the two disasters collided and destroyed the capital to the ground, both well aware of their sister's power. Sean was at a loss for words when Elric told him that he had to stop Tash, but it was as if he didn't know the fiery witch's character, and they were rapidly approaching the city. Tasha raced like a fiery bird over the rooftops, knocking out showers of fiery sparks. Elric's sister had sacrificed her entire life for him, despite his debilitating illness, but he was still more talented at magic than she was. And even so, the only person the young duke feared was his older sister, which made Tasha curious about what kind of monster she was. The servants informed her that her brother was there, but they couldn't let her in. In that case, the girl asked them to call the third son of the Shona family, who should know about her arrival. But the stone-faced guards apologized to her again and remained standing like statues, guarding the portal. Then the mistress of the house appeared at the threshold, quietly descending from the sky. Her golden hair swayed sharply in the air as she turned around. The fiery witch introduced herself formally, as befits a person of noble birth, her eyes burning with curiosity and defiance. "Hayes Melvinger," replied the young duke's sister, curtsying politely. Full of grace, like a dazzling flame, Hazel had heard about the fiery witch. But these words did not reflect her true perfection. The flow of beautiful flattery confused Tash. And all this just to ask why the devil she wasn't being allowed inside. The red-haired witch referred to checks and necessary procedures. Hayes asked how exactly she could prove her identity, and Tash's eyes flashed predatorily, saying that only a magical duel could show who was who. Hayes apologized for not being able to use magic, and a fiery monocle appeared around the witch's eyes. "What about an aura?" she asked, and she hit the nail on the head. "An overwhelming power emanated from the young heiress of an ancient family," said Hayes. "It's just an identity check," Tasha replied, and there was a loud explosion. The debris whizzed past the stone guards, nearly hitting them. Her black dress fluttered gracefully as she swayed her hips, and a heavy hammer the size of an anvil appeared in her hand. Before the stone debris fell to the ground, Hayes asked if the witch had played ball when she was little. The blow from the monstrous hammer sent stones flying in all directions. This game was familiar to her, so Tash easily stopped the stones with her flames. Tasha recited a runic spell and breathed fire at her opponent like a dragon. Then, swinging with all her might, Hayes hurled the heavy hammer at her. It flew forward like a burning comet. Tasha smiled tensely, thinking that the heiress of an ancient family of wizards was skilled in martial arts and could easily wield a sledgehammer weighing over 100 kilograms. On the hammer's handle flashed a black skull, the recognizable emblem of the strongest mercenary squad. 1-0, Haz smiled smugly, and Tasha promised not to hold back anymore. But then they heard words of power, and a gust of wind pushed the two rivals apart. They stared in amazement at the source of this power. Hayes grabbed the unruly boy, as she often did when they were children, before he landed. He smiled sweetly at his sister. It was their first meeting in a long time. "Let's talk, brother," she said, and her green sapphire eyes flashed a destructive look. After the battle, the fiery witch asked for Hayes Mervinger's personal file. Tasha tensely reread the contents of her incredible rival's file, but there was very little information about her. This was to be expected. The Black Skulls were skilled at covering their tracks, and the number of their enemies was equal to the number of missions they had completed. The Fire Witch thoughtfully crossed her fingers. This was a great chance for them to gain a reliable ally. The Black Skull Squad worked for no one but the House of the Great Lion. If that was true, it would be wise to maintain good relations with the Mervingers, and the Narristers would have nothing to lose. Meanwhile, the older sister spoke to her brother in the language she had grown accustomed to over the long years of his upbringing, and which he understood best. During their separation, her brother had done well for himself, even mastering magic, and now he could even stand up to her. For some reason, her sister's words sounded as if they were tinged with the bitterness of wormwood. The anvil struck again like thunder in the place where Elric had just been standing. He was saved only by the sense of evil he had recently acquired. Just like when they were children, his sister preferred to break his legs to keep him from doing stupid things. The demon saw the wizard so frightened for the first time that it was hard to believe they were brother and sister from the Melinger clan. Only an aura emanated from Hayes, no mana, and she leaped into the sky like a bird. "You reckless boy," she whispered. "Try to endure this." "Protect her," Elric chanted the words of power, and a spell burst from his hands. Honeycombs formed into smooth hexagonal tiles. But he was like a piece of soft iron under a blacksmith's hammer. Her hand trembled and she stopped before her brother became a flat, bloody spit of shreds, and looked reproachfully at him, strong and majestic. Although the fight was over, he did not feel any lighter. Rather, his conscience weighed heavily on him. When rumors reached Hayes that he had taken refuge in the nest, she was sure that he was suffering from a mental illness and wanted to help him. But then disaster struck. He lost consciousness for several days and disappeared for a month without telling anyone. These words weighed heavily on him, each one weighing a ton. It had been 6 months since their last conversation, and her authoritative voice trembled as if steel had turned to wax. "Does he know how worried she was about him?" Hayes asked, and salty tears streamed from her eyes. All her life, his sister had looked after him, raised him, and warned him. But she always took his side. Like a real troublemaker, Elric couldn't stand it. But after their parents died, they were all he had left in the world. So how could he allow himself to be a boy? Hayes had to grow up fast and take on the burden of responsibility. But she no longer needed to be strong. Now he had a way to revive their family. And all this time he had been carrying out special missions, Elric said. He looked into his strong sister's eyes, which had become lakes. One thought kept him awake at night. If the demons returned, then the Mervinger clan could not stand aside out of respect for their ancestors. That would be just as disrespectful to their mother and father, who had given their lives in the last war. That was why he was now heading north again, where another important task awaited him. With a confident voice, the younger brother declared that he could handle anything, and at that moment, she realized that the boy had grown up. Elric promised to fight just like his grandfather. All the memories of the past few months flooded back to him. The soullessness of the battlefield, the bitterness of loss, and the cry of death. But so did hope, the warm words and support of friends in times of trouble. He had many enemies, but they would all be defeated. And at the end of the road, only the light of the stars would remain. After saying this, he looked at his sister again and fell silent. "Next time I'll definitely cut off your head," she promised with a smile on her face, as she always did to show she was no longer angry. Elric grumbled indignantly that she could have said something nicer in the heat of the moment, praised him for how he had grown up, and so on. The demon listened to their reconciliation with a gloomy face, all his fun ruined, and he had been so hoping that the boy would be flattened. People are too sentimental, he snorted. In the dark night sky, the crescent moon shone brightly, like a thin sickle for the harvest. In a field of tall wheat, its ears bending under the weight of the harvest, stood a man in a plague doctor's mask and a dark cloak. In his hands he held a box with a seal of fiery wings and the figure of a demon with a goat's head. "In the name of the resurrection of Lord Azazel," a voice whispered, echoing the howling wind in the field. In the pink clouds of the setting sun, a bird flew, its wings gliding steadily, held aloft by rising air currents. And on the ground sat the young duke in a meditative pose. His eyes were tightly covered with a wide strip of cloth. However, he could see everything around him perfectly well without their help. Extending his hand forward, he allowed a hawk to land without fear of the bird's sharp talons. His training progressed quickly, Giltone told him, having watched everything from the sidelines. The boy had mastered the skills of control perfectly, but before Gilton could get closer, Elric struck him with an open palm, and instead of Gilton, the old man Augustine appeared before him. Just as he had mastered the skill of controlling wild animals, Elric had also mastered the feeling of evil, so his teacher praised him. He told the boy that his training here was complete, and that he now needed real combat experience. Elric breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed wearily onto the ground, right into the dust. He hoped never to see those annoying old men again, but they loomed menacingly over him, saying that the teacher was forever. After 3 months of training, he had indeed suffered a lot, but he had learned a great deal from them. They had already heard that he was going north, and Gilton was even waiting for souvenirs. The cheeky boy smiled and again expressed his hope that he would never see their faces again. With these words, he rushed into the sky like a lit projectile launched by a catapult, leaving a fiery trail behind him. The two venerable warriors indulged in sweet, nostalgic memories of their past campaigns. Back then, they were young and full of strength, but now they were hiding in this refuge like rainworms under a rock. "Wouldn't it be more cheerful if the grieving disciple returned here?" asked Gilton. But the old man did not think so. After 100 years, disciples ask too many questions about his age. Still, students grow old while Augustine felt young. At the end of her brief meeting with Tasha, she thanked him politely, saying that the fiery witch would be supervising the excavations, and Elric signed the papers. He was surprised to find that she was now addressing him informally. As a member of the hexagram, she took care of his affairs at the academy so that he didn't have to worry about attendance, and the requested carriage was already waiting at the main entrance. He knew, of course, that the Phoenix girl was obsessed with dragons, but he never imagined he would see her like this, as if a leprechaun who had found his pot of gold had appeared before him. The young man shuddered involuntarily, hoping that their friendship with the Neristers would hold, as he now had one more person to repay, and he thought about Isabel. The sword with a lion's head pommel returned to its scabbard like an obedient dog returning to its kennel, quietly rattling its chain. German Weil glanced contemptuously at the thick carpet of chopped-up bodies. Paul should have sent someone stronger, and the Duke felt insulted. It was just a cunning wolf weakened after all the battles. A voice like a quiet blizzard, gentle and cold, was heard from behind. She approached her father, stepping softly in her high leather boots. Her uncle would fall as soon as the lions united with Mervinger. Her father's knights laughed and ruffled the girl's hair, who was like a daughter to them, refusing to see her as a grown and powerful lady. The knights wanted to visit Paul for dinner and settle all family squabbles with a swing of their swords, but Hermann refused, reminding them of their main goal, to protect the proud Isabel. Now they had to meet with the Duke of the Shining Star and thank him personally, and only then deal with Paul Wilde. The white, neat houses of the small village were hidden in a cozy valley between green hills from the setting sun. A figure in a black cloak quietly asked the man who had approached him why he was not yet the Blue Lion. They had thought before that getting rid of the old, sick lion would be easy, but who could have thought that the long-extinct Mervinger family would stand in their way? But they would deal with that later. First, they had to make the wolf the head of the family, said the masked man to the first captain, Hilton. As soon as the wolf takes the title of Duke, his body and strength will be used in the name of Lord Azazel, said the man in the mask, and the captain shuddered at his voice, and his eyes flashed like red-hot beads. The sky above them was clouded with black shadows, harbingers of battle, flapping their wings and stirring up a storm, sensing their imminent death and their feast. The carriage was waiting for him at the foot of the castle on Misty Hill, as promised, the horses snorting contentedly in the morning coolness, anticipating their ride. But the road did not bring him those carefree hours of relaxed contemplation, when the landscape slowly changed like water in a lagoon to the measured clatter of hooves. He had thought he would drive the carriage himself, but Carl, Sean's butler and servant, was the coachman. Sean himself sat in the chair next to him and grumbled that he was accompanying him on his father's orders. As if that weren't enough, his sister had also gone with him on the journey, instead of staying home to look after the household. But two old men begged to be allowed to ride in the carriage with him, not afraid of breaking their bones on the road, the wizard complained. The venerable warriors were extremely offended by his attitude and sat opposite him, The demon also snorted discontentedly, muttering through his teeth that the trip would be noisy. Elric laughed nervously. Now there were 7 people in the carriage, if you could call them that. The perfect number for a long journey. This is more like a family trip than an adventure, the young man sighed. The interior of the carriage contained space-expanding magic and resembled a luxurious lord's study. It seemed that the narrators liked to travel in comfort. Sean continued to stare out the window with a sour expression. They were strange company. Hayes quickly got along with Gilton's wild animals, especially the tiger, which was stretching lazily like all lazy cats. Thus began their real journey. Lord Nestor drank tea in his study, a hint of a smile touching his usually stern and reserved face. Thinking of the amusing company that had set off for the north, his mustache quivered again with laughter, and the lord took another sip of hot tea. The butler noticed his lord's mood, which he had not seen since his youth, and asked if something good had happened. How ridiculous, the lord smiled again, looking out the window. Fate had mixed an explosive combination of characters in the cabin of a single carriage, and the lord was curious to see what would come of it. While they were driving, either out of boredom or old habit, the sister began to criticize Elric's manners. Sean laughed when they were compared, calling him noble and setting him as an example to the young duke. The wizard grimaced contemptuously. His friend had never been particularly concerned about manners. Hayes promised the old folks she'd fix things and teach her brother how to be a noble guy. Gilton and Augustine were clearly amused by what was happening. With all the grace of a true lady, Hayes thanked them for their understanding. Elric grumbled indignantly that he was already grown up and didn't need such nonsense. But the expensive furniture behind him suddenly cracked. "Let's take a walk," she asked. The most terrifying creature in the world was staring at him. Even the god of demons couldn't compare to her, thought the frightened boy. He laughed nervously and asked why she needed that thing in her hands for a simple walk. In her hand, the girl clutched the handle of a heavy anvil, which she affectionately called a skull crusher. She grabbed her brother by the ear and dragged him toward the exit. The evil spirit laughed, sensing something amusing. He patted himself on the chest in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the carriage driven by Carl was traveling along a forest road. The butler noticed something strange and stopped the carriage. Elric was the first to look outside to see what had happened. 3 ragged men with crooked knives in their hands blocked their way with a threatening look. The vagabonds declared that this was their territory and demanded payment from the travelers. Even Carl was speechless at their stupidity and courage. An awkward silence hung in the air. No one knew what to do. The oldest of the vagabonds, who looked like an emaciated old man, was surprised by such a reaction to their threats. He began to shout menacingly that blood would surely be shed. Then the young duke came out looking annoyed to sort things out. But Giltone stopped him, following him out to settle some old scores, and also to show the young man what a great teacher he was, and to feed his white tiger at the same time. The ragged men cowered as soon as the predatory beast appeared before them. Out of fear, the beast seemed many times larger than it actually was. Gilton told him to watch closely. Then he would understand why he was called the King of Beasts. But Elric waved his hand and recited the words of power. A chunk of ice fell from above like a broken iceberg and sank deep into the soft ground. The vagabonds who had planned to rob the unfortunate travelers were terrified and trembled. Gilt and his hungry cat were left with nothing to do, so they asked the young man why he had intervened. At first glance, the wizard realized that these were not bandits but hungry residents of the surrounding villages. The vagabonds immediately fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Their families were truly starving, driving people to desperate measures and crime. However, if they were defenseless, would these vagrants listen to their pleas? Asked Elric distantly. The criminals did not know what to say and looked down guiltily. The oldest among them, whom the others called the Elder, struck his forehead against the ground again. He broke his face until it bled and begged for mercy for the others, taking all the blame upon himself. But his companions declared that it was their fault too. After all, they had wanted to help their families and loved ones. The young duke had no intention of staging a public execution and hanging the criminals on posts by the roadside, as was customary in those days, and decided to simply test their words. When they entered the village, they saw its inhabitants, weakened and sitting in the street, warming themselves in the sun, although the village itself was not deserted. Misfortune had befallen their village not long ago, but the last few years had been dry, and with starvation looming in the winter, they had decided to become bandits. As they walked through the village, Mephisto pricked up his ears and caught a familiar energy. The village elder lamented endlessly about what had happened as he led them. Augustine suggested that the young duke spare them, as this region lived its own life, and imperial officials rarely ventured here. There was some truth in his words. Hunger was a terrible thing, and drove people to make sacrifices. His noble position obliged him to help the lower classes. And Elric agreed that they couldn't just dismiss their reasons. Hearing this, the village elder perked up. He began to bow again to the young and noble wizard. He promised never to rob people again, clasping the nobleman's hands tightly, which made Elric feel uncomfortable, as he was not used to such treatment. After that, he asked Mephis what he was fussing about. The evil spirit sensed demonic energy, albeit weak. Listening to his senses, the wizard felt the same thing. When the travelers passed through the village, they found themselves in a wasteland. A narrow strip of land was surrounded on all sides by mountains, empty and lifeless like the table of a poor villager. Even the birds were afraid to fly over it. Augustine felt nothing unusual about this place. This was definitely the place, thought Elric. And Mephisto was sure of it too. The demon still demanded a reward in the form of a potion for his help, and the wizard sneered contemptuously. What else could he expect from this spawn of hell? First, they needed to go deeper, and the magician asked everyone to step back as power flowed from his hands. Pierce, he chanted the spell. An ice stake of gigantic proportions pierced the ground, which cracked like frozen caramel. The village elder was amazed by such monstrous power, which he had never seen before. The wizard rushed toward the hole he had made. In one swift movement, he descended from the mountains like a gust of wind. And in the place where the ground had split open, he found the lid of a small chained chest. Augustine deftly slid down the mountain, despite his advanced age, to look at the find. As soon as they opened the chest, a sticky, mud-like, sinister slime burst out of it. There was no doubt that this was the work of demons. When the darkness cleared, they saw a figure of a deity with a goat's head inside the chest. Mephisto frowned. He recognized this object, or rather, he knew who was behind it. The god of demons had 4 great descendants. Mephistopheles represented original sin, Satan Apocalypse. Lilith was the sin of rebellion. And last, the tyrant who commanded the most formidable army of demons, the demon of madness, Azazel. He had a special passion for humans, and destroyed hundreds of villages and cities during his invasion. His totem in the wizard's hands was created for human sacrifice, clearly the work of Azazel's followers, said Elric. The demon was surprised that the boy knew about his brother, but he dismissed it, saying that he had simply read about it in a book. What was more important was that someone was trying to perform a ritual after which all the villagers would be sacrificed. Then everything fell into place. That was the reason for the state of the village in which they found themselves. Elric grimaced again in disgust. There was nothing more repulsive than demons hiding among humans. While he was thinking what to do with the chest and the figurine, Augustine intervened and suggested giving them to the authorities. Mephistopheles immediately grimaced like a dried eggplant. He wanted the boy to absorb this power and give it to him. To his horror, despite his promise, the wizard agreed with the cursed old man. But what could he do, asked Elric. If he absorbed the power, the authorities would never find out. He then offered a deal, the power in exchange for the secret of his seal. Of course, such a brazen trick would not work on a demon. Having shattered all the devil's hopes, Augustine gave the casket to Shaun. Then Mephistopheles begged, saying he would agree to anything except the seal. But then the demon Hul, whose seal he had recently received on his hand, intervened. Before Elric could do anything, the evil spirit broke free from his hand and rushed toward the casket. He devoured it faster than a child eats sweets stolen from the table before the adults can take them away. The old teacher and faithful friend froze in surprise and demanded an explanation. The magician thoughtfully ran his hand through his unruly hair. He had been made a fool, and the evidence he had found had disappeared. Mephistopheles flew into a rage, for what he had stolen from under his nose was now rightfully his. Elric suggested that the whole village had become like this because of one totem. The cultists gathered in a dark cave near the statue of Azazel. Despite being underground, the cave was stifling from the smoke of wax candles. One of the figures in a dark cloak bowed to the ground, while the others stood silently. When he raised his head, it was as if lightning had struck him and he shuddered. Some heretics dared to disrupt their ritual, he said to the others. A worried murmur ran through the ranks of the cultists. Like all sectarians, they feared that their plans had been uncovered, and that they would all be sent to the capital's square to be burned. But the chief cultist asked the deity to be merciful to them, and promised to punish the heretics. Then they began to chant in unison that they would resurrect their master, their cries echoing loudly, making the cultists feel as if there were more of them than there actually were. The sect leader once again praised himself for choosing such a good place to deceive superstitious fools, and said he would meet with Kaya for the resurrection ceremony, his eyes flashing ominously. Meanwhile, the hero of Lazenta and his entourage stood by the dam, which was filling with water again. Once upon a time, there had been many fish in it, and now it was possible to release Fry into it again. Elric was surprised that no one had noticed the demon's tricks. The water would allow the peasants to irrigate their fields again and harvest their crops. So despite the hunger and exhaustion on their faces, smiles began to appear. Unfortunately, not all of the weakest old people and children survived this ordeal. Augustine patted the young man comfortingly on the shoulder. They handed over all the evidence they had found to the authorities, who would now investigate and punish the provincial governor for his negligence. He would have liked to shake things up himself and sort everything out, but now it was the Empire's business. The young wizard thought again. Now, under the supervision of the Bureau, the cultists would definitely not be able to act openly, and he had to find the flower garden. and improve Winter as Otto had instructed him, and only then could he completely untangle this web of evil. The village elder tearfully thanked them again for saving them from disaster. The drought would soon end, and the peasants would be able to survive on this land. But before the young duke left, the elder called out to him. He wanted to know the name of the noble wizard who had saved them all. Now the young man could proudly call himself by the name he had received from his parents. Elric Mervinger, he said, and smiled. Surprisingly, even in this remote place, people had heard various stories about him. The stars of the Empire shine again, smiled the village elder, and hope that he had long lost returned to his mind. After a short adventure, they returned to the carriage and drove through the forest. A light silence hung between the travelers, the kind that comes when all business and arguments have been settled, stories have been told, and everyone is lost in their own thoughts. Carl called the young man again and asked him to look out for a moment. He did as he was told. This time, their path was blocked by people in masks and expensive suits with red emblems, members of the Imperial Inspection Bureau. These people behaved arrogantly and confidently, as those who are endowed with special powers by the authorities and placed above others tend to do. Their emblems bore a sword that punished criminals, and they were looking for Elric. Their pomposity immediately enraged the young wizard, even though his family had fallen into decline and he still held the honorary title of Duke. The entire bureau was the Emperor's secret service, and they had a bad reputation. For their own ends, they resorted to murder, kidnapping, and bribery. Their power was equal to that of the Magical Tower and the family of the Great Lion. So it was no surprise that their dogs appeared here so quickly after the report about the demons. But even if the Emperor was behind them, they were behaving too arrogantly. Elric sighed indignantly. He smiled and simply nodded without answering their question. The dogs immediately reared up. No one dared to behave like that in front of them. They were used to their interlocutors trembling with fear and being in chains at the very least. That's why their leader demanded that they show respect for the Emperor's daggers, immediately baring his fangs and releasing his fighting aura. But the young duke just looked at the dirt under his fingernails, like he was letting them know what he thought of them. Let them be the Emperor's dogs. But there was no one among them with the rank of duke, and they should have shown respect. His overwhelming aura made the dogs tuck their tails and bow their heads. In an instant, the pack lost all its confidence and fighting spirit. The black mist surrounding the wizard took the form of the demon Hyul with his vicious mouth. In terror, the dogs bowed low and respectfully, as was their duty. On the same level as Magnus, the head of the searchers thought anxiously. Then he glanced at the masked man standing behind him and caught his gaze. As if receiving instructions from him, the leader of the dogs removed his mask and politely apologized for his rudeness. Mephisto smiled smugly. The boy knew how to present himself, all because they had taken him for a fool, Elric replied. The young duke warned the searchers that next time he would speak directly to the House of Peer. The head of the spies was forced to bow, but still did not recognize the landless title that the insolent boy was hiding behind. But his face darkened even more when he heard a dry, elderly voice. Augustine Nestor said that they were lucky today. In the boy's place, he would have long since impaled their heads on pikes. The seeker couldn't help but recognize the old man, White Knight. His mere presence made him shudder with fear. To make matters worse, the arrogant boy was a student of the strongest monster in the tower. The chief bit his lip and promised himself he would whip all the intelligence agents when he returned to headquarters. After exchanging pleasantries, they sat down at a transparent table on equally ghostly chairs. The agent who took off his mask introduced himself as Patron and said he was from the 4th Department. That department had sided with the Crown Prince in the recent War of Succession, so it was surprising that he was interested in this situation. Elric still pretended to be a proud and indifferent aristocrat. Patron continued to explain the situation, though the corners of his mouth trembled with anger. He said that their group had been searching for traces of the demon for a long time. Recently, they had found a nameless group, but to the spy's surprise, Elric already knew their name. Grigori. Frowning, he told Patron that he had apparently forgotten which family he came from. Mervinger, the detective, replied, of course he hadn't forgotten, but their family was considered extinct. They are natural enemies of demons, Patron added, and the young duke raised his nose mockingly. There were only 8 totems found in and around the village, but they had been given only 1, and the spy wanted to know where the rest were. Demonstratively clearing his airways, the mage replied that he had the totems, even though it was illegal. The spy immediately read out a long article from the legal code. Elric immediately responded with equal precision, saying that civilians were allowed to keep such items for research purposes. The Duke declared that he had already obtained permission, and again mocked the head of the department for his incompetence. Patron decided to let it go, and first find out how the young man had learned about the location of the totems. They belong to the Mervinger family, the young man replied again. Such an answer could hardly satisfy the nitpicking inspector, who was used to meddling in other people's affairs. But Elric interrupted his indignation, saying that these were the secrets of his great clan. Again and again the insolent boy stepped on his toes, making the inspector angry as a dog. At that point, the young duke decided to end their meeting. He had said everything he wanted to say. The snoopers had no choice but to accept it and leave empty-handed. Sean, who had approached, appreciated the performance, and the Emperor's fierce dogs left with their tails between their legs. His sister also came to praise him, saying that if it weren't for her brother's negotiating skills, she would have responded to each of them with her hammer. But these dogs, once they've picked up a scent, will never let go, Gilton objected. Of course, the worst of the Melvingers had no intention of leaving things as they were. Even Augustin, who had seen a lot, was surprised by the young man's approach. If someone was hostile toward him for no reason, he couldn't let them go, said the young duke, his eyes flashing. Late at night, when the full moon rose high in the sky, they went deeper into the forest. Patron knelt down and asked for forgiveness for his mistake. The man before him told him to raise his head. It was not his shame, he said, and the magnificent ring on his finger flashed blue. The disguise fell away, and Patron saw the true appearance of his master and the crown prince. They had counted on there being no witnesses in this remote and dark thicket, only wild beasts, but a single small bat was watching very closely. Elric saw everything perfectly through the bat's eyes, and heard everything through its ears. The crown prince was young, but older than Elric, and his movements and gestures betrayed his thorough training. His handsome face did not remain serene like the surface of a clear lake, even when he was angry. However, he knew how to admit his mistakes. It was his selfish whim to see Melvinger, and envy had blinded the prince, causing him to underestimate his rival. That was why Patron looked incompetent and brought shame upon himself. The servant asked him not to speak that way, but the prince continued, as it had been his personal matter until then. But their priority remained the same, to destroy all traces of the demons, and Patron bowed low, accepting his will. They already knew that Viscount Garant was one of Grigori's vassals. Patron had already checked everything. There was no doubt that they were demons, and in order to secure the best heir, they had to destroy the demons. Mistakes were unacceptable, the prince said authoritatively, and Patron bowed lower. With that, their secret meeting came to an end. As the prince's servant, Patron knew that he had not forgotten his fiancée, Lady Isabel, whom he had renounced. She was weak, and such a union would not be accepted by the aristocracy. The prince wanted to see for himself the man who had saved Isabel, and about whom there were so many rumors. This meeting was supposed to ease the prince's torment, but they were unable to pin him down and ended up disgracing themselves. Even though she was his former fiancée, she was the chosen one of the crown prince, who would become the son of the empire. And that meant that anyone who stood in his way or cast a shadow with their presence had to be eliminated. This was what the loyal dog Patron was thinking about now. He didn't even notice the little gray bat clinging to a branch with its claws, watching the upside-down world as usual. After the head of the quarter division addressed his men with a proclamation, they found themselves in the territory of demons that needed to be eradicated. The lands of Viscount Garant were engulfed in flames, and his castle itself was drowning in acrid coal-black smoke. At the top of the hill stood 3 figures dressed in the uniforms of the 4th Division of the Bureau. They began their operation and rushed into the heart of the fire. By following the prince's dogs, Elric learned much more than he had expected. The identity of the prince who had appeared here did not concern him as much as the information about the demon's lair. While the Viscount's family and the Bloodhounds were spilling each other's blood, Elric would simply walk in and rob the burning house. They would gather all the spoils and disappear. That was the young wizard's plan. The old men would cover their retreat. With these thoughts in mind, Elric took out his mask. It was time to feed the demon. Mephistopheles smiled, and their small squad stepped onto the castle grounds. The city was in chaos. The fire raged like a drunkard on a Friday night, and the walls crackled from the heat. The trio rushed toward the Viscount's house, past people fleeing the fire in terror. Elric had seen such a scene before, when the flames had nearly destroyed the entire city of Lazenta. The people inside the fortress walls were like mice in a trap, and Sean understood his friend with a single glance. They changed direction toward the fortress walls. "Let's make a small passage," Elric shouted to them. The air rang with the cold as icy arrows appeared. Their stream crashed into the castle walls like a storm wave, and the fragile stone crumbled. When the walls fell, all the defenders heard the crash and started to move. Elric prepared a second volley and told Sean to watch closely. This time, a rain of arrows fell from above onto the castle's defenders, but the sharp needles did not kill the people behind the walls. They turned into demons with sharp claws and wings, for they no longer needed to hide. Such was the true nature of the cultists. "2 old men will watch the rear, so he can go wild," the mage shouted to Sean as the demons rushed toward them. Sean rushed toward these eternal enemies of humanity. 2 sharp gusts of wind as sharp as sabers flew from his hands. They easily cut through the lower demons, but their numbers grew. And then Hayes stepped in. She and her hammer didn't care who their enemy was. The anvil took off one fallen demon's skull at a time, while Sean cut down those who tried to attack from the air. Hayes' power was staggering. Even after everything he had seen, Sean found it difficult to get used to it. He wondered where such strength came from in such a fragile-looking girl. With a graceful sway of her hips, she asked her brother to go ahead and leave the small fry to her. Elric did so without hesitation. Meanwhile, the demons carefully removed the totem that had been so carefully guarded in a steel safe. Despite their haste, they worked carefully, afraid of ruining everything. All their hopes were that the Bureau's searchers would not find this place so quickly. In the meantime, the fallen cultists would have time to carry the totems out through a secret passage. But then they heard a suspicious groan, like the sound of a mountain rock when water freezes in its crevices. The arch could not withstand the pressure and collapsed directly onto the demon's head. And standing on the pile of debris was a man in a bureau suit who simply made his way straight to his goal, bypassing the castle's confusing corridors. The demons were terrified that they had been found so quickly. But here, a whole buffet smiled quite happily under Elric's mask. Meanwhile, a fire was destroying the city, and a terrifying fiery tornado rose, sucking in the hot air with a howl. The Viscount flew into a rage when he was told that the searchers had already found the basement, and his servant asked him to leave immediately before it was too late. Garrett felt a sticky fear envelop him. They had struck him too quickly. Perhaps there was a spy among them. A traitor, he thought, not noticing the flash of flame outside the window. An explosion rocked his tower, destroying the entire office. Only the fact that the Viscount was a demon saved him from the Bureau agents who burst in. All this time, he had been running and hiding from them, so the searchers happily grabbed their swords. Patran not only sent him a spy, but also ransacked the dungeon. The Viscount muttered viciously through clenched teeth, but the head of the 4th Department knew nothing about this. Then the Viscount was filled with dark rage and decided to make his enemy talk by force. But Patran only gripped his sword tighter and pronounced a death sentence on the demon worshipper. The two rivals leaped toward each other at the same time. The explosion from their blows nearly tore the roof off the entire tower and brought it crashing down. The echo of this explosion reached Hayes and Sean, who had already finished dealing with the minor thugs. At first, they thought he had done something himself. They could still hear his voice. Using a blinding spell, Elric ran out of the castle walls. He shouted to them that the time had come. Sean thought his friend must be joking, but Hayes understood her brother's plan and swung her anvil above her head as if it weighed nothing. Then she hurled it at the castle's supporting columns. The hammer pierced them through, and the massive building shook under its own weight. The demons scattered in terror like mice. Now their work was done, and the team rushed toward Augustine and Giltone. They were waiting at the breach in the wall, also dressed in 4th Division uniforms, with a carriage at the ready. Augustine grumbled discontentedly that he had become his student's errand boy. But guilt quickly reminded him that he himself had wanted to mock the 4th Division. When they got into the carriage, the teacher asked what to do next, since they had already rescued all the residents. "Just leave," said Elric, and behind him, hell opened its gates wide. In the morning, agents from the 4th Division of the Bureau were searching the ruins of what was left of the castle. The Viscount had escaped, and Patran was furious. He was left with bare ruins, the embers still smoldering and the stones giving off heat. After clearing the debris, his men discovered the dungeon the demon had mentioned. Initially, they wanted to obtain evidence of the demons for the Crown Prince. This would increase his chances of taking the throne, and Paran's career would skyrocket. Besides, there was another option: to find false evidence and accuse Elric Mervinger of having ties to demons. Two birds with one stone, the Crown Prince's dog grinned. But his dreams were interrupted by a shout from one of his men. When they unlocked the heavy steel safe, which had easily survived the fire and the collapse of the house, they found it empty. Patran thought at first that the demons had managed to take everything, but then the demon Kaya would not have accused them of theft. And then Patran put 2 and 2 together. Someone else was involved in this. Now everything became clear to him, which only reinforced his suspicion that there was a demon spy in the Bureau. Elric smiled smugly after yawning. He was happy after last night. The mere thought that his prank had succeeded, and that the Bureau would come up with all sorts of schemes to catch the wizard, filled him with delight. Augustine also chuckled. The scoundrels had messed with the wrong person, he praised his student. But the evil spirit above his head was still snorting discontentedly. Even though the wizard had allowed him to absorb the demonic energy, Mephis was displaying remarkable pettiness for a great lord. Elric said it would be easier to tell the demon about his seal, but it only gnashed its teeth harder against his ear. Then they took several totems out of the safe, the mage holding them as if they were boxes of cookies. He cleaned out the pockets of every demon he managed to freeze. Looking at the spoils, Mephisto declared that if they let him go this time, there would be no more deals. Elric agreed, and all the fines hovered in the air before him. Then he absorbed the demonic power from these items. Mephistopheles was in 7th heaven, either from long hunger and imprisonment or from absorbing Azazel's power, but to his horror, the food quickly ran out. Elric had not forgotten to keep its level equal to his own, so that the demon would not accidentally take possession of him. He offered again to tell him about the seal of original sin and promised to give him the remaining power. This scoundrel is worse than any devil, thought Mephistopheles. And now he was smoldering with malice like a damp candle over the young magician's ear. Understanding the seal was not easy. One had to know the demon's true name, and he would not reveal it. He could have obtained a simpler seal of the same type as the original sin, but the trouble was that Mephisto did not know those lower than him in the demon hierarchy. Elric was awakened from his thoughts when a familiar rotten smell of demonic power hit his nostrils. It came from somewhere outside, through the window. Their carriage was still traveling through the forest when a demon stepped onto the road. "Damned thieves!" wheezed the wounded Viscount Garrett, his whole body seething with rage. He lunged through the forest like a wild beast that had caught the scent of its prey. His eyes turned into fiery coals, and his mouth, full of long, sharp fangs, twisted into a predatory grin. The thieves had stolen his relics, but they gave off a special scent that only a demon could track. There was also a demonic mark carved into his shoulder. He needed to strengthen it by consuming one of the totems, and then he would tear the insolent men to pieces, thought the fallen Viscount. Augustin noticed the demon's presence, and was surprised that they had become so bold as to show themselves even in broad daylight. Hayes suggested going out to check, but the old man said it wasn't worth it. The girl was surprised by this decision, because the one who had invited him was supposed to meet him, and Elric agreed with Augustine, smiling as he looked at the goat-headed figure in his hand, which he had deliberately left intact. Hayes was even more surprised by her brother's greed. He wasn't satisfied with just a few totems. He wanted to add another demon to his collection. Their carriage looked like an easy target, but Garant knew it was a trap. He grinned maliciously, anticipating the return of his totem, but then someone called out to him. Elric left the carriage and approached the fallen Viscount with the demon figurine in his hands. The Viscount bristled, still badly wounded from the previous night and unsure of who stood before him. Then the young wizard took off his mask and smiled warmly. The Viscount saw the hastily made mask and realized that he had been tricked, which enraged him so much that he forgot his weakness. He lunged at the insolent boy in front of him with his claws out. Mephisto smiled. Even though Garrett had lost his hand, he still possessed the powerful seal of a demon. He lunged like a wild forest cougar, swiftly and skillfully. Elric narrowly avoided death by a hair's breadth. He had just wanted to test how much stronger he had become. The razor-sharp claws flashed again in the forest twilight, but the wizard dodged easily. He landed softly some distance away from the demon. "All demons will fall," said Elric, and showed his power. Magic flowed in golden veins, and he gathered the spell into a dense bundle. A crown of sharp, golden crystals formed above him. The wizard said pierce, and the crystals turned their sharp edges toward their target. The demon furiously began to smash them with his claws, but such pitiful strength could not stop him. Then he lunged again at the worthless mage, mocking him. This time, the demon struck with all his might. But unexpectedly, the wizard responded in kind. The bones cracked like snow in the frost when their fists collided. The explosion of the blow scattered sharp fragments that flew like buckshot into the forest. The demon staggered back, unable to withstand the counterattack, and had to slow down with his claws to avoid flying further. The mage waited in front of him for the dust and smoke to settle a little, his very appearance causing the demon to feel uneasy. But Elric himself felt that he was playing with death. After the blow, a purple slime as sticky as tree resin remained on his hand. The poisonous demonic energy quickly absorbed through the pores of his skin and entered his bloodstream. To stop the poison from spreading, the mage froze his hand, but he would have to be careful not to get any more infected. The fallen Viscount noticed this and smiled confidently. He prepared to attack the strange stranger again. With a powerful flap of its wings, the demon sent a poisonous mist toward the mage. The mist was thick, as if someone had thrown fresh leaves into a fire, and it smelled like a sewer in a fish market. Now the poison was seeping into Elric's defenseless body very quickly, and he couldn't freeze the wind to stop it from spreading. But there was something he could do. Spreading his arms, the wizard froze the ground around him with ice. Then he created a stream as cold as an icy blizzard and directed it at the demon. Now the poison was returning to its master, reinforced by the icy stream. The Viscount simply waved away the stream, confident that he would not harm himself. But when he looked ahead again, he did not see the insolent little man there. At that very moment, he felt an ominous presence behind him, one that could not have come from an ordinary person. Before the Viscount could move, magical chains bound his arms and legs as if they were alive. Elric immediately struck him with an open palm directly in the chest while the demon was immobilized. It was the blow of the Queen of the Ice Mountains, piercing and powerful like a battle ram. The demon fell to his knees, a pitiful man possessing the powers of Hull and the Queen of the Ice Mountains, familiar in the world of demons. The wizard's hand fell like a steel plate on his skull. "Leave this futility. All demons will fall," said the magician, his emerald eyes flashing coldly, and he began to absorb the power of the demonic seal. Squeezed dry like a lemon, the demon fell to the ground, a lifeless shell. Elric looked at his remains with a cold gaze. Mephisto pondered the boy's words. "All demons will fall," he said right in front of him. A crooked smile appeared on his gray face. The boy clearly made it clear that despite their forced closeness, they remained enemies. This meant they were thinking the same thing, and one day they would meet in battle. The evil spirit gloated. For a while, the young wizard simply stared at the body at his feet. his heart still pounding in his chest after the battle. Then the delayed pain caught up with him, and Elric fell to his knees, clutching his chest. Hayes and the old teacher saw this and rushed to him. Too much poison had entered the boy's body. Augustin used healing magic, and warmth spread across Elric's back. The flames of healing gently enveloped his body, and he felt better, so he was able to stand up. This demon was strong, Elric told them, coughing up black mucus. They've always been like that. And this one was weakened, Augustine replied. The demon lay with a glazed look in his eyes. If he hadn't been wounded in the last battle, Elric would have lost, said the teacher. The cocky boy immediately declared that he would have won anyway, and the 1,000-year-old man had nothing to say about such self-confidence. The demon would certainly have been defeated. They would not have let the boy be harmed, no matter what condition he was in. Such vanity would surely be his undoing. Augustine scolded the insolent boy and reminded him to restrain himself. Elric snorted. The teacher should have said those words with a different expression. Even after what had happened, the ancient old man was proud of his student. Among the ruins of Garanta Castle, the 4th Division continued its search. They had been searching on Paran's orders for several days now, but to their disappointment, they had found nothing. But his discontented grumbling was interrupted by a blow to the chest, the attacker's hand piercing him like a piece of cheese. His eyes flashed with the scarlet flames of demons, and his refined face was serene. The bureau agent froze in terror, unable to move or scream like a rabbit before a wolf. Before he could utter a cry of alarm, a hand clamped over his mouth with a steel grip. The man shook, held up by one hand like a rag doll, and then crumbled into ashes. Kaya had lost, the demon realized, surveying the ruins of the Viscount's castle. Someone else was definitely involved in this, neither a demon nor a member of the bureau. Memories of the man's time in this place flashed through the demon's mind, and he immediately understood everything. The crown prince of the empire was also here, he saw. The demon's hideous mouth cracked open like a hole in the ground from a crooked smile. What luck, the demon thought. The prince listened to their excuses, and they all fell to their knees before him, admitting their failure. He told them to stop. There was no point in continuing. The prince told them to remember today's lesson and the wounds they had received. Patron banged his forehead frantically against the stone, his entire back covered in whip wounds. The plan to crush them had failed, and the prince asked the agent what he would do. According to reports, Viscount Garin was not the only follower of Grigori. Other agents had also obtained this information. Their plan had not been completely ruined, although the entire operation at the Viscount's castle had been a mistake for the 4th Division. The Crown Prince ordered him to sort everything out and go to the meeting place, but his words were cut short when their small detachment was attacked. Patron jumped to his feet and ordered everyone to form a line and prepare for defense. Lower demons, appearing out of nowhere, attacked them from all sides. Now the agent's main priority was to protect the prince. They ran toward him, but a black shadow whipped past them, moving much faster. Patron barely managed to parry the blow, and covered his master's back with his sword. Not bad for a human, said the demon with a face as beautiful as a woman's. He easily jumped back and up when Patron swung his sword. The demon pointed his finger at the prince, recognizing him from the stolen memories. The prince kept his composure even in such a position, like a true aristocrat, not showing any sign of fear before his enemy. All the lower demons flashed their eyes at him. They rushed into the attack, their short wings allowing them to jump from above. Patron ordered his men to take his highness away while he took care of the demons. A red battle aura swirled around him, and he was determined to execute the fallen one who had attempted to take the prince's life. The demon bared its many hungry, predatory mouths, which surrounded him like a swarm of piranhas. This man looked delicious. They leaped toward each other, and the darkness around the demon became a huge maw. Meanwhile, many demons fought with the agents on the ruins of the city. Each of the monsters wanted to get the prince's head, for a generous reward was promised for it. The agents selflessly rushed into the attack. They were well trained, but it didn't help them. The demons were stronger and more numerous, and the number of the Crown Prince's defenders was dwindling before their eyes. And when the demons were almost upon him, a rain of blows fell upon them, and all the demons were reduced to dust. The beast's aura, blue as the clear sky, filled the battlefield. "Lucky ones," said Piranu, the demon holding his severed arm and licking it, noticing that reinforcements had arrived. A squadron of Blue Lion Knights led by their leader, Herman Whale, arrived to help. German ordered everyone to attack, and his best knights began to chop the demons to pieces like cabbage. But the Crown Prince wasn't looking at them. His gaze was fixed on the cold blue rose. Isabel, proud and defiant, walked confidently across the battlefield. When the battle subsided and the demons retreated, the troops of the two detachments lined up to greet each other. Unfortunately, the leader of the attackers managed to escape despite his injuries. Patron still reported to the prince. The prince thanked him for his service, but he had nearly died and could not show weakness. German greeted the heir politely, saying it was his duty as a duke to protect him. But he asked them to let him go, since the prince was being guarded by agents. Despite the danger of another attack, the prince released the knight, but he wanted to know where he was going. German replied easily that he was looking for Elric Mervinger. He had no idea what a storm of emotions the young prince was hiding behind his indifferent face. The sting of jealousy pierced the heir's side again when he saw the light blush on the face of his former beloved. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he let the Duke and his daughter go. Once again, the damned Mervinger was closing in on him. Meanwhile, the carriage continued northward without stopping until it reached places covered in snow most of the year. The frosty air stung Elric's face, but he was glad to be back where winter reigned. They rode on until a great wall rose up before them, even larger than the mage had imagined. The flower temple was located somewhere beyond this impenetrable barrier. 4 guards stood before the heavy gates. Carl told them that they wished to cross the border. But the guard did not move or run to the gate. He told them it was impossible. Elric jumped out of the carriage and asked what had happened behind the wall if the passage was closed. The guard told him that the monsters had fallen into a mad rage and had become too dangerous. Now the entire border guard was on alert. Despite the height and massiveness of the fortress walls, Elric himself could already sense the energy there. This only strengthened his desire to get inside. The young man smiled. He asked Carl to get him a pass. Carl did as he was told and took a scroll sealed with a seal out of his pocket. The guard opened the document suspiciously and began to study it. But then he almost dropped his jaw in the snow. As 2 great men of the family were traveling together, so his tone immediately softened, and the guard wagged his tail helpfully. In case of danger, the guard asked them to go to the highest tower, because it would be easier for them to find their bodies, said the guard. And Elric shuddered at the change in his voice. A huge worm with a cross-shaped mouth burst out of the ground. Elric watched as its long, snake-like body writhed in rings. Then the monster straightened like a heated spring and attacked the magician. The young duke did not try to dodge the blow and gathered his strength, and jumped aside only at the very last moment, when the worm's body was pierced by an ice block falling from above. But the worms were not finished. Many more of these creatures lurked in the sand beneath the wall. One of them suddenly jumped out behind Elric, opening its mouth wide. Elric easily jumped up like a bird's feather. After his last battle with the demon, he realized that he could not fight at full strength. Even if he obtained a large number of seals, his mana would be a limiting factor. Before the worm's jaws could close, Elric stabbed its body with icy stakes. Bleeding its foul-smelling innards, the worm fell to the ground. When he landed, he thought about creating a new type of magic that would belong only to him. After that, he would become so powerful that no one would dare even look at him. Domination was his goal. "All ready?" asked a voice behind him. Sean wasn't used to such cold, and was shivering even under his warm cloak and warming spell. This place should be as hot as a desert. But the anomalies the guard had mentioned affected even the weather. The land was covered in black snow, which was how they referred to this desert. They were covered in poison and inhabited by monsters so terrifying that the Empire had abandoned its attempts to conquer the territory. Sean asked his friend if it was true that a flower temple could be in such a place. In legends, this temple was described as a peaceful garden where people and flower gods lived together. But the reality was too different from that, Sean noted. Elric dismissed the idea, saying that the garden did indeed exist. He had seen records of it in his family's manuscripts and in the Imperial Library. To find the place where it was located, they first had to find the beastmen who guarded it. Old Augustin objected that humans had long been at war with the tribe, but the young duke was confident, so the teacher could only grumble under his breath. He would have been more at ease if he knew what the young man was up to, but since he was silent, he would have to wait. But for now, he himself did not know how to find the secret tribe in these unknown lands. Hayes asked if they had any maps or signposts, but Elric, like a true adventurer, hadn't even brought a compass. Mephisto noticed the ice crystal shining and called the boy over. Then Elric was surprised to pull the egg Otto had given him out of his inner pocket. It magically slipped out of his palm and jumped upward. A bright, soft light emanated from the small crystal, and Elric immediately understood that it was showing them the way. He perked up. Now they knew where to go in these endless lands. Without hesitation, their friendly group set off again. Elric sat atop the carriage, pointing the way when he asked Carl to stop. The crystal stopped shining as soon as they entered the forest, so it was worth taking a look around, said the wizard. The whole company moved into the thicket where horses could not pass, and Sean lit the way with a spell. He was the first to become indignant when they entered this impenetrable wilderness, where there seemed to be nothing but prickly fir trees and thick pines. Gilton also found nothing after scanning the area with his familiar's eagle eyes. Elric looked thoughtfully at the egg, as if expecting more answers. But there was no answer, so he suggested giving up the search. But at that very moment, a loud cry rang out from the forest. The friends looked at each other, wondering what to do. Without saying a word, they rushed in that direction. As they ran through the forest, the trees whipped their faces with their branches, but no one slowed down. They stopped when they noticed someone's presence. The beast girl was surrounded by some monsters. She was sitting on her knees in torn clothes, saying goodbye to life. "A cat girl," Mephisto grinned, recognizing her appearance. A terrifying monster roared loudly, apparently deciding to be the first to feast on the prey. His companions tried to stop him, and they all rushed toward the unfortunate girl. She curled up into a ball and screamed for someone to save her, And just as she thought it was all over, a blue flash touched her face. The monsters froze in the ice as if time had stopped for them, their vicious mouths visible through the transparent ice. The wizard emerged from his hiding place and snapped his fingers, and then they scattered like a nightmare. "Are you okay?" the surprised girl heard, and the young man who had saved her smiled warmly. Elric offered to heal her if she was hurt, trying his best to act natural. But Mephis laughed at his acting skills anyway. He approached the trembling beast girl to help her up, but her cat-like pupils narrowed as if she were about to pounce. She recoiled from his hand as if her savior were a leper, refusing his help, and a contemptuous grimace appeared on her face. Two warriors from the tribe jumped onto a branch of a nearby tree, bows in their hands. Then everyone in the clearing was surrounded by armed beastmen. The cat that had just been in danger now threatened the pitiful humans with death if they did not surrender. The warriors in the tree had already drawn the ringing strings of their sturdy bows. Sean estimated that there were 2 archers. Hyes also looked at Elric as if waiting for his command. They could easily deal with these natives. But his brother put on a sincere smile and announced his voluntary surrender. This discouraged his entire squad. The boy was always doing his own thing, and they could only sigh heavily and accept his decision. Even Mephisto didn't expect such cunning from the boy, and waited impatiently to see what he had in mind. When they noticed the girl in trouble, Elric immediately realized that this was an obvious trap. With his inner vision, he could see the warriors lurking in the distance. But he decided to play along, as it was the easiest way to find their lair. Anthropho, the city hidden in the distant wilderness, was the heart of their kingdom, and the only large city. But it was built with taste and in the style of human cities, as if imitating them. The carriage carrying the prisoners slowly entered the city. The Beastmen warriors marched in tight formation around their transport so that the horses would not break into a run. Meanwhile, the travelers sat inside, bound in chains. Mephis asked the young man if it was worth it, and Elric called him a fool with a sly smile. "For success, one must lie," said the wizard, and the demon still couldn't believe that the Beastmen had fallen for his act. The cage with the prisoner was met with angry cries from the Beastmen, the crowd calling for them to be killed on the spot. Elric shuddered. He knew their relationship wasn't the best, but he couldn't have imagined it was that bad. But it wasn't surprising, since humans had driven this tribe out and taken their land. Her name was Irina, and she was the captain of the royal guard. She ordered the prisoners to behave themselves if they valued their lives. Elric nodded briefly and said nothing in response. The Beastman King himself would interrogate them, so the prisoners were taken straight to his massive castle. The doors opened, and Katerina walked ahead leading them. Elric walked through the corridors without any fear, even smiling. Mephisto had no doubt that the young man had something in mind, since he had allowed himself to be led into the heart of a hostile country. Elric was certain that the Beastmen would not refuse his request, even when he saw the grim faces of the court ministers lined up before the throne. He had something to offer them: the combat techniques of the Beastmen's former king, the art of body development, the foundation of this people's military might in the past. The Tiger clan had ruled for generations, but they were no more. However, what if a martial art appeared that would give the king unprecedented authority? The demon was once again amazed at how easily this little man traded such things for his own ends. The captain of the guard bowed to his majesty's throne as they lined up the prisoners. Her eyes sparkled with determination to punish the invaders. From the throne, the king's voice rang out, congratulating her on her successful mission. Despite the circumstances, his voice sounded soft, as if it had only recently begun to break. The king asked them why the people had invaded their lands. Then Elric suddenly shuddered. All their plans were in jeopardy when the king stepped out of the shadows. The little runt threatened them with death if they were found to be lying, but this did not fit with his cute appearance. Haze's heart skipped a beat when she saw those little cat ears. It was good that the Beastman had an heir, but the fact that he was a child was a problem. One demon laughed loudly. Elric stood up anyway and stepped forward to speak for everyone. It was worth at least trying to negotiate. The ministers did not like his approach and began to stir indignantly, their ears twitching like mice. The young wizard told the old men to leave him alone, which caused even more noise. The king roared menacingly and ordered them to stop, his gaze becoming imperious. The ministers had to shut up and endure the prisoner's insolence. Then he told the stranger to speak if he had anything to say. The magician smiled, for although the king looked like a kitten, he was still a real tiger, and this gave him hope. So he immediately got down to business and told them about techniques for strengthening the body. The boy was greatly surprised to hear this from a human. Then the insolent captive asked how much the king was willing to pay for it. The ministers raised their voices again, fighting for influence over the young tiger, and the pitiful man joined in their game. And the kitten anxiously asked them to quiet down again. "What a commotion!" exclaimed Elric, and the iron shackles that bound his hands fell to the floor with a clang. The king's guards immediately rose to his defense when they saw that the prisoner had easily escaped. The rest surrounded the prisoners, leaving them no chance of escape. Old Augustine offered his help in fighting the Beastmen, but Elric refused. He believed that he had to show his strength himself in order to be recognized. As if on cue, the guards rushed at him from all sides. Hayes warned her brother that she would kill him if the cute kitten got hurt. Elric focused his attention on the guard closest to him. His palm took the shape of animal claws, and the mage grinned. He lunged toward the guards with lightning speed. They met in midair in the center of the throne room. Elric did not use spells, there was no point. Instead, he employed the art of body development and delivered several sweeping blows. The other ministers immediately recognized this technique, which was unmistakable. They were amazed that a man knew them, so they ordered the guards to take on animal forms. They immediately tore their clothes and transformed into fearsome versions of themselves, resembling werewolves. Now the enemies moved faster and more fiercely, attacking the bold man again, but the wizard only clenched his fist tighter. Several sharp swings merged into one and raised a storm. All the wolves flew back like beaten dogs from his blows. The guards lost their ability to speak when his menacing shadow loomed over them. Elric himself exuded the aura of a beast, a fearsome black tiger, the king of the jungle, ready to pounce. A huge paw crushed the guard from above. Irina trembled with rage as she watched her soldiers being scattered like little kittens. "How dare you, you little man!" she cried, and rushed at him with her sword drawn. But the king's loud cry made her stop her sword a hair's breadth from the wizard's throat, who smiled triumphantly. The cat turned to her king in indecision, not daring to disobey his order. The young tiger stood confidently on his feet, and his tone left no room for doubt. The wizard fearlessly removed the sharp sword from his chest with a soft hand. The demonstration was more than convincing. There was no doubt that the captive possessed ancient techniques. Now, in the huge throne room, everyone fell silent and waited for the young tiger to speak. The king glared angrily at the wizard, unable to tolerate the injustice that a stranger possessed a technique that his people did not have. Waves of power struck the guards, raising a small cyclone, and Elric told him that this art was magic. The young king knew nothing of magic. There were no wizards among his courtiers. Magic permeates everything that exists in this world, revealing the secrets of nature and blending harmoniously with its principles, creating structures of astonishing beauty around them. The king was amazed and froze in astonishment when he realized that an ancient forgotten technique had been restored with the help of magic. That is exactly what Elric said, and streams of enchanting magic flowed from his hands once again. The mist melted away and became like the northern lights that color the polar night. Then the boy's face lit up with genuine curiosity and admiration, the kind that only young and impressionable people have. The demon above his head snorted. Those tricks again. Elric smiled, knowing how easy it was to teach something simple in a new guise in order to charm someone. Not only the young king, but also the learned ministers were ready to take everything at face value. Mephisto agreed. The beastmen did indeed look gullible, and the wizard smiled triumphantly. He bowed politely to the king. He said that although the art of strengthening the body had been rediscovered with the help of magic, it should rightfully belong to those who invented it. Thanks to their alliance, the ruling dynasty would regain its power, said the magician, spreading his arms, but he was interrupted. One man arrived last at the gathering and waited a long time before intervening. Prime Minister Norris walked toward them with a confident stride, full of strength despite his age. All that the strangers offered them was to sell them their own heritage. Elric immediately realized that he needed to keep his ears open with this man. He stopped beating around the bush and stated directly that in exchange he wanted information about the Flower Temple. A surprised whisper ran through the ranks of the advisors, but the Prime Minister immediately silenced them. He understood the strangers' conditions, but before giving an answer, they must discuss everything without them, said Norris. He ordered the captain of the guard, Irina, to escort the guests to the palace. Everything was going smoothly until this old man appeared, thought the magician. Mephisto also frowned, as if he had sensed something. A strong, acrid aura emanated from the Prime Minister. As if he were a demon, Norris turned around and his eyes flashed like coals for a moment. The king looked at his subjects arguing endlessly. The younger ones immediately suggested accepting the stranger's deal and restoring the kingdom's military power. They had enemies more dangerous than humans, and the technology would come in handy. This art could become a symbol that would unite the scattered tribes of beastmen into a single nation. The young king nodded his head in agreement, but Norris sharply expressed the opposite point of view, saying that this could not be done. Other advisors immediately began to argue heatedly with him, saying that such an opportunity could not be missed. Norris silenced them with a single menacing glance from his piercing eyes. Then he gently turned to the young king. He understood his interest in technology and its importance, but they must not forget why they had come to these lands. People had betrayed and deceived them many times and taken advantage of their weaknesses. If they agreed to the deal, they would once again become pawns in the hands of men, and the nightmares would return with even greater force. Therefore, they must reject the offer and preserve their pride, declared Norris. These words could not be dismissed and deeply affected the young king. When everyone had left, the young tiger stood and stared at the statue of the great warrior for a long time, while his courtiers still tried to convince the boy to accept the stranger's offer. Restore the royal family, he remembered the words of the previous king. If they wanted to fulfill his will, they needed the strength of the strangers. The young tiger understood, but it was not worth ignoring Norris's objections either. He had too much influence to quarrel with him. It was not for nothing that he was called the Black Sage. But when the advisor tried to say that Norris was old, the young tiger growled. He had no doubt about the honor of Norris, who had served the country faithfully all his life. The advisor had no choice but to bow and accept his master's will. Disturbed and confused, he left his majesty alone. The young tiger sank deeper into his heavy thoughts about the fate of the kingdom. The palace of Antrimov was like a Gothic cathedral with its sharp, pointed towers. Late in the evening, Carl opened the doors to the room set aside for strangers when there was a knock. "What brought him here at such a late hour?" Elric asked, as if he had been expecting the uninvited guest. The Prime Minister stood proudly before the strangers, as if he were the master of the place. "He had come to make a deal," Norris said bluntly. The young duke loved all kinds of deals, so he asked the minister to sit down at the negotiating table. He immediately assumed that the minister was ready to accept his offer, but the question of price remained. Norris replied directly that he would give him what the magician had asked for and show him the way to the Flower Temple. Elric smiled broadly. It was a generous gesture on the minister's part. But in return, he would have to hand over the tiger's equipment to him, said Norris, his eyes flashing greedily. After the greedy minister left, Elric collapsed wearily onto the table, having lost hope that anyone else would come. The fact that the Prime Minister and the other courtiers believed that they could take the throne simply by possessing the technology confused the magician. The cunning Norris offered more than the others, but the bidding was not over yet. Elric raised his hand and emitted a golden light. A line formed for the technique, and the price kept rising, but the royal family had not yet taken part, and had not put forward their applications. Late at night, the young tiger emerged from the far room of the stranger's quarters. He had been there the whole time and had heard everything. His cat-like eyes sparkled with cold determination. Mephisto snorted contemptuously at the king's place. He would have bitten off the heads of such subjects long ago. His power had completely weakened. The boy couldn't believe that absolutely all of his courtiers were ready to betray him at the first opportunity. Even Norris, whom he trusted most. Elric stood up and approached the tiger. Everything had happened just as he had warned him. "But it was interesting to expose them," said the magician. Hayes told her brother to be gentler. Anyone would be upset in the king's place. But Elric replied just as harshly, saying that politics was not a game. No matter how sweet the courtier's words were to the king, without real support, they were all empty words. There was truth in his words. The world was cruel. But Hayes wanted to support the boy. Despite her outward severity and strength, she remained a kind girl. Once upon a time, they had experienced something similar. They had been called a great family of magicians and surrounded by loyal vassals. And then, in an instant, they turned away as if they were strangers. None of the major powers of the empire, whether the imperial family or the magical tower, took them under their wing. The Mervinger family died out overnight as soon as their parents were gone. But now it was rising again like a phoenix from the flames. Elric had become the hero of Lazenta, and his name was renowned throughout the land. Those who had once despised him, or been indifferent to him now, shouted his name in the streets. "Because the world is ruled by strength," he told the young king. And that meant he would have to grow claws and fangs, and at these words, the boy frowned. And yet he asked uncertainly what the wizard meant. "They must be nurtured in secret and used when no one expects it," said Elric, kneeling before the king. And he sincerely promised to help the young tiger. The boy was fond of beautiful words, and this speech immediately captured his imagination. Mephisto was amazed. A little more, and the boy would have sold him his soul. "That is how it should be," Elric replied and smiled. The demon grinned, for in this way the magician was pushing the king into battle with his subjects, and then he would have to do everything himself, and would hardly become as great as his ancestors. The boy asked him if he knew about the Tiger King Julius. Julian was the very king who had led the beastmen to the top, Elric remembered, and a huge treasure trove remained from his exploits. The boy offered him these treasures and the results of their research in an attempt to restore the art of body strengthening. However, the path to the Flower Temple was guarded by the General of the East, and without the king's help, it was impossible to pass through. The young tiger asked him to teach him the art of body strengthening. Elric shook his paw with sharp claws, and they made a deal. Now it was time to sit down and discuss the details of their agreement, he said. The boy cast away his doubts. Now he could rely only on himself and wait for the moment when his claws would become sharper. The magician walked ahead, completely confident of his success. But then the young king tripped over his own foot and began to fall. Fortunately, the caring Hayes was nearby and caught him. The tiger cub thanked her shyly for her help, but Hayes held him tightly against her warm chest, which embarrassed the boy even more. However, when she gently stroked his head, he stopped struggling to get out of her arms. "Don't keep everything inside," the girl said kindly. "Laugh if you want to laugh and cry when you want to cry." The tiger cub felt like he was in his mother's arms again. Her long yellow hair tickled his face, and a purple sapphire, now worn by the young king himself, sparkled on her neck. a gentle voice whispered his name softly. Valenze. So much had happened to the boy that he couldn't take it anymore, and his king's mask cracked, and he cried like a child longing for love. The crown is a heavy burden, especially when you have no support, said the magician, and the demon thoughtfully agreed with him. As Valenze had promised, he personally escorted them on their way to the flower temple. But the kitten paid no attention to anyone, completely surrendering himself to the hands of Hayes, who was incessantly scratching him behind the ear. Elric insisted that they needed to hurry up and gather the guard and leave the palace before Norris or the others made their move. But Valence replied that they couldn't take the guard. Irina, their captain, was Norris's adopted daughter, and he had specifically assigned her to the king for surveillance. But that meant the prime minister might already know where the king was. The young tiger assured Elric that he had left the palace quietly, so no one had noticed. But they could have simply guessed everything. Sean burst into the room and delivered the alarming news that beastmen were gathering outside, and there were many of them. In such circumstances, they couldn't leave unnoticed so easily, the mage thought. But then it dawned on him that they didn't need to be secretive. His squad had enough strength to neutralize everyone and exit through the main gate. The young king waited attentively for the wizard to speak. Elric clapped his hands, a devilish plan already forming in his mind, but he was interrupted by the ringing of bells. Valenze knew the signal. It meant danger. The Furies have invaded, he said and ran to the window. It was a tribe of beastmen who were enemies of the anthropomorphs. If they invaded their lands, the king would not be able to leave the city, Elric realized. Outside, chaos reigned. Fire engulfed the city like a hungry beast that had forgotten fear. Two enemies approached them through thick clouds of smoke and flames. Everyone prepared for battle with the unknown enemy. But when a voice calling him, in which he heard the ringing of silver bells, Elric was amazed. He ordered everyone to stop and wait until the smoke cleared. And then the beautiful Isabel and her proud father, Hermann, appeared before them. The girl's appearance in such a remote place could hardly be called accidental, but the magician had no idea what she was doing there. The evil spirit immediately began to scrutinize one of the best swordsmen on the continent, and he immediately gave credit to Hermann. Even in the opinion of the demon lord, he was a monster. The Duke of the Falling Star greeted Lord White politely, but he modestly remarked that he was just an ordinary warrior who had been given his title, and that they were not important enough for such courtesy. Then Elric suggested that they all take shelter in the building first. Isabel whispered to her father to come down more slowly and not jump straight out of the window. The wizard was most concerned about how they had found out he was there. Hermann replied that he really wanted to personally thank the person who had saved his daughter and healed his illness. Lord Weil went straight to the capital, but there he quickly learned that the young wizard had left. Elric was embarrassed. He should have left a message so as not to cause so much trouble for good people. But Hermann objected that he himself should have sent word of his desire. He wanted to surprise the young man, which is why he had not sent any notifications. However, among the hero's entourage, he discovered quite a few familiar faces. His voice became harsh when he said that he had expected to see the gray lion dog here, to which Hayes immediately protested that she served no one. Elric was surprised that Hermann knew his sister, and the Lord, in turn, was surprised that they were related. He had an unpleasant acquaintance with one person, and he always saw Hayes next to him. The Blue Lion grumbled. But what was even more surprising was that it was not often that one could meet an eccentric from the Narrister family on a walk, he said, and glanced at Augustine. Tom also didn't like how Lord Weil was talking to him, but Hermann stubbornly insisted that he could not call the ancient monster anything else. They stood so close to each other that their foreheads almost touched, neither willing to back down. The smell of a fight in the air made Elric hurry to intervene. Fortunately, the two oddballs shook hands firmly. German did not neglect to pay attention to the former head of the Revolutionary Army, Guilt, and the child of the Beastman. Elric tried again to calm everyone down, and Hermann looked greedily at the young man, who was surrounded by incredible people, which was precisely why he wanted to get his hands on him as soon as possible. There was no doubt that those who could attract such incredible personalities would achieve great heights. Looking at his daughter, Hermann thought that leaving the hated crown prince behind was a good idea. Then the young duke asked him how they had gotten there. Isabel explained that they had followed the wizard and his companions to the wall, and then crossed it. The knight they had sent ahead reported that Elric had been captured, so they had come to his aid. The knights had caused a commotion to give them a chance to leave quietly, and now was the time. When they looked outside, it was hardly what you would call ordinary chaos. Half the city lay in ruins. At least it's not an invasion of the Furies. Elric tried to comfort the young king. He again suggested that they leave the castle together. Valenze had good reason to believe that he would be branded a traitor if he fled in such difficult times. Then the wizard grabbed him by the shoulders and confidently asked him not to worry, for he had a solution. The guard, led by the cat Irina, gathered in front of the palace, alerted by the alarm. She believed that their main task was to protect the king, not the capital, so she did not lead them to the walls. The king has fallen into the clutches of vile people, she said, and as soon as their monarch was safe, they would eliminate all the evil within the kingdom. Elric's squad made their way out of the castle, walking openly, The guards immediately surrounded them on Irina's orders. The cat angrily demanded that the king be handed over and asked where they were hiding him. Shaun scratched his cheek uncertainly and laughed awkwardly. Irina was not satisfied with this answer, and she instantly bristled. She just needed an excuse to attack the strangers. Her guards immediately took on a beastly appearance and tore their expensive uniforms, the cost of which was partly explained by the poverty of this kingdom. Shaun recoiled when a blade as sharp as a sting touched his throat. Irina hissed at him again to stop their games and hand over the boy. But then a voice from the top of the tower ordered them to stop. The wizard held the king by the arm as if he were a pet and shouted loudly that he was taking the king hostage. A threatening and indignant murmur immediately rose from below. Even the boy Valenzi began to doubt that this plan would work, but Elric was confident that the guards would act cautiously. His main opponent in the kingdom's political arena, Anthropomorph, frowned. To make the wizard more convincing, the shadow of the demon Huel surrounded him with a toothy maw, threatening to devour him. Therefore, he ordered them not to play with him and to obey. The Prime Minister called Irina, who was shaking with rage and anger. He whispered something quietly in her ear, causing the cat to calm down. Following Norris's orders, everyone stepped aside and let the people pass. Shaun walked through their ranks, glancing fearfully at the beastmen. When they released the people from their encirclement, Irina demanded that they return the king. But the mage flew up into the sky like a balloon, smiled, and said that he would return the king when he was outside the city and at a safe distance. He left the discouraged and angry guards behind and was gone. All they could do was gnash their teeth in shame and humiliation. The flames ravaged the settlement of beastmen, who had become innocent victims of palace intrigues. Elric raced through the sky above the thick veil of smoke. He saw the boy looking painfully at his native city and offered to return, but Valens refused, for he had promised to show him the way to the Flower Temple. However, the magician was not concerned with that. He asked about something else. Did he want to return to the kingdom after everything that had happened? The very thought of it made the young tiger's throat tighten, to return to a palace full of traitors and profiteers. But the people were a different matter. They had suffered many hardships but had always supported him. If he left the country, chaos would ensue, especially if the Furies invaded their lands, thought the young tiger. And his face grew dark. "This is no time for idle chatter," the demon said suddenly. The mage asked if he could see anything. It was hard not to notice the black sandstorm, as dark as coal dust, a pillar of sand moving quickly toward them. But the young king was much more frightened than before, for he knew what it was. "The general of the east, the disaster that destroyed the north," said the boy. Elric felt the power emanating from the whirlwind. If he ventured into the storm, the sand would strip the flesh from his body and grind his bones to a shine. Something else, even more sinister, was moving with the wind. The wizard used his inner vision and looked through the sand. Under the dusty veil, he saw a huge black spot that looked like an anthill on the march from a distance. It was an army of beastmen with many riders on wolves, and they marched under the banner of a nine-tailed fox, the tribe of the Furies. The fox on their banner was the emblem of their leader. The Tiger King who ruled the tribe of anthropomorphs had a long-standing enemy. These beastmen were marching against his rule, and had long since lost the art of physical development. The Furies had long dreamed of conquering the anthropomorphs, and there had been many skirmishes between them. But it had never come to war. The news of the sudden invasion made the young king's heart sink. Elric suggested that the Fury spies had probably already reported the return of the art of body strengthening, and it would be naive to think that this was a coincidence. How else could one explain their invasion at the very moment when humans arrived in this country? The young tiger thought sadly about the wizard's words and realized that he was probably right. But the magician took him in his arms and asked him to answer the question he had asked earlier. Did he want to return to the kingdom after all this? The faces of his poor subjects flashed before the boy's eyes again. This time, his eyes were full of determination. He wanted to return and protect his people. The wizard smiled knowingly. He knew the boy would say that. Embarrassed, the king admitted that he was weak now and had nothing to offer the wizard. The wizard responded by slapping the young tiger hard on the head. "What's the score between friends?" asked Elric, looking intently into the tiger's eyes. "Just ask," he added to his new friend. Meanwhile, Shaun rose into the air. "Friends will always come to your aid," said the magician with a warm smile. He turned to Shaun for confirmation, but Shaun was in no hurry to answer, remembering what friendship with Elric usually cost him. But the little tiger believed the magician's words and wanted with all his heart to be his friend. "Friendship doesn't require anything special," Elric smiled again. "It's enough to be there." And the tiger cub's eyes lit up with happiness. And since a friend in need is a friend indeed, the magician, like a true hero, couldn't turn a blind eye to the situation. He looked around at the battlefield, which was filled with warriors like a vast sea. Smiling, Elric asked Shaun to tell the others that they were changing their plan. The leader of the hostile tribe was driving them forward, wanting to take the capital by surprise. The city was already close, and their army had not yet encountered any resistance. They were spurred on by news of the recreation of the art of body development. Even rumors alone were enough to start a war. although the warriors themselves found it hard to believe that anyone could recreate it using magic. Even if the rumors were false, it was a good time to attack the anthropomorphs. And if it was true, they would destroy their enemies before they became a threat. Slender rows of beasts marched across the desert, their boots kicking up black dust that gave the march an ominous appearance. 40 years ago, a magician with golden hair and green eyes stood in their way. If not for him, a great empire would have flourished on the corpse of a dead tiger. But now he will return the art of fortification and regain his 9th tail, said the menacing figure on the throne. And no one will stop him now, boomed the voice of the evil fox. His warriors knelt before him. The fox roared throughout the hall and ordered them to obtain the art, and then the whole world would fall at their feet. His beastly roar shook the entire throne room and everyone in it. And now the beasts carried the will of the bloody king's heavens into battle. They believed that the 9-tailed fox was their protector and lord who would defend them in battle. The bloodthirsty furies approached the city, eager to tear off the Tiger King's head. Their roar merged into a deafening storm, and the living sea almost burst into the city. But in a matter of moments, a glacier rose up in their path, forming a wall. The horsemen fell to the ground after their beasts came to a sudden halt, and the entire army fell into disarray. The rear ranks pressed against the front and threatened to trample them, so the commanders began to shout, "Halt!" A stampede began, and many warriors fell ingloriously in the first clash. The sun peered through the thick smoke and illuminated the plain. Only 3 men approached the great army, but each was worth an army. 2 old men took up positions at the gates of the main fortress of Anthropomorph. Guilt was dissatisfied that they had been left behind, surprised that Augustine agreed with this. But the eccentric old man was not enough for the enemies. Besides, the boy himself wanted to gain experience and asked them not to interfere. So there was no cause for concern, he said, glancing at the plain that rippled like a grassy meadow. For now, they wanted to enjoy the harvest their student had prepared. The trio climbed onto the glacier that the wizard had conjured with a single spell. The confused warriors of the Furies did not know what to do or how to overcome the obstacle, nor what awaited them. Their captains shouted to bring the warriors to their senses. Their enemies were simply using magic. This meant that their enemies had formed an alliance with the vile little people who had brought their tribes here. These sorcerers are our enemies, and they must be destroyed. And then the anthropomorph will remain with us, cried the winged captain. Meanwhile, Elric waited patiently for their next move. Looking bored, the warriors gathered their courage and restored the lost order of their army. However, another of their captains still remembered the ancient battle against the magician with golden hair and green eyes. 40 years ago, that scoundrel had shown them what domination was and driven them back into their holes. The arrogant wizard had stopped the entire army single-handedly, but now they faced a completely different wizard. He was younger, though they looked similar, which could be a trap, the captain thought. He ordered the winged creature to lead his men into battle and take the boy's head. With a flap of his black wing, a whole squadron of birds rose into the sky. Elric watched the flock of crows rapidly approaching him, their wings covering the sky. His enemies used special feathers in their wings that flew like daggers when they flapped. Sharp and strong as steel, they rushed toward the wizard standing alone below. But the magician did not even try to dodge them. He summoned a whirlwind around himself for protection. The fierce wind scattered the entire flying squadron and threw the sharp feathers back at them. They fell to the ground like autumn leaves, pitiful and lifeless. The troops' morale plummeted again. They had never fought against mages before, and never suffered such losses. And all this was the work of Shaun. The boy may not have stood out against the backdrop of his brilliant friend, but he was still the third heir to his great family and was excellent at controlling the air. Now Mephisto understood why the boy had dragged his simple-minded idle friend along with him, and Elric smiled. No wonder the Neristeri were the strongest mages in the tower. His main attribute, wind, was perfect for fighting an aerial opponent. Shaun was only too happy to get rid of the tension that had built up. He was tired of being an undiscovered character in supporting roles. A hurricane broke loose from his hands, and the swirling streams of stinging wind did not drive the winged ravens away. Their fighting spirit was finally broken, and they fled in disgrace. However, the mage had no intention of letting them go so easily and used a wind cutter. At that moment, he noticed a heavy hammer flying past. It whistled past his ear, nearly smashing his head like a ripe watermelon. While he was busy defending the front edge of the ice wall, beasts resembling minotaurs approached it with heavy hammers in their hands. The tribe of demonic bulls was not afraid of the wind. Their warriors were heavy infantry from the army of the Furies. The bulls stamped their hooves and breathed loudly through their wide nostrils, marching in tight formation so that they could not be blown away like birds. Hayes gently tapped their captain on the back. It was the first time she had seen a cow with a weapon, and her favorite hammer at that. She swayed her hips gracefully like a cat before a jump and offered to play. The bull responded with a contemptuous snort, as if to say that a skinny human figure with a pathetic stick in his hands could do nothing to him. But in that same instant, the heavy anvil turned him into mincemeat. He flew over his troops, already unconscious. Then it struck the stone lying on the road with a loud clang. Deprived of their strongest leader, panic swept through the ranks of the animals, their instincts taking over their reason. The girl's hand slipped. She apologized and smiled sweetly, holding the bloodied hammer in her hands. The warriors felt fear, but it provoked a different reaction in them than in the birds. Instead of fleeing, they chose to attack furiously. They were driven forward by a thirst for revenge for their captain, but the steel anvil mercilessly smashed them one by one with a horrible squelching sound. Each powerful blow caused her dress to billow and shake from the shockwave. So pretty quickly, the battle turned into a beating of babies. Now Mephisto understood why the wizard was so afraid of his sister. She crushed skulls with a gentle smile on her face, not even flinching like a true demon. But then another warrior with a sword rushed onto the glacier. And while the trio was busy fighting, the beast decided to break through the wall. Elric smirked, his hands already itching to join the fight. To do so, he used the power of his seal. The wolf riders charged forward, confident in their numerical superiority. But when they got close, an icy blizzard hit them in the face, a cold they had never felt on their fur before. The snow stung their eyes like sharp grains, and the army stopped, unable to move forward. And when they looked up at the sky, they saw the mage who had created hundreds of sharp needles. He chanted words of power, and a rain of icy arrows pierced the dense ranks of warriors, who were completely defenseless against such an attack. But despite the enemy's success, there were still many left. Elric landed and summoned the power of the seal once more. The time had come to use the magic he had obtained through such hard work, he whispered. He mixed the seals of cruelty and fury and surrounded himself with the power of the dragon's heart, magical veins streaming from his open palms. Everything his hands touched instantly turned to ice. Elric concentrated all his strength in his right hand and swung it forward. Then he lunged like the wind into close combat with his enemy. They tried to meet him in formation, but with the art of the tiger, the wizard scattered them like bowling pins. Everyone he touched turned to ice, and it was a wonderful feeling, causing a smile to bloom on the magician's face. But when the next enemy appeared before him, the spirit of the demon Hyul warned him of danger. Before him stood a 4th-level master, judging by the density of his battle aura, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive sword. A fearsome wolf covered in old scars came out to fight for his warriors and his master. They locked eyes, sizing each other up, and the wolf warrior raised his blade at him. This was definitely not an enemy that could be easily defeated. And although he felt sorry for letting him go, Elric couldn't waste any time here. Seeing his hesitation, the captain of the Fury attacked first and delivered a lightning-fast, straight-slashing blow. But the mage did not dodge the attack, instead moving forward with his combat technique in his fist. However, after the collision, it was Elric who was thrown back. He was breathing heavily. The speed and strength of the wolf warrior were incredible. After the blow to the wizard's fist, a spiderweb of cracks appeared on the tip of the sword. The warrior looked at the damaged blade. He did not want to let the wizard go so easily and stomped his foot. His aura quickly spread across the ground and reached the mage. Now he was unable to escape through the air. The wolf ordered the feathered captain to lead the army into the city. He himself promised to join them as soon as he cut off the boy's head. The warriors began to move again in the area where there was no ice wall, while the mage was immobilized. The winged captain flapped his wings, pointing toward the city, and with cries of triumph, anticipating easy spoils from the looting, the warriors bypassed the magicians like a river stream bypasses boulders. Mephisto laughed again, as he always did in such cases. The young man had underestimated the power of the beastmen. Even demons had a hard time with them. Now they were left face to face with the warrior, without any unnecessary interference. Although the beastman tribe had weakened, there were still strong leaders among them, so the anthropomorphs waited for an attack from the Fury. The huge warrior, as big as a bear, bared his teeth. Now nothing stood in their way, and he roared. Elric decided to strike with one blow to avoid prolonging the fight, blue veins of mana gathering in his hand. His aura took on the form of a hungry and ferocious tiger, and now the guy was ready for battle. The warrior's paw trembled. He had spent 40 years perfecting himself to wash away his shame, and even though the man before him could consider this battle a rematch, the beast lunged forward like a mountain coming down from a cliff. Elric just stood there, smiling easily and making jokes. This drove the beast into a frenzy, and his blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. However, instead of the sound of flesh being cut, his sword knocked sparks from the other warrior's blade. Lord Whale politely introduced himself, giving his name and title. He told the boy to go on, promising to sort things out there. Without hesitation, the mage left the two swordsmen to determine whose skill was superior. Upon hearing the title of Blue Lion, the warrior bear became interested. "A pathetic lion cannot defeat me," he said, and increased his pressure on Herman's sword. But he was no pushover either. And a blue aura like the winter sky streamed down the blade of his sword. Elric swiftly pursued the warriors who had slipped into the city. Behind him, flashes of fierce battle flickered. Even though Isabel's father was not at his best, he would not give in to the beast so easily. Elric hoped that his sister would also be all right. Shaun held his defensive position and urged the flyers to pass the wall and attack their rear. Hayes crushed skulls, striking terror into the hearts of her enemies. Their duo with Shaun was doing so well that the wizard could leave them. However, the enemies split up, and some simply passed by Hayes, who couldn't hold back such a large number of enemies. But then someone quickly slipped past the wizard. The Lion Knights arrived on the battlefield following their master. Each of them was an experienced and skilled swordsman, so they easily dealt with the enemy warriors. They were formidable opponents who mercilessly cut down their enemies. The knights saw the wizard and shouted at him to leave the place to them, calling him his fiancée. They waved to him in a friendly manner, already betrothing him to Isabel in absentia, and promised that not a single long-eared mouse would escape. Elric shuddered awkwardly, as if he had heard something he shouldn't have. He looked around the battlefield again, wondering what to do. But he noticed that the enemies had already approached the city walls and filled all the suburbs. The gates were firmly locked, and the walls were so high that it would take the Fury some time to cross them. But it was suspicious that there were no defenders visible on the walls, even though their city was already under attack. At that time, the court ministers, led by Norris, were holding a council in the castle. Some demanded an end to the arguments and the development of a joint plan of action. Others doubted that they had anything to oppose the Fury's army if they went outside the walls. But they couldn't just sit and wait either. Then a beast man with ears like a mouse stepped forward. He proposed surrendering and submitting to the mercy of their enemies. But the others could not accept such a point of view from the finance minister. They were ready to die fighting for their homeland. Opinions were divided, but the majority agreed with the treasurer and wanted to surrender. Those willing to fight for their country to the end quickly dwindled. Norris asked them sternly if they really thought their enemies would spare them when they entered the city. Surrendering would only provoke them, he said, and a mark with an animal's head appeared on his neck. Norris interrupted their debate with a sharp cry. He stepped forward and told them that he had heard all their opinions. Glancing at the treasurer, he agreed with him, and the latter smiled smugly. Now the majority of votes were on the side of those who wanted to surrender. The ministers cried out in horror at this decision, which meant betraying their people. But then the others strangely changed under the influence of Norris's dark powers. The last minister loyal to the state cried out that this was treason, but the prime minister's eyes flashed fiercely in response. He ordered the handful of self-sacrificing fools to be locked up in prison and effectively usurped power. Meanwhile, enemies rushed to attack like an avalanche, but a steep wall rose in their path, blocking their way once again. The order of the beastmen was once again disrupted, but they already knew what to do. Elric confidently leaped right into their midst. He directed the energy of his landing into a blow and scattered the nearest warriors. The enemies, who had already anticipated an easy victory, pressed their ears to their heads in fear. The wizard was a little upset that he had been deprived of a battle with a huge bear, and now wanted to take it out on the smaller creatures. If the mage could defeat the captain here, the army without a leader would be like a chicken with its head cut off, running around uselessly. But the horned beastmen propped up their timid comrades with their hooves and urged them to trust their captain. The goat-horned one drew his sword and told everyone not to fear the pathetic little man who had fled from their captain. His appeal raised the morale, and everyone roared again. Elric waved his hand, and his aura once again took the form of a wild beast, and he used the art of the wild beast. A huge tiger burst onto the battlefield, shaking everyone with its power. The tiger's aura was terrifying, as the beasts had heard stories since they were young about the king who was the strongest of all time. Mephisto asked him how this would help him deal with the entire horde of beasts. The magician had something else in store for such a crowd, and he slowly gathered his power between his palms. Razor-sharp shards of ice flew like a fan into the disorderly ranks of the beasts. Everyone who was hit turned to ice as if kissed by the Snow Queen. Then they melted away like smoke before the almighty mage. The battlefield became as smooth as a skating rink, completely covered in ice. The army lost its fighting spirit again and tucked its tails in, ready to flee. To conserve his strength, the mage engaged in close combat with martial arts. At that moment, the blue lion was fighting a bear, and the shaggy beast had a hard time when the blades clashed in the air with a thunderous roar. After exchanging blows, the beast was forced to retreat. German thoughtfully clenched his fist several times. His movements still felt unfamiliar, because he had not fully recovered from his illness. The bear bared its teeth viciously, sensing that the man was trying to trick it. But Herman honestly admitted that he had ruined his health in an attempt to reach the next level. However, thanks to his brother-in-law, or rather that wizard, he was now fine, the swordsman informed his opponent. He expressed his hope that the bear would not mind a small demonstration of his skills. The warriors of Fury never shy away from battle. The bear bared his teeth again. He wasn't even scared by the knight's menacing aura. Both agreed to fight to the death and refused to retreat. The two auras seemed to draw strength from the battle and the excitement of combat. Then the blades clashed again, and the hellish clang of steel against steel rang out. The ground beneath their feet cracked and groaned, unable to hold these warriors. But in the end, only one remained standing. Herman's face softened. "Good fight," he said to his opponent, paying tribute to his skill. "People are incredible," whispered the bear, coughing up blood. Before he died, he asked the bloody king for forgiveness and admitted defeat. He hoped that the king would achieve his great goal. German sensed something was wrong and rushed toward the bear, but the bear had already raised his arm, holding a burning fuse in his hand. Before Hermann could swing his sword, the signal fire rose into the sky like a red flower. In the light of the falling rain and fiery sparks, the warrior fell. Elric saw the flames in the night sky. Their battle had lasted all day, and stars were already visible in the cold sky. This signal told the beastmen that their captain and leader had fallen on the battlefield. Now they had to follow his orders. Death was inevitable. The beasts growled, and their eyes filled with blood. They growled furiously and launched a frenzied attack. To stop them, the wizard once again hurled his icy needles, but there were too many of them to take them all out and stop the onslaught. The heavy-armored rhinos struck the icy wall, and cracks began to form. The magic could not hold them all back. The wall collapsed, and the first beasts seeped through the breach. They widened the breach to clear the way for the rest. There was only one reason why the Furies decided to storm the fortress without siege weapons and without surrounding it. They were waiting for the gates to be opened from the inside. The wizard only delayed their arrival for a short time. But that didn't matter because the ministers had already decided to surrender, or so the Furies thought. On the tower at the gate, they noticed a standard, which they mistook for a flag in the darkness. However, as they approached, the army noticed that it was not a signal, but the heads of traitors on pikes, and the lieutenant's face darkened. If the gates were closed, their whole plan was pointless. They would not be able to take the city by storm. "All the traitors have been executed," said the prime minister from the city walls, where the kingdom's warriors stood. From their height, Norris addressed all the defenders and heroes of the city. He asked them to defend the city, and the sound of hundreds of boughs being drawn rang out like a pine forest crackling in a storm. With a piercing whistle, a steel rain poured down on the defenseless Furies. Elric watched the carnage indifferently. The battle was already won. Captain Irina of the Guard, who had accompanied King Valenzi, approached him. They wanted to know what was happening. The wizard replied that it was simple. He had made a deal with Norris. This had happened on the first night of their arrival in the kingdom of the Beastmen, when they were shown to their guest quarters. The prime minister wanted to obtain the art of body strengthening before anyone else. "But that was not the only condition of the deal," said Norris, and his face softened. He suggested that they first go outside and take a look at something. Elric thought of the young tiger standing next to him under the cover of invisibility magic, but agreed. The boy behaved like a true king and waited patiently. Then Norris led him to a majestic statue of the former Tiger King. The king was beautifully carved. "But why did they need to look at a statue when there were so many in every castle?" asked the mage. "There are too many hyenas in this palace," Norris suddenly said, and his voice betrayed centuries of weariness. He looked again at the king he had served all his life, and he asked the wizard to protect the young tiger from his scheming servants. It was a sincere request for help and friendship, and Norris bowed. Elric thought about it. Not long ago, Norris had wanted to betray his monarch, but the demon also spread his arms in confusion. In exchange, the prime minister offered his friendship, and even the royal treasury, the legacy of their country. But the magician was interested in the secret techniques that the minister had also mentioned. Norris clarified that he only possessed them partially, as they had been lost. The wizard had never been able to complete the development of his body, but with the knowledge of the beastmen it would become possible. However, the sudden change in mood from hostile to friendly could not fail to arouse Elric's suspicions. Norris sighed and nodded several times. Then he asked the wizard if he knew that he looked exactly like his grandfather. Golden hair and emerald eyes. "Once you see such a person, you will remember them for the rest of your life." Norris's hand touched a hidden button on the statue, and there was a soft rustling sound, like the vibration of stones, slabs, and counterweights moving. "People with such a gaze make the world shine," said the minister as the massive gates opened in place of the walls. A bright light burst from the passageway and blinded the magician's eyes. When he opened them, he saw a beautiful stained glass window, pieces of glass of different colors immortalizing his grandfather Euston. This image was no less beautiful and majestic than a royal one, which spoke volumes. When Euston first came to these lands, he wore a medallion on his neck that was exactly like Elric's. Then a powerful wizard came to them and helped them without asking for anything in return, said Norris. And the boy touched the medallion where a cross and a flower were intertwined. If it weren't for Euston, there would be no kingdom or Tiger King now. Together they looked at the great wizard. Then the beastmen asked him why he was helping them, and he replied that it was in the name of the power of friendship and love. But why were they friends? They asked the magician. And he said that the Melvingers had always been friends with the beastmen. Elric knew this story, or rather, he had read about it in various records. This meeting took place 3 centuries ago, nodded Norris. And at that time they themselves did not expect that it was not an enemy who had come to them, but help. Melvinger stood on the fortress wall as the army of the nine-tailed fox moved through the city. Norris remembered that moment for the rest of his life, regretting that he had arrived too late. so when his exact copy appeared in their kingdom, all doubts disappeared at once. Norris regretted that the news of the Melvingers' misfortunes had reached him too late. They always had enough problems of their own in this remote place. Elric understood this. Everyone has something dear to them that they need to protect, and he patted the minister on the shoulder. Knowing that it was the height of audacity to ask for help a second time, the minister did so anyway, for their country was once again on the brink of disaster. Thus, the minister dealt with the traitors within, pretending to be on their side, while Elric defended the king from external enemies. The result spoke for itself. All the rats were caught. Valenze was indescribably happy that his old friend had remained the same, and tears welled up in his childlike eyes. Then Sean ran up and reported that the Eastern general had changed direction, and the sandstorm was moving away from the city. The young tiger rejoiced like a child at the good news. All hardships were behind them. The Duke of the Falling Star also smiled contentedly. "Now we can put an end to this senseless war," he said. He unleashed all his power on the Furia army. Deprived of their commanders and suffering heavy losses under the city walls, the enemies faltered and began to flee. The Prime Minister and Alric fought back to back, and Norris's skills were quite good despite his age. After the enemy troops were defeated, Valence descended with the help of his loyal captain of the guard. Perhaps the young king could have come down himself, but he enjoyed riding too much. Norris and the mage bowed politely to the king. The minister gradually regained his human form. The boy walked past them on steady legs. With such allies, he feared no one anymore. He went out to his subjects, the guards, the guardsmen, and the ordinary citizens who had gathered at the gate. He raised his hand in victory. The battle was behind them. The army joined in his victory cry and chanted the king's name. After that, the boy approached the wizard and thanked him for his help. In the starlight, they shook hands, not as king and wizard, but as friends. After the day's battle, a quiet night fell on Antrimov, broken only by the cries of the victors, who never tired of shouting the name of their king. The hero's entire team gathered in the throne room, along with the king and the prime minister. The boy asked Norris for forgiveness for not trusting him, but the minister replied gently that it was his own fault, as he should have warned him in advance. He had already become a worthy king, the ministers told him gently and shook his hand. He had also made some wonderful friends, and would now be able to cope with everything even without his support, Norris assured him. As someone who had betrayed his master's trust, even if only imagined, he must leave his post, he said. But Tigranok firmly grasped the hand of his old friend and mentor, whom he still needed as much as ever. He asked him to help him and stay with him as long as possible, and the minister wanted the same, so they comforted each other for a long time, like relatives after a quarrel. The ministers announced a holiday. The city was decorated with ribbons and flowers, and the king came out to the people. The minister was already imagining the tiger cub as an adult, what a noble king he would be, but by that time he himself would no longer be around. Darkness surrounded him, and he had to keep it a secret so as not to disturb the boy's tender heart. "Why did you get involved with a demon?" Elric asked him, and the minister shuddered with surprise. The young king looked at the wizard in surprise. The magician laid everything out bluntly. Soon the demon would take control of the minister, and Valence grew alarmed. That was precisely why the minister could not remain near the king. Mephisto was the first to notice that the minister had undoubtedly been possessed by a demon. Elric had read the evil spirit's thoughts and had become nervous himself during their first meeting. The minister, whose heart was enveloped by the demon, cunning and influential, the second most powerful figure after the king, was a figure who could not fail to arouse fear. "His obsession is nearing completion. Soon he will cease to be himself," said Mephisto. A long, awkward silence hung in the throne room. Elric broke it first and asked how the minister had met the demon. "When the previous king died, the kingdom had no hope," Norris began. "He wanted only to protect what was dear to him and found the demonic tree." Norris's gaze darkened as he remembered that hideous-eyed creature. Elric and Mephisto perked up, the mage believing that his family had long ago destroyed all the trees that spawned demons. But apparently, they had not reached the one that grew in these lands covered with black snow. To gain power, Norris ate not one but all of the tree's fruits. With each fruit, he strengthened his abilities, but he had to pay a high price for it. An entity that consumed his life force took root in his soul, and soon it would take over his mind. And then Norris would become a true demon. So he wanted to go and die, so that the demon would die with him. The boy was ready to cry again at such sad news, but the minister believed that this was the only way. But then Elric asked them what they would do if they found out about a way to heal him. The tiger cub was ready to give anything to save his loyal friend. Norris cautiously replied that it was better to forget about risky things, because if the demon sensed a threat, they would be in trouble. The mage glanced at the demon behind him, confident that as soon as they gained control of the mana, they would be able to safely separate the beastman and the parasite. Elric needed time, but the minister might not be able to hold out that long. Then the mage turned decisively. There was only one way left. Glancing at his teacher, he asked him for a favor, and Augustine smiled contentedly through his mustache. Only he could do it. Elric bowed, and the old man agreed to help. Norris was surprised that there was a cure that would not kill anyone, and the mage asked him not to worry. Even Easton Melvinger could not compare to his current mentor, said the magician, and everyone saw Augustine disappear into a white mist that resembled a scattering of stars. Elric needed Augustine to sever the connection between his soul and his heart. The rest he would have to do himself. The teacher understood everything, and his magic filled the entire throne room with a painful jelly. In an instant, the minister felt as if he were flying in the sky among the stars. He was deeply amazed that such magic existed. Then he felt tiny when the magician reached out to him with his bandaged hand. He grabbed Norris as if he were a toy and pulled him toward himself. The demonic entity struggled desperately, unwilling to leave the body it had grown to love. But under the skilled hands of the dark elf, the demon was pulled out. It growled viciously and thrashed about like a mad dog that had been pulled out of a kennel. But Elric quickly grabbed it by the throat and activated the power of the seal. Then everything went smoothly and the demon's power began to be absorbed into his hand. He smiled contentedly, for not only was he replenishing his strength, but he was also once again leaving the kingdom of Anthropomorph in debt. The demon Hull also grinned carnally. The mage wished him bon appetit, as long as he kept the seal. Hull's seal had finally evolved, thought Elric, when he suddenly found himself in a crimson space. He seemed to be immersed in a vision, just like in the dragon's cave. Before him stood the throne of bones once more, and the Lord of Demons sat upon it. He was delivering a speech to the huge army of demons standing below. All that is unknown was created by him, said the Lord of Original Sin. On the blade of his monstrous sword, the fiery mark of the beast glowed. The mage watched from the sidelines and realized that he had entered the demon's memories. But this was surprising, for he had simply absorbed the power of another demon. The horde of winged, toothed, multi-armed, and multi-legged creatures screeched and growled after the words of their master. But then the demons rushed toward the bone throne. Flashing his beastly blade, Mephistopheles leaped forward. "Fools," he said to those who dared to attack him. With a single swing, the entire plane was reduced to ashes, along with those who stood on it. A shockwave swept away the remaining ones like a sea surge. Mephisto mercilessly struck his enemies with his beastly sword. "Fools! You thought you could defeat the king so easily!" he shouted at them, his voice filled with an unusual melancholy. He chopped, cut, and stabbed tirelessly. Elric had already forgotten Mephisto's original power, for now he was an evil spirit. Before him stood the greatest and most noble of the demon lords, holding a severed head in his hands. For some unknown reason, the magician could feel everything the demon felt, and right now, Mephisto deeply regretted what had happened, despite his triumphant laughter. He was merely following the path that fate had laid out for him. A sinner who lives and breathes sin and cannot stray from this path. That is why the lonely king of demons was called the Original Sin. Evil emerged from Mephisto's shadow, and his aura took on its true form. But then the wizard felt the gaze of a pair of fiery coals upon him, and the vision was cut short in that same moment. He was standing in the middle of the throne room again. When the absorption was complete, the weakened Norris fell onto the carpeted floor. Augustine noticed the young man's worried look, and asked if everything was all right. The others were also surprised by his silence, but then the mage pulled himself together and hurried to reassure them. In reality, much less time had passed, he noticed, and looked at Norris, who was lying unconscious. It seemed that Mephisto had already sensed that someone had looked into his soul, his gray face frowning more than usual. Elric didn't know why this had happened. He had simply absorbed the demon's power with the help of the seal of Hull, and it had been drawn into Mephistopheles' seal. Now their souls were bound together, and the demon was just as surprised as the man, because now he was just an evil spirit. The mage asked him what he thought of it, and Mephisto arrogantly twisted his face, for he was not an all-knowing old man. The power of the seal that Elric had absorbed seemed to have once been subject to the Lord of Demons himself. This explained the wolf-like appearance of the seal, thought the wizard. But it was strange that Mephisto did not recognize it immediately. It was because he was a king from birth and had always lived at the top, the only one of his kind, said the noble demon again in a haughty tone. "It's just that no one wants to be friends with him," said Elric jokingly, and the demon became angry. At the same time, he asked Mephisto what he had seen in his memories, but Mephisto just snorted like a stubborn horse and turned away. After everything, Norris was put to bed to rest, and the king and his adopted daughter Irina were afraid to leave his bedside. The ministers took the magician's hand and sincerely thanked him. Then the wizard wished him a speedy recovery. Norris declared that he would do his best for his majesty. Everyone smiled at this touching scene, while the magician was already thinking about when the main plot would begin. He glanced at Irina and the young tiger, and thought that now was the time. The demon behind him snorted contemptuously. The worst Melvinger always showed off in front of people, but his mind was full of calculations. Elric replied that it had only happened a couple of times, and asked the demon to stop reading his thoughts and peeping like some kind of lunatic. While the demon hissed and raged, Valens handed him a small chest. As promised, the mage received King Julius's treasure map and the results of their research on strengthening the body. Inside were indeed the items listed, and the king had also asked him to look under the cloth. The mage was surprised but lifted a red handkerchief from the bottom of the box. Underneath it, he discovered the roots of a rare eastern plant. This item was incredibly valuable, so he couldn't ask why the king had been so generous. Then the boy told him an ancient legend of the Beastman. When this world is about to fall, a heroic king with great physical prowess will appear at the right moment and lead everyone to prosperity. Then a harsh winter will come, freezing the land and hearts, but the hero will appear and the ice will melt and spring will return. After reading these half-lines, the king told the wizard that he was now certain that Elric was the hero of the legend. Hearing about the winter, the magician touched his pocket where the icy egg lay. He remembered Otto's words telling him to end winter, and these words had not returned to him from the legends for no reason. Justin regretted that he had returned late, which meant that he had arrived in Anthromorph at the behest of the Beastman, Elric surmised. The king said that the wizard was a hero and deserved such a gift, and the magician accepted it humbly. Having settled all matters, they set off for the flower temple in their carriage. The feathered servant, trembling with fear, bowed to the ground before his terrible master. He begged for forgiveness and muttered something about next time, but the dark power of the nine-tailed fox lifted him into the air, squeezing his thin throat, and there was a grim sound of broken neck vertebrae. His place was immediately taken by another servant with deer antlers, who reported that Mervinger was heading for the flower temple. Then the lord ordered that the temple to which Mervinger's ancestor had once gone be burned down. "And burn everyone in the temple too," growled the demonic fox menacingly. Meanwhile, the carriage continued north toward the mountain ridges covered in black snow. Fortunately, its interior was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate all the noble guests and the squadron of knights. The boy king rode with them, trying to tame Giltone the tiger. But the white and proud beast would not submit. They made more noise and fuss with their constant running around than they did entertaining Sean. He turned his gaze to Elric, who was talking about something with Herman Weil and his beautiful daughter Isabel. Herman touched the boy's hand and asked if he had ever thought of learning fencing. The mage was surprised to hear such a suggestion, but did not rush to answer out of respect. Herman noted that the young duke was a quick learner of martial arts, and had even managed to improve them, which was an extraordinary talent. Fencing skills would not be superfluous in battles involving the art of body development, Lord Weil declared. But as soon as the conversation turned to apprenticeship, he was interrupted. "Not so fast," said old Augustine, and released his fighting aura. The knights immediately grabbed their swords. Giltone sternly called on them to be prudent and stay where they were. One wrong move and their heads would explode, the former commander of the revolutionaries told them, his eyes flashing menacingly. The two old men looked at everyone as if they were ready to bury anyone who dared to disobey them. Even the boy king darted toward Hayes's warm chest, just in case. German urged the elders to calm down, as there were children and women present. And they did indeed reconsider, tempering their teacherly zeal. German assured the old man Augustine that he had no intention of taking his student away from him. The boy simply did not look like an ordinary magician, and could become stronger if taught fencing. It sounded convincing, but the old man again took on a crazy look, declaring that he was not a fool and did not believe in such nonsense. A powerful aura weighed heavily on Herman, but he did not back down and asked the old man mockingly if he was afraid that his student would be stolen from him. All this time, Carl, the servant, tirelessly guided the horses in the moonlight. Suddenly, the carriage jumped up in place along with the horses and nearly overturned. The old man and Lord Weil moved quickly through the cold sky. Augustine gathered mana in his hand to restrain the knight. His power formed a terrifying hand of God in the sky, covering the moon and stars. But Herman only gripped his sword tighter and filled it with his aura. Lightning flashed, and Augustine's divine hand was cut in two by a single blow from the blue lion's sword. Meanwhile, Giltan decided to warm up with the knights, standing before them on his tiger. He politely invited them to fight, and his tiger bared its teeth and growled. The knights understood what a dangerous enemy they were facing, so they attacked all together. The snowy plain on the edge of the forest suddenly became a field of fierce battle. The demon did not understand why the madmen were fighting. Elric immediately turned up his nose, saying that it was all because he was incredibly talented, and the demon sneered contemptuously at his blatant narcissism. In their dialogue, they switched back to mental speech, no longer looking into each other's souls. The demon asked him if he was going to intervene, because the battle between the two old men was making him sleepy, and the mage intervened, his spell of weakening instantly cooling the fighting spirit of the combatants. He asked them to calm down and promised to study fencing. With that, they decided to return to the carriage and sit down at the negotiating table. Augustine believed that the young man still had much to learn from him, and Gilt also had many excellent skills. But the mage's answer was simple. He wanted to become stronger. No matter how much he improved his body without knowledge, he would hit a wall. His enemies, the demons, were very strong, and additional skills would come in handy. But that didn't mean he would give up the path of a magician. Fencing would only be a support. German confirmed his words, saying that he did not want to drag the boy into the world of martial arts. Then Elric turned to Augustine and Gilt, and said that if they were against it, he would give up. since he was their student, and humbly placed his hand on his chest. The teachers exchanged glances, as if making a joint decision. Since they did not object after all, he was a young duke. And after his fight with Herman, it was clear that he had something to learn. Then Augustin turned to Lord Weil. The young man was lost in dark thoughts. He couldn't pass up this chance, even if it hurt his teacher's pride. Herman was one of the best fencers on the continent, and he would squeeze him dry. The young duke smiled greedily. But after a short training session, he was the first to feel the rainbow on his lips. The mage was squeezed dry like a lemon. German laughed, holding a wooden training sword on his shoulder. He didn't think the boy would tire so quickly. Elric felt insignificant for the first time, forced to swing the stick 1,000 times without using any mana. Lord Weil reminded him that this was usually started in early childhood. Mephisto interrupted their conversation and said he had made a decision. When he descends into this world, he will be as kind as God himself to the Blue Lions, he said mockingly. Dance, princess! The magician uttered the words of power, and the evil spirit spun around in a luxurious evening gown and ballet shoes. They were distracted from their games by Carl, who announced that they had arrived at their destination. Elric stepped outside resolutely, tired of waiting. But when he looked back, he was greatly taken aback. For this place was called the Flower Temple. Instead, he saw ruins forgotten by both God and the devil. The temple was currently closed because of the General of the East, but Velens had announced his arrival, so it had to be opened. Mephisto smiled when he saw the ruins. There had been so much talk about the temple that he was curious to see if anything had been preserved. This place was created in case of the destruction of the world, something harmful to the Ark of Salvation, the demon said. Humans, dragons, and giants frightened by the army of the demon god planned to revive themselves after the world fell in war. But in those days, the Melvingers stopped the invasion, the demon said, spreading his arms. Elric pondered his words and touched the ancient medallion on his chest again. He had already seen the destructive picture of the past sealed in his heritage. But then the ground shook beneath their feet, and the delighted king pointed his finger. The ruined arch shone with all the colors of the rainbow. It was ancient, powerful magic. Mephisto bared his sharp teeth, thinking that he might meet someone he knew there. Bright as sunlight, a ray of light flooded the cold stone ruins, casting long shadows. And then a tiny figure in a cloak appeared from the gate. Folding her hands like a priestess, the girl removed the hood from her face and introduced herself as Hunia Trukwax. She was the temple's caretaker and, fortunately, could be called a gardener. After a quick introduction, she invited them inside to shelter from the cold winds. The king and the wizard exchanged glances, as if asking each other what to do next. Together, they headed toward a dazzlingly bright door. Inside, wide meadows and mountains gently held fragrant plains and hills in their arms. The temple stood nearby, looking like a princess's dollhouse, with a wide colonnade framing it in a semicircle, as if shielding it from the open plains. Usually, with the arrival of winter, the temple rests, and they do not accept guests. The gardener who led their group across the soft grass informed them. Only at the request of the Tiger King were they allowed inside. She asked them to observe the rules of decorum while the god was in hibernation, and Elric heard surprised cries of, "Man, man!" A fairy with transparent wings shaped like butterfly wings hovered above him and said that she had not seen humans for 40 years. The gardener introduced her as Nar, the goddess of Narcissus. Not a fairy, but a goddess. The magician was surprised. Narcissa immediately praised Hayes for her beauty, and she responded with a sweet smile. But the goddess did not favor the old man Augustin, calling him gloomy. He smiled and replied that she should not talk about old age, since she had lived for more than 1,000 years. Seeing Isabel, the talkative goddess told her to work on her unrequited love and praised her for her fragrance, which was better than anyone else's, making the girl blush with embarrassment. Elric frowned at the noisy goddess who had no sense of tact. But when Nar approached him, she covered her nose. She trembled as if she had smelled something foul and terrifying. The demon mockingly told the goddess that she must be made of pumpkin flowers or gardenias, judging by her scent. The goddess immediately began to argue with the evil spirit, whom she could surprisingly see. The demon was clearly amused. It was the first time in a long time that he had had anyone to talk to besides the boy. Herman noticed Nar's strange reaction, and Augustine suggested that something was going on. Fortunately for Elric, before everyone found out about Mephistopheles, the gardener said that Nar was just fooling around because she had few friends. The goddess heard the gardener and became indignant, but the gardener changed the subject and asked about the purpose of the guest's visit. Then the wizard reached into his breast pocket. He took out a blue crystal that he was supposed to give to the goddess of camellias. They went deeper into the temple, past columns and arches covered with ivy. The general of the East had caused a lot of damage to the temple, said Elric, who had imagined this place to be paradise on earth. This place is an ark from the god of demons, but only winter has affected it, noted Mephisto. He couldn't understand why the storm had grown stronger now. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was part of the agreement with the Melvinger family. But there were too many coincidences, said the demon, flashing his eyes. It was as if everything had been planned in advance and set in motion like clockwork after the magician visited the refuge in the north. And Elric wondered if this too might be part of the agreement he had made with Otto. The gardener opened the door for them and said they had arrived. It was a wide room with a high vaulted ceiling from which hanging wisteria vines hung down. And in the middle stood small tables that looked like toys. And behind each one sat a tiny fairy, beautiful as a doll. They stared at the strangers and asked who they were. Why had they come? Why were they looking for Camellia? And why had he brought the ice crystal? Elric was surprised to realize that the goddess Camellia was not there. He then introduced himself and bowed politely. The fairies flew up to him, delighted when they heard his name, his green eyes and golden hair. It was their friend Houston. His grandfather had been a friend of the flower fairies and had come to this place 40 years ago. The magician told them that he had come here at the behest of his ancestors to return the blue crystal to the goddess Camellia. He asked where she was now, but the girls responded with a glance and fell silent, ceasing their cheerful chatter. They led him to a greenhouse hidden behind thick glass through which soft light penetrated and fell on gray boxes resembling children's coffins. The sight made the wizard's heart freeze. They stopped at a small box with her name on it, and the fairies told him that Camellia had withered. Because of the general of the East, winter had become too long, spring had not come, and everyone had fallen asleep, the fairies said. The wizard crouched down and touched the box with his hands. If he did not return the crystal, he would not be able to complete his task. This meant that his family would never regain its former glory, and the young man's face darkened. The demon grumbled disgustedly nearby, thinking how ridiculous it was that the goddesses had wilted because of some wind. He considered them pathetic, and the fairies began to childishly scold the demon king, tolerating him only because of the wizard. Their quarrel only intensified when the magician had a clever thought. His mind caught on the word withered. They're not dead, they've just wilted, he thought, and resolutely lifted the lid of the coffin. Inside, on a soft satin cloth, lay a small seed the size of a walnut. Elric placed the blue crystal next to the seed. It should work, he thought. Then he cast the absorption spell. The energy of the crystal began to flow into the walnut in the box. The entire greenhouse was flooded with bright blue light, like the flame of a burner. Then the seed cracked, and a green sprout emerged from its depths. Everyone recoiled from the rapid stream of red mist, which shot out like a geyser. The room was filled with the delicate, fragrant aroma of camellia flowers. And before them bloomed a beautiful butterfly in a dress of petals, just as promised, said the fairy, awakening. Elric introduced himself to her and told her that he was Houston's grandson, and asked her to tell him about their agreement. But before she could answer, she was surrounded by other cheerful fairies who began to chirp in a springtime chorus, eager to see her. But Camellia was different from them, with a more mature disposition, and even snapped at them to be quiet and not interrupt the important conversation. The shamed fairies fell silent and even hung their wings dejectedly. No pride at all, snorted the gray demon contemptuously. He's still just as vile, only now he has no body, the only thing he could boast about. How pitiful, Camellia replied boldly to the demon. Mephisto became angry and declared that he was a great king. King of what? Camellia asked him in surprise and looked at him condescendingly. Without any servants, there was no one left to call him king. Then, without waiting for the demon's reply, the fairy turned to the magician and said that he had a beautiful name. The magician bowed politely again, and she asked him how he had awakened her. Elric explained that he had sensed a demonic power hidden in the cold energy that enveloped the seed. Therefore, he suggested that if both powers were absorbed, Camellia would awaken. The fairy praised him again, saying he was as smart as he was handsome. She smiled seductively at him and asked him to be her fiancé. Such an unexpected turn of events sent a chill down the wizard's spine. It wasn't every day he heard such proposals. Mephis grumbled contemptuously. She was still chasing after handsome men. Ugly demon kings were of no interest to anyone, and Camellia told him to get lost. The doll-like beauty repeated her question, and said that a man could only receive such an offer once. In other circumstances, the mage would have immediately rejected it as absurd, but his family had a contract with this goddess, and he had to be more tactful. So he rejected her as politely and courteously as he could, citing his inability to act rashly as the head of his clan. Camellia sighed disappointedly but did not show it out of pride. It had been a long time since she had been rejected. Then she quickly changed the subject and turned away, because the mage had come here to find out about their agreement with Houston. Houston knew that one day his grandson would come here. He must steal the winter that covered the field with coal-black snow and bring spring with him. Something familiar stirred in the mage's memory. It was amazing that his ancestor had known all this in advance. Elric touched the medallion around his neck again. Will he be able to stop this long and wild cold and bring the joy of warmth they have been waiting for so long? Asked Camellia, her hair swaying gracefully in the wind. She was so beautiful, like a real delicate flower, that even the demon turned away, embarrassed by her image. Elric could not promise anything, but he was here to end winter, or perfect it, as Otto had instructed him. Camellia smiled, lost in memories. Such words sounded like those of an old grump. But everything may be connected, said the fairy to the wizard. Now his path lies elsewhere, she said, and fluttered straight to his face. The fairy blew him a kiss, from which petals as red as dawn fell. In an instant, the room was filled with the scent of camellias and petals again. She told him to go to that place and find out how to stop the cold. He found himself once again on the soft carpet of the flowery plain, the spicy herbs tickling his nostrils with the scent of thyme and sage. He hadn't felt like this in a long time, thought the wizard. He stood up to look around and see if this place was a flower temple. It was just as he had imagined it. A wide, grassy meadow sparkling with a riot of colors and scents, humming with the buzzing of bees, and tall mountains guarding it from the frost, their sharp peaks catching all the clouds. A light breeze of warm spring air playfully blew in his face. When he opened his eyes again, spring had given way to winter, and everything was covered in coal-black snow. Elric tried to understand what had happened when a familiar voice, as if reading his thoughts, replied that it was a field of black snow. Otto Hahn, who was standing with his back to him, told him where the second task would take place. The old relative turned around and smiled, saying that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Elric ran up to him, and Otto praised him for how much he had grown, and the mark of cruelty found its place on his hand. The wizard asked how his ancestor had ended up here. Otto replied that he would follow him closely until winter was over, and smiled gently. But his smile triggered flashbacks of past trials in the boy, and he shuddered. Looking up at the sky, Otto said that they didn't have much time and needed to get started. Long ago, this place was sacred. It was here that life began. But soon everything was consumed by death. The General of the East, whispered Elric, guessing the cause of the catastrophe. It was his shadow that the demon god left behind after passing through this place. A remnant of the past and a curse, said Otto, and they looked at the monstrous cyclone. And his task to devour this darkness had been revealed to him by his ancestor. On the one hand, the mage had expected something like this. But on the other, all of the old man's tasks were madness. How to harness this great calamity? The wizard doubted his own abilities as he looked at the roaring streams in the mountains. But if he succeeded, this immense power would be his. And the boy's eyes flashed greedily. Otto watched Elric's reaction closely. As before, the young wizard had to force the power of the storm demon into the seal on his hand. There was no doubt that this enemy was stronger than the Queen of the Mountains, for this was his second task. After thinking for a moment, Elric declared resolutely that he was ready for battle. Before the fight, Otto gave him a camellia seed to take with him. His task was to grow the seed in 100 days, until the tree blossomed. The magician was amazed that he would have to grow a tree, as this time he would have to be a gardener. It didn't sound too difficult, and Otto rubbed the frame of his monocle. To grow something on dead ground? What does the General of the East have to do with this? The magician asked. Otto laughed and said that he would understand everything once he got started. And the boy tapped himself on the head, wondering what else he could expect from his crazy relative. He frowned and sank into thought about how to complete the task with so little information. But his relative told him not to worry, because he would have a mentor. At his snap, a magical seal appeared before them. Then the frosty air filled with a familiar scent. She won't be left behind, grumbled the tiny fairy in a dress made of petals. She indignantly brushed her long, silky hair away from her face. The goddess did not like to be awakened for trivial matters. Elric stared in surprise at the one he had just been talking to, but Camellia behaved as if she did not recognize him at all, and cast a hungry glance at the handsome young man. Although this fairy looked just like the goddess Camellia, there were differences. She was short in stature, but the wizard had the feeling that he was looking not at a young flower, but at a mature tree, and her crown was so large that it could cover the entire sky. This version of the goddess looked majestic. Otto politely introduced his distant descendant to the goddess. Once again, Mervinger sighed disappointedly, but promised to turn a blind eye because he was cute. Then she offered to make him her husband, and Elric realized that this was definitely Camellia. But then the goddess sensed something, and seemed to remember that the boy had already rejected her once. It turns out they have a connection with a copy in the flower temple, the wizard realized. As before, Camellia changed the subject to save face, and told him that growing a tree was quite difficult. The magician declared that he was ready for anything, and the goddess warned that she would only help with advice. He would have to grow the tree himself. Elric nodded obediently. That would be enough. Otto handed him a stone tablet. It looked old and cracked, and on its surface was carved the coat of arms of the Mervingers, an owl and a book. This messenger would allow him to see the condition of the tree in real time, but soon it would reveal other abilities, said the ancestor, and a seal lit up in his hands. The magic of the Wheel of Change broke free from his hands, and the trial began. They soared high above the mountains where the sky loses its blue and touches the stars. 4 centuries ago, the curse of the demon god fell upon these lands, said the goddess. He must find special ingredients and use them, she explained, while Elric wondered if nature was better in those times than it was now. First, he had to find a place to plant the seed, and it had to be fertile. Elric decided it would be quicker to clear the land than to search the entire field of black snow. But then an ugly winged shadow appeared in the sky. The monster with a sharp beak almost swallowed the magician like a fly as it flew past. After that, several more hungry winged creatures appeared in the sky. They attacked the wizard, who was suspended in the air like easy prey. Elric brought his hands together and summoned his mana. Then a hurricane erupted from his hands and crashed down on his enemies, sweeping away everything in its path. The winged creatures withstood the gusts of wind, but could not withstand the bitter cold that froze them in ice. In an instant, they all shattered into a hail of shards and fell to the ground. The demon Hul emerged from his hiding place and decided to eat so that the good would not go to waste. Unexpectedly, there was something to feed on in this place. The mage smiled. The goddess also smiled contentedly. The boy was as skilled as all the Melvingers. But killing monsters is one thing, and finding fertile land among the mountains and snow is quite another. Elric began to think about what he was looking for. An open space with a few trees, water nearby, and a place that was protected. Since they had traveled 4 centuries into the past, there must be an anthropomorph somewhere around here, the wizard remembered. Camellia confirmed his guesses. The beastmen were just finishing building a city, but the landscape had changed since then, and finding it would not be easy. But the wizard had his own methods. First, he found a turbulent river that had carved its way through the rocks. Gorges and hills hardly change over such a long period of time, so they can be used to determine the location, said the wizard. So he came out onto a plain where various creatures crawled around and eerie stumps protruded from the ground instead of trees. Camellia praised him for his resourcefulness. Elric had memorized the surroundings of the anthropomorph well. The mage held out his hand to prepare the ground. From his seal, ice blue mana burst forth. "Will this be enough for the plant to grow?" he asked the goddess. "It was more than enough," she replied, looking at the impenetrable wall of sharp ice and the flickering protective dome. Most monsters would not be able to pass this barrier. For the first time, the goddess saw a human who spoke the dragon language so freely. A forest fire raged in her chest, and she was surprised to find herself liking this talented boy. Elric landed and examined the place he had prepared. Then his pockets sparkled like polished gold. It was a sign of a stone tablet, signifying the success of their endeavors. The wizard reached into his pocket and took out the stone tablet, but his face darkened. The task had failed, and he would be returned to day 0, the fiery inscription said. The magic of the gears clicked loudly, and they were transported back into the sky above the sharp mountain peaks. As before, when the task failed, he returned to the beginning, only now he did not have to die, just like old Otto. Elric looked at the mountains covered in black snow, and thought about what he was missing. Camellia yawned wearily and said she was going to the outside world to sleep, opening a portal for herself. She told the boy to wait for her return and think about the task. Without listening to his objections, she disappeared, and was gone. The black sun cast a dim light on the cold rocks, and the river continued to wash the ancient bones of the mountains. The wizard lay on the cold ground and thought about his task. He couldn't wait to solve everything as quickly as possible, so he jumped up abruptly. He concentrated and used his inner vision to scan the valley. Golden energy spread out in waves of flame in all directions. Nearby, directly beneath the ground, he sensed something. As soon as he touched it, the ground beneath his feet shook as if someone were gnawing at it. Elric jumped up. At that very moment, a sandworm in scaly armor broke through the crust of frozen ground. Deathworms are so large that they can swallow an elephant alive, and are dangerous even to experienced mages. The Monster Encyclopedia, in the section on sandworms, gave only one piece of advice. If you encounter one, run. Beneath him, a black hole full of needle-sharp teeth opened up, and everywhere he looked was an abyss. Elric gathered ice crystals around himself. Apparently, his previous attempt had failed because of this little worm. But to defeat it, he first had to break through its skin, and the needles turned into hundreds of swords. The worm pressed itself to the ground, and wrapped itself in rings to protect itself. Hundreds of swords crashed down with a clang against its sturdy armor, but the magic did not penetrate the scales, so Elric moved straight toward the gaping maw. But before he could reach the monster and strike it, it managed to spit a shower of green slime. Elric did not expect such an attack and hastily raised his honeycomb shield. The contents of the monster's stomach were so acidic that they burned through even the energy barrier. But at that moment, the worm decided to return to the cozy depths of the earth. Elric gave chase. If he let this creature escape now, he would not be able to complete his mission. The worm collapsed to the ground and the frozen crust cracked again. Then it spun around and tried to grab the wizard again. Its retreat was feigned, and this time the magician was caught by his cunning opponent. The young man's face darkened. A little more, and he would have had to start all over again. This time, a green acid rain flew at him again. He had to run away quickly so as not to dissolve in it. The wizard performed several dizzying somersaults in the air, but the creature did not lose its target and was preparing to spit at him again. Then Elric used a weapon spell, and his body was surrounded by veins of different forces. He had learned this trick from the Blue Lion. You had to concentrate all your energy in one point. He unleashed all of this along with his body-strengthening techniques, The world lost its color for a moment from the tension. After such a blow, the wizard fell to the ground and barely covered himself with his shield. If he hadn't used his ultimate attack, he would have been turned into mincemeat long ago. But he didn't want to repeat such a feat a second time, he thought, glancing at the seal. The tablet told him that part of the task had been completed, and the first restriction had been lifted. The tablet in his hand suddenly glowed brightly. The power emanating from the tablet was absorbed into the seal on his right hand. Then everything fell silent, even the wind around him calmed its impetuous gusts. Elric hadn't expected to get the fourth seal so quickly, and thought that with it, he would have to absorb the Eastern General. But the guy didn't even know the true name of this demon, so he scratched the back of his head in frustration. Mephisto would definitely be mocking him now. He remembered the demon with the gray face. This only added to the wizard's eagerness to figure everything out on his own. Once the cleaning was done, he decided it was time to tackle the garden beds. But then the demon Hull gave him a warning. It wouldn't have been a test for Otto if it had ended so simply. But the ground beneath his feet began to shake again. The monster encyclopedia had a note that sometimes worms gather in groups. And before the wizard's eyes, the earth foamed like the sea and spat out a dozen hungry leeches. They began to resemble a monster from ancient legends with 1,000 heads on long necks. Several long and obscene words directed at his ancestor flashed through the wizard's mind. He grabbed his head and screamed, because for some reason he was constantly being given tasks of devilish difficulty. For the first time, he wondered how the ancestors of the Tiger King had managed to build a city here, above the dwelling place of sandworms. Only Elric's teachers could handle such a group of monsters, but their abundance meant that the land here was truly fertile. Therefore, despite everything, he must try to complete this task, the wizard decided, and slowed down his heavenly flight. He laughed when a crazy thought struck him that he could fight the monsters a couple of times and then go fishing. But reality was unforgiving, and it was not going to be an easy walk. After 34 attempts, he lay on the ground completely broken. He tried everything he knew, but it was impossible to kill these monsters alone. Each time, the wizard went through incredible torment. During the battle, he even found another place to plant a tree, but it never sprouted. He thought he could be stuck here until he was old, as the monsters surrounded him again. There was no longer any sign of Camellia or Mephistopheles, and old Otto was probably watching him and laughing quietly. And only then did it dawn on him that no one had forbidden him to ask for help. In those days, a Tiger King lived here, Elric remembered. That meant he just had to find his family, hoping that at least in this time the king could fight and wouldn't be a child or an old man. Camellia was dozing under a beautiful tree, curled up like a cat in her silk bed. The wind played a lullaby on the leaves of the tree, from which delicate petals fell like snow. A harsh voice, dry as desert sand, woke her, but Otto spoke softly. Camellia rubbed her eyes sleepily, surprised that he had managed to get in, for no one could do so without permission. Otto smiled again. Once, someone had begged him to come here. The little fairy indignantly replied that such a thing had never happened, waking up in an instant. She sat proudly on her bed and asked him why he had come. Otto was concerned about how the goddess was coping with the curse that had been blocked 40 years ago. Camellia was recovering. She was feeling better, but it would be better if it didn't happen again. She asked Otto how the young hero was doing, and he offered to take a look. The mage was running away from some wild beastmen. They shouted after him, calling him a pathetic human being and their enemy. Camellia was afraid for the boy and asked Otto what was going on, but he only laughed again. He enjoyed putting the boy through interesting trials. The goddess demanded that they help the mage immediately, but Otto calmed her down and asked her to just watch. The boy's face didn't look scared, more like he was enjoying the chaos. He jumped around like a grasshopper, making the animals chase him, but the Tiger King never appeared. For his task, he definitely needed the help of those who would one day build an entire kingdom here. When the wizard stopped, the beastman thought he had exhausted himself and had finally fallen into their clutches. It was difficult to find a specific beastman in these parts, so the magician decided to attract his attention and used a secret art. The beasts cowered in fear at such unprecedented power, their instincts screaming that they were in the presence of a true leader. Now the hunt was sure to begin, for the man had used their techniques. A black shadow loomed over the mountain ridge. Elric simply stamped his foot and caused a rock slide that thundered through the valley of black snow. The beasts were thrown back by the dazzling golden aura and rolled across the ground. After such a noise, they must have noticed him, Elric decided, and climbed higher up the tree. Or maybe that wasn't enough. He still had his doubts. But when he wanted to change his position, his sense of evil sounded the alarm, and Hull shouted at him to run. Like a hungry tiger creeping up behind him, it struck with its paws, and the mage jumped back, narrowly avoiding the attack. Looking back at the cleanly cut stump, he realized that if it weren't for his sense of evil, he would surely be dead. The warrior, who had quietly emerged from the shadows, praised him for his attentiveness. This was the creature that united all the beastmen in the Valley of Black Snow, the great ruler of the North who made the entire empire tremble with fear. The ancestor of the beastmen asked him menacingly who he was, a fierce aura surrounding his body. His name was Julius, the Tiger King. When he came closer, he noticed that it was definitely a human being. He asked the wizard again what was happening. Other beastmen surrounded them on all sides and barked loudly in indignation. Julius flashed his eyes and asked them if he was not allowed to be there. The wizard realized that not all the tribes had been united yet. The Tiger King had not yet reached the peak of his development, but his aura was monstrous, and he was intimidating just by his presence. The tiger roared, telling everyone who did not want to fight to get out of the way. The beasts fled with their tails between their legs, promising to avenge him for siding with humans. When they were gone, the future king breathed a sigh of relief. He did not like fuss. Elric was surprised that he had just been protected. It meant that coming here had not been a mistake. He bowed politely and thanked them for their help, but didn't finish his sentence. A strong paw with a steel grip squeezed his throat. Julius demanded to know where he had learned the art of strengthening the body. The mage would have been happy to tell him, but his throat could only make a wheezing sound. Then Julius took pity on him and let him go, but warned that if he lied, he would twist his head off. Elric invented a legend that he was a refugee whose family could no longer bear the oppression and tyranny of the Empire and had therefore come here. On the way, his parents were killed by monsters, and a beastman raised and trained him in the ways of magic. The mage lied shamelessly. He told the tearful story with such fervor that by the end he began to believe it himself. What was the beast's name? Julius asked him, his face betraying whether he believed him or not. Elric pretended to lower his gaze, as his teacher had always told him that he had long since forgotten his name. And since he didn't want to disturb his teacher's memory any further, he simply called him Master. The tiger looked again into the emerald eyes, which had taken on the appearance of an innocent lamb. The Tiger King was incredibly perceptive. He could tell whether a person was telling the truth or lying by their heartbeat and muscle tension. But these feelings were easy to deceive if one knew how to control the flow of blood. Julius roared that they were now brothers, and the magician thought that he had succeeded. Since they practiced the same art, it should have brought them closer together. Elric wiped the fake tears from his face. Placing his hand on his shoulder, Julius asked if he had a place to stay for the night. The tiger gave him a riding wolf, and together they headed for his home across the snowy plain. But then, next to Elric, a portal opened again, and a familiar soft and delicate voice was heard. "Why isn't there a single normal person among the Melvingers?" Camellia asked him, immediately perching on his shoulder. She told him not to worry. Julius should not have sensed her presence. The goddess asked the young wizard if he really thought he could pass himself off as one of them to this savage. Elric didn't think so, but he hoped that Julius would stay nearby anyway. Their people were currently embroiled in internal strife, so it was important that their warriors knew how to fight. The search for strong warriors was also necessary for Tigress Julius. They arrived at the camp, and Camellia doubted whether the other beastmen would accept their leader's decision, as there was enmity between their races. Many young warriors had lost loved ones in the war with humans, so it was no surprise that they bristled when they saw a human. But Julius confidently declared to everyone that this man was now their brother. Of course, no one listened to him. They only hissed louder in contempt. Then the leader ordered everyone to calm down and gather together. For many years, the people of the Empire had persecuted the beastmen, so their open hatred was understandable. But despite this, the magician had to win them over to his side. However, something unexpected happened next. Upon hearing Elric's story, the beastmen began to cry. They accepted the teacher from the boy's story as their departed mentor. Julius also winked confidently at the stunned young man, who did not understand what nonsense they were talking about. Just a minute ago, they were ready to tear him to pieces, and now they accepted him as one of their own. And the whole reason was the formidable leader Julius, who was now smiling at him. He embellished Elric's story, adding details and touching scenes from the teacher's last moments. Julius turned out to be a much more skilled liar and manipulator than he seemed at first glance, despite being a rough warrior, displaying unprecedented cunning and wit. His heart-rending story moved all the young warriors of the tribe. He so skillfully portrayed the death of the teacher, who had wished for their tribes to live in peace, that the warriors were driven to frenzy. They groaned and tore at their fur. The death of their teacher seemed real to them, as if it were happening right then and there. Elric himself did not know how far this lie could go. Then Julius whispered to him to play along. These fools were capable of believing anything. The mage smiled warmly. He did not hate the beastmen and needed their help. But not everyone agreed with this decision. There were those who opposed it. A strong-looking warrior with a beast tattoo on his shoulder stepped forward, refusing to believe the man's words. A tense silence hung in the air as the two sides studied each other for a long time. "The Black Wolf Tribe, loyal dogs of the Tiger King and ancestors of Norris," Camellia whispered to him. Julian stepped forward and asked Ralph if he was thinking of defying the chief's order. The proud wolf immediately replied that he would not. Nevertheless, he was not prepared to accept a representative of the inferior human race, even if he spoke the truth. But Julius did not like such views. He growled fiercely at Ralph and reminded him of their principles. They were all abandoned and persecuted, and were one family regardless of their origins. And if he had forgotten this, the chief threatened to break his neck immediately. It seemed that he had only one harsh answer to any questions or complaints. Ralph glanced sullenly at the man, but did not dare to openly contradict the chief. Elric stepped forward and praised Julius for the good intentions of the anthropomorphs, who was surprised that the boy had heard of them. The wizard explained that rumors had reached him while he was wandering the fields. Although they still had many enemies, many tribes shared Julius's approach of forgetting racial prejudices. He had been rejected as a human by his own people, but his teacher had taken him in, and now he had found his brothers, Elric told them with a radiant smile. If Mephis had seen him now, he would have choked with laughter. Such an act was worthy of the title of Tiger King. But now he must prove by his actions that he is worthy to join them, said the wizard, his eyes flashing with determination. Ralph already understood what the stranger was getting at. Their tribal hierarchy was based on strength. Therefore, everything could be decided in battle. If Elric won, he would remain in the tribe as one of them. If not, he would leave forever. Ralph snarled viciously, his pride hurt by the challenge from this pathetic man. But Elric responded with the same contempt. Had the chief's dog really chickened out? His good-natured image of a simple and naive guy vanished in an instant, and he began to mock the wolf. Of course, the wolf couldn't contain his anger and immediately bared his claws. Elric used the art of strengthening his body, for only in this way could he win their respect. But then Julius himself separated them with a powerful stomp of his foot, causing both rivals to lose their balance. They rolled over and both tried to keep their balance. Before the fight began, Julius asked them if they would accept the result, even if their lives were at stake. Then the Black Wolf confidently declared that if a man won, he would recognize him. Elric also swore on the honor of his non-existent teacher. Julius gave them the command to begin, and Ralph immediately took on a beastly form and attacked the stranger. His claws could tear any monster apart as easily as sharp swords. Elric had no doubt that his made-up legend would soon be exposed, but he needed to prove himself to Julius. He dodged the claws and prepared to attack himself. The Black Wolf let out a terrifying howl and bared its fangs. Elric quickly closed the distance, gathering all his strength into one blow. His palm slid across the wolf's ribs, but the damage was devastating, and Ralph gasped for breath. After the first missed blow, Ralph realized how wrong he had been in his life, and began to whimper. But before he could recover, a fist was already flying toward his face. The fight quickly turned into a one-sided beating, with Elric moving faster than his opponent could see. The other warriors shuddered, for Ralph was the strongest warrior in Julius's guard. And then the proud wolf fell to his knees, broken as never before. Julian briefly praised him for a good fight, which was more than enough. But then Ralph's eyes flashed with rage. He seemed to explode with rage, his fur bristling and his eyes filling with blood. When anger overwhelms a beast man, he becomes several times stronger but loses his ability to control himself, the wizard remembered. Facing such a beast in combat was dangerous. Therefore, Elric was forced to use magic and shouted words of power. A stream of ice struck the berserker. He knocked the wolf to the ground, which had become slippery with ice. Then magical chains rushed at him like snakes. They securely bound the crazed wolf, who was tearing and throwing himself about. The wizard gave him a hard slap on the back of the head so that the guy could rest a little. Having lost consciousness, Ralph once again looked like an ordinary dog. A murmur ran through the ranks of the warriors. The man had just used magic, which meant his words were a lie. But for Elric, it was the only way to save the raging wolf's life. In any case, his deception would have been revealed sooner or later, and the boy looked guiltily at Julius. It was time to come up with a new excuse before the tiger said anything. But then Julius laughed good-naturedly as if nothing had happened. The boy was much more interesting than he had initially seemed. He not only possessed the art of strengthening the body, but also magic. Elric told him that he didn't want to use magic, but it was the only way to keep Ralph alive. But Julius didn't care about such trifles. On the battlefield, the strongest wins out. Such are the rules of a ruthless world. Only now did Julia become interested in the stranger's name, and the magician introduced himself. According to the duel, he could be accepted into the tribe, and the chief asked if anyone had any objections. There were none, so everyone solemnly welcomed the new member of the tribe with a loud cheer. Meanwhile, the tablet on the mage's chest lit up again. He took it out to read, and Camellia appeared beside him. The second restriction was lifted, and the tablet seemed to confirm that he was on the right path. Thus he learned the name of the seal contained on the tablet. It was called the North Wind. This seal was of a rare rank, and similar in power to the one given to him by the Queen of the Mountains. But Elric did not yet know how to awaken it. The goddess Camellia disappeared again, apparently deciding to remain silent about the power of the seal. There was nothing to be done, so the young man decided to focus on the second part of his ancestor's task. Later, they gathered in the tent of Chief Julius along with all the warriors of the guard who were in the camp. They called him inside, and he entered as befits a warrior of the tribe. Julius formally introduced the new warrior to the rest of the troops. Elric accepted the tribe's warrior clothing and became a member of the royal guard. The king laughed in greeting and told him he had his first assignment. Since Elric had wandered around this plain quite a bit, he was to find a good place for their permanent camp. Fate itself was on his side, thought the magician, for he already had a place in mind. This valley was surrounded by hills and mountains, making it easy to defend from strangers, and there were rivers nearby, and the land was more fertile than in other places. But there was one problem. There were too many worms living there, and the chief and the magician came to the same conclusion at the same time. They were both concerned about the monsters, but there was no better place to be found, the wizard assured Julia. Tiger was deep in thought about what to do, but he was not one to plan, so he simply agreed to do it. Elric was amazed at the speed of the decision. Then he realized why everything had been decided so quickly. Julius had passed the task on to his guards. Now he had to cooperate with Ralph. Even though he didn't have the best temper, they were still the strongest warriors of the tribe. Perhaps Julius wanted to test them by forcing those who disliked each other to work together. Ralph's twin brother, Yor, agreed that the task was not easy, as worms hunt in groups and are therefore very dangerous. Ralph immediately supported him and blamed all their problems on one man. He began to mock the wizard who had decided to choose a place next to the worms. How insolent, thought the wizard listening to this chatter. Ralph ended his speech by once again calling all humans pathetic and smugly spreading his arms. But at that very moment, he received such a blow that half his face was almost torn off his skull. Yor was the oldest in their group and couldn't stand it when someone stuck their neck out in front of him. He warned the insolent man again not to mix personal matters with business. Otherwise, he would tear his head off, because their lives depended on this task. At his menacing appearance, the others immediately stood to attention and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" No one wanted to contradict the young captain. Now it was clear why Julius had sent his guard with him. Yor was capable of keeping any quarrels in check. In gratitude, the mage bowed to the captain, but Yor quickly turned away. Perhaps he was just doing what he had to do, but his true thoughts were hidden deep inside. The worms would not come out if they sensed danger. They had to be lured out. And Elric asked the captain if he had any ideas. Yor told him about the flower of death, to which worms are extremely sensitive to the smell. If obtained, the worms would come out to the surface themselves. Unexpectedly, Elric could hardly contain his laughter, turning as red as a metal ingot in a blacksmith's forge. He quickly apologized and asked him to continue, as Yor reminded him too much of his descendant Norris. The captain was worried that the flower was rare and difficult to find, but Elric said there was nothing to worry about, as he had already found the flower. Yor's face showed that he didn't believe it so easily, as these flowers were quite capricious. Not only was it difficult to find the flowers, but also to pick them. But then Yor's face changed. Elric took the flower out of a secret pocket and presented it to everyone with great ceremony. Then the wolves froze in confusion, holding woven baskets full of flowers in their hands. The magician ordered them to hurry up and get to work, and even Ralph, without realizing it, obeyed the order. In the labyrinth of blue mist created by Master Augustine, Elric found many of these flowers, and since the magician could see demonic energy, he had no trouble finding them even with his eyes closed. Moreover, he could also absorb all the dark energy, and thus, he could fill the seal extremely quickly, his eyes flashing greedily like a demon's. He was so inspired that he ordered all the dogs to move their paws, causing the proud wolves to immediately raise the hair on their necks. They began to complain to Yoru about such treatment, but his face remained impassive. He simply kicked Ralph and ordered the dogs to get to work, since they couldn't do anything else anyway. Thus the conflict was settled, and Elric and Yor exchanged quick glances. The captain's face softened, as if to say that this was how one should behave with these wolves. When the herb gathering was finished, all the warriors of the tribe gathered before their chief. He praised them for their good work, saying they had gathered a good harvest in a short time. However, the young wolves had to work until they were completely exhausted. When the preparations were complete, Julius ordered them to begin. They lit a fire and threw all the herbs into it, causing the sky to be covered with a black veil. Sensing the sweet smell of flowers, worms appeared on the surface, and then Julius gave the order to prepare for attack. But he was informed that the Fury tribe had attacked them, just as they began their attack on the worms. Somehow, the enemies had found out that they were going to hunt the worms and wanted to ambush them. Julius was immediately angered that the Furies had stooped so low, but the moment of attack had been chosen perfectly. Now the tribe could no longer escape from the worms that were quickly approaching the bait. In the rays of the black sun, a tall warrior with a broad axe on his back was heading toward the battlefield. It was Nevod, the Black Rhino and second general of the Fury tribe, his bloodshot eyes flashing with rage. He and his warriors followed the tiger-like Chief Julius, and they were thirsty for blood. The battle had already begun and thundered like a giant drum, the beasts shaking the earth with their blows. Julius was the first to rush at the cursed monsters without any fear. The blows of his powerful and sturdy claws tore even the monster's sturdy armor. The tiger chieftain was shaken, but Nevod was also prepared. For this day, they had gathered the artifacts of the humans that remained after the Great War. No matter how strong the tiger was, he couldn't fight monsters or defend himself from cannons, whose cold barrels were pointed toward the battle. The rhinoceros grinned greedily, certain that today was the day of his triumph. after which he would become king of all beastmen. But then a strong wind rose from nowhere, forcing everyone to close their eyes. The sharp gust brought a familiar smell that Nivod's sensitive nose immediately recognized. The flowers of death. The ground around him foamed like the sea during a storm, as worms rushed toward the bait. Many of them had already been torn apart, and Julius killed them without mercy, but the worms were not finished yet. Julius praised the magician for his good work, thanks to which he had transferred the smell of the flowers to the Furies. It was possible to neutralize their ambush. It was a devilishly cunning and unexpected plan for the Furies, and the wizard smiled smugly. Julius also laughed loudly throughout the valley. Now they could get busy collecting trophies. Many worms and Furies had killed each other, and the fallen would make excellent fertilizer. But the rhinoceros was still in the ranks, and was rallying all the survivors to fight. However, terror was already spreading through the ranks of his defeated army. The Tiger King was here. He struck from the sky like a falling star, knocking his enemies off their feet. The wizard followed the leader closely. Nevod roared fiercely and swung his monstrous axe. But his cry seemed to freeze in his throat, because the tigers moved so fast that the rhino's blind eyes could not follow them. The chief ordered the survivors to be taken prisoner, and those who resisted to be killed, and his voice made the blood run cold in their veins. Then the anthropomorphic guards, who had not participated in the battle and were therefore fresh, went on the attack. The wolves rushed forward with a furious onslaught. The Furies fell into a rage and fought desperately. The fighters scattered across the field like peas, and many individual skirmishes broke out. The mage also joined the fierce battle. He watched as the tiger used his body art to throw his enemies around like tin soldiers. Just watching him fight, Elric realized where he had made mistakes in his technique, and now he could correct them. But then he caught a malicious glance that could be felt even in the heat of battle. Ralph was furiously killing all the Furies around him, as if competing to see who could get the most heads. He had piled up a heap of monsters in front of him, but then something stabbed him in the neck. Before anyone could understand what had happened, the young wolf swayed like a tree in the forest and fell. Black veins appeared on his skin, and his body was shaking with unbearable pain. Elric stood over him triumphantly and asked the young dog if he was all right, but Ralph couldn't answer and fell to the ground, closing his eyes. Then the wizard absorbed all the dark energy that had taken hold of the wolf. He immediately felt better, and Elric asked the free wolves to carry Ralph back to camp. When the wounded were carried away, Elric suggested proceeding with the next part of the plan, before the remaining enemies returned. But first, Julius wanted to thank the wizard for saving his warrior. He and all the guards struck their chests in recognition and smiled at him. It could be said that he was now truly accepted as part of the tribe and as their brother. Elric sat on the worm's carcass and watched as the captured Furies were led away to the camp, all of them destined to become good slaves for hard labor. The sweet scent of the goddess Camellia tickled his nostrils. She appeared right next to him and was amazed at how quickly he had bonded with the beastmen. The wizard reproached her for only appearing now, but the goddess justified herself by saying that she believed he could handle it himself. Elric nodded and began the harvest. The demon Hul and his seal had been begging to eat for a long time. There was much more demonic energy here than he had expected, and his wind seal grew several times stronger. After a hearty meal, the demon let out a satisfied belch and returned to his lair. At least Elric would no longer have to clean up. All the worms had disappeared, leaving behind clean ground. Now that the monsters no longer threatened the seed, he could plant it. The message about failure no longer appeared, which meant he had done everything right. The mage sat down in front of a small mound and waited. After a while, the seed, watered and warmed by the earth, sprouted, and the tablet in the mage's hands lit up with a message. The third restriction was lifted, understanding of desire. The wizard moved to the Temple of Flowers, which stood in the middle of a mirror-smooth, icy plain. It was very different from the one that stood on the green meadow. Inside, the walls were covered with a thick layer of frost. When he entered the spacious hall, he saw a figure on the throne that resembled Camellia from afar, but she exuded a demonic power like that of a demon queen. She sat majestically on the throne, her long hair flowing down her shoulders like a frozen waterfall, her skin sparkling white as snow. Elric could not have imagined that the goddess Camellia had once been the ruler of demons. Given her level of energy, she must have been very powerful. The goddess fluttered her eyelashes and looked at him with eyes that glowed like bloody rubies. How could they exist simultaneously? A light goddess like a fairy and a dark ruler of demons, the mage wondered. But then his vision was interrupted, and he found himself sitting on the cold ground again, holding the tablet in his hands, while Camellia called out to him anxiously. She was worried because he had suddenly fallen silent and was not answering her. But now the wizard knew that the Seal of the Wind had originally belonged to Camellia. The goddess lowered her gaze and asked where he had gotten that idea. Then Elric told her what he had seen in the tablet. She was alone in an empty castle, beautiful as a winter dawn, lonely and sad as the northern sea. And her power was akin to the power of the wind seal he had absorbed earlier. Now it is just a forgotten story of the past. Camellia replied thoughtfully, and looked into the distance. But that meant that the cold that spread across the valley of black snow belonged to her. But it no longer obeyed her, for she had become Camellia, goddess of flowers. Elric wondered if the purpose of the trial was to correct the mistakes of the past. Camellia avoided giving a direct answer. All she could do was give him some gardening advice. She also reminded him of Otto Kahn's words. From that moment on, he must consume the general of the East. To grow a tree, you need to take all the cold from the storm, the wizard understood. Camellia warned him to be vigilant with the general, for he was the greatest obstacle in this trial. A moonless, quiet night descended on Anthromorph, and the city slept peacefully under its warm roofs. 3 months had passed since he planted the tree, and during that time, a whole city of beastmen had grown up around it, serving as additional protection. The heavy, swollen camellia buds were about to bloom. Elric was admiring his work when Ralph the Wolf ran up to him and said that the chief was waiting for him. The wizard's face darkened. He already knew what awaited him and was not at all pleased. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds, and it became a little lighter, and the magician found himself back on the ground after being knocked down like a boy. "Nothing but mockery," grumbled the wizard, trying to get to his feet. The Tiger King laughed. The boy himself had asked him to train together as a reward for saving Ralph, and now Julius was trying his best. The wizard wanted to practice the art of body development, but now he was just getting beaten up every day. Julian smiled and told him not to give up so easily, because he was now one of them. This was indeed the case. The training was paying off and was not in vain. Elric took up a fighting stance. The chief struck with his fists and suggested returning to the technique of the ferocious tiger. But he sensed something, and his cheerful mood immediately changed. "We need to postpone the training," said Julius. Before the guy could figure out what was going on, the chief jumped in the other direction. A line of beastmen stretched toward the open gates of the fortress. Among them were women and children. They looked ragged and were most likely refugees. The king and the wizard greeted them from the high walls of the fortress. These people had lost their homes and loved ones when they first encountered the disaster brought by the Eastern General. The stream of refugees poured into the city, and there was no end to them. At that time, the storm was at its peak and only weakened centuries later. King Julius managed to gather and unite the people, calming the chaos and terror. But he was powerless against the storm. Julius ordered Ralph to gather all the captains in his tent. He told Elric to put on his battle gear and follow him. Then the king jumped down from the wall and rushed toward the border. Ralph reluctantly called a man and gave him a bottle. Confused, he thrust the bottle into the wizard's hands, saying he could do whatever he wanted with it. Then he quickly rode away. Camellia explained to the wizard that it was a special medicine made by the Wolf clan in limited quantities. Elric was very lucky that such a remedy happened to be in the possession of a kind wolf, she said. The wizard did not expect such a thing from his former rival. Soon, a council of beastmen gathered, led by King Julius. Many captains told him that their tribes had been ruined, and they had lost the lands their ancestors had fought for and cultivated. Elric waited at the entrance to the tent until he was summoned. Julius wanted to ask him for a favor in front of everyone, and the young man already knew what it would be about. He wanted to find the cursed Eastern General and ask the magician to light their way with his spells. The beastmen warriors looked at him hopefully. Julius did not rush the boy for an answer, giving him time to think. Then Elric agreed decisively, his voice unwavering. Then the king clapped his hands on the table in satisfaction. He ordered all the chiefs to gather their best warriors for the campaign the next day. The inspired chiefs quickly left the tent and rushed to their warriors. The magician was amazed at the unity within the king's army, and once again did not regret getting close to him. The joint battle could also have been part of Otto's plan. The next day, before the dim sun rose in the sky, they left the fortress in close formation. Elric moved with everyone else, marching in step, and together they were a formidable force. To guide the army, he held lanterns, and so they made their way to distant lands where there was no sun even during the day. Julius had always admired magic and sorcery, no matter how often he encountered it, and so Elric offered to teach him the basics. But the king refused, for he already had a court magician, and the boy was indignant that he had decided to use them so easily. Then Julius suggested that they switch roles. Despite his title as the strongest king, he was always acting like a child. After they met the magician, the tribe changed greatly, and the king considered the boy to be a lucky star that had fallen from the sky. Therefore, the king had a gift for him. "The final part of the art of body development," said Julius. The magician was so surprised that he stood still. It was a royal gift. Deeply surprised by such a gift, he turned to Julius. He looked at the boy menacingly. Of course, he knew why the brat had approached him. The light of the lantern illuminated only them. The entire army was hidden behind a veil of darkness and snow, so it seemed as if they were alone. "How long ago did you understand everything?" asked the magician. Then Julius stepped right up to the boy. A man who had learned their art after meeting a hermit could still exist, but magic could not be learned so easily. "From the very beginning, Elric had provoked hostile tribes in order to gain their trust," said the tiger, glaring fiercely at the young man. "But if he knew everything, why did he accept him then?" the magician wondered. But the king suddenly understood. Everyone has their own interests, and in the end, he had accepted the young man for his own good. From the powerful blows, one of the magician's shoulders dropped lower than the other, and a trickle of blood ran from his lips. Camellia, who had seen everything, laughed. From the very beginning, it was Julius who had used the magician, not the other way around. Even so, he had no reason to reveal his last secrets. But the king gently ruffled the wizard's golden hair in a fatherly manner. He had been through a lot, and it would be unfair if the young man died protecting a foreign people, Julius said. Elric was touched by this kindness, receiving it once again from those he had not expected. The king wanted to pass on his knowledge so that the boy could survive on the battlefield. It might not be what it seemed, since Elric didn't live in those times, but he thanked Julius anyway. But then he was distracted by the goddess Camellia, who informed him that now was not the best time for such conversations. The wizard also sensed the energy emanating from the demoness Camellia in his vision. The immense malice that was consuming her soul was rapidly approaching their army. This malice could only be described with one word: demon. Elric recoiled from the black shadow. Then everything disappeared, and the wizard was left alone in the middle of the wasteland and darkness. He could no longer sense either the goddess Camellia or the army of beastmen. The demonic power of the general had cut off all his magical flows. And now, if they fell into a trap, the Tiger King and his warriors would easily perish unless the wizard got rid of this darkness. Elric looked at the seal of the icy wind that was connected to the goddess and the general of the east. With its help, he could open the way, but to do so, he had to awaken it, which was no easy task, and the wizard clutched his head. And besides this seal, he had nothing else. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Otto's face flashed through his mind again, along with his words about how he had to absorb the darkness. He had to force the demon into the seal, just as he had done in the first trial. Then the wizard concentrated, cast aside all extraneous thoughts, and stretched out his hand. He whispered the words of power and began the absorption. Elric hoped to absorb the cold with the seal of cruelty, and the darkness slowly sucked into his hand like water into a funnel. The seal of cruelty glowed brightly on his hand. The wizard began to absorb the demonic power with the seal of Hull, and thus bound the new power to his own. When this power entered his veins, he screamed in agony, feeling as if he were being torn apart like ice in a crevasse. Suddenly, the magician found himself in a vision, with people around him rejoicing and happy. He looked at his hands to understand whose vision he was in. Then a boy in the throne room began to call for the queen, and presented her with a bouquet of flowers. He brought them to his mistress because they had just bloomed and reminded him of her with their beauty. This was a vision in which Camellia did not become a demon. Her delicate, refined face was softer, and her skin radiated warmth and life. Her subjects eagerly compared the beauty of their mistress and the flowers, believing them to be alike. But some considered the queen even more beautiful than the fresh flowers. Smiles of joy never left their faces as they gazed upon their mistress. But the bottomless malachite of her eyes looked sad from under her long, curved eyelashes. They asked her why she was silent, and laughed again. And then a sigh escaped from her chest as if she had come to terms with everything. The vision of the people faded like smoke, and the magician was left alone with the gorgeous beauty on the throne. Somehow the magician understood the queen's feelings of loneliness. Everyone who loved her was gone, and now a sucking emptiness filled her heart, like a hunger that could not be satisfied. This emptiness consumed her from within, burning like a candle flame. The people she had lived for were gone, and now darkness and oblivion lay ahead of her as soon as the wick burned out. The queen approached the window, her hair falling in a torrential waterfall down her back. Once she had vassals and a people, she would gaze into the distance, and the wind would try to take away her heavy thoughts and sadness, but it only caught the silky strands of her hair with its transparent fingers. Now the queen was left alone, imprisoned in the cold stone of the palace in the middle of barren lands where nothing grew. Snow buried the empty houses where no family hearths burned, no smoke curled from the chimneys, and no sparks of laughter sparkled from the windows. She thought about just falling asleep, and the wind howled louder, as if echoing her sorrow, and continued to ruffle the thick web of her hair. She hugged her knees and continued her conversation with the wind. But then a shadow of a smile touched her face, and the queen thought that she would certainly not be lonely. The magician was also surprised. Her world had not changed for centuries, just like her snow-white face. And then a glimmer of hope appeared, confidently breaking through the thick snow with a green sprout. The queen bent down to look at the sprout. She usually had no interest in gardening, but this time she gently dug the soil around it with her hands. She used magic to support the sprout and keep it from getting hurt. Then she placed it in a crystal bed, a cozy pot she had created. Time passed, and the sprout rewarded her by becoming a beautiful plant. And the first thing it did was burst into scarlet flowers amid all the darkness and cold, as if denying their existence with its delicate beauty. The queen's hand gently stroked the thin green leaves, and for the first time in many centuries, she smelled the flowers, fragrant and intoxicating. It drove her wild, and grabbing a crystal vase, the queen ran through the dark corridors of the palace. She rushed like a white shadow, her dress rustling softly in the wind. All so that she could give the flower a new home, a wide flower bed in the greenhouse, where there was plenty of sun and no prickly wind. Her hand gently stroked the petals, red as the sunset, which seemed to reach out to her. The queen smiled. Elric watched her transformation as an invisible witness. Although this world was completely covered with snow, flowers began to appear in different corners. The palace itself turned into the queen's blooming garden, and her first sprout grew into a real tree with a thick, flowering crown. The queen who had commanded ice and snow now spent her time among the flowers. But she who was destined to live in the embrace of winter began to die, scorched by the warmth of spring. She clutched her heart, unable to bear the heat of her feelings, which melted her like wax. And her garden, as if following the call of her heart, became more beautiful with each passing day, giving free rein to a riot of colors and scents. She remembered again the warmth of the people who had warmed her before. Then she lay down on a soft velvet carpet of flowers, her hair spreading like a silver hand across the green plain. And the Queen of Winter melted like snow with the arrival of spring. But her dreams gave birth to a new life, just as her spirit was reborn in a new form. The goddesses of flowers had not changed since they had remained young and blooming, and yet the magician wanted to know what happened next, and how this beautiful place became empty. Darkness entered the garden like the bitter fumes of an oil lamp and frightened the fairies. The demon god appeared in the garden like a clump of black, sticky ink. Without a doubt, it was the essence of the demon god, though it differed in appearance from the one the magician had seen in the dragon's lair. The demon stretched out his hand, and his ink stained the queen's whiteness. "Winter must remain just winter," he said, lifting her body. The ink ran down her delicate face like dirt, and 2 bloody rubies flashed on it. Thus, she became the most beautiful of the demon queens, and sadness froze forever on her white porcelain face. "Spring will never come to these lands," said the demon god. The general of the east cried out. The piercing scream was so powerful that even the invisible mage shuddered. Though the general's power was filled with malice, the wizard could sense the warmth and cold, the happiness and loneliness of the queen herself. Now the 4th restriction was lifted, and the wizard understood how to use the seal of the wind. He waved his hand, and behind him, powerful magic awoke. He snapped his fingers and uttered the words of power, "Come forth, for I am lonely." At that moment, gusts of wind as sharp as the Sultan's yataghan whip lashed out in all directions. The wind cut through the darkness and cold, and for the first time in a long time, the stars laughed over the endless plain, and the morning dawn chased after them. Camellia congratulated him on the successful completion of his task, though she did not know what he had seen there. And the magician said that it was a flower garden. He promised to make him as he was before, and Camelia's eyes opened wide in amazement. Until her last breath, she wanted to gaze at the beautiful flowers, and for this she was reborn as the goddess Camellia. Now he could end winter and bring back the spring stolen by the demon god. The girl's eyes became as wet as spring lakes bursting from their banks with melting snow. She didn't even dare to ask him for such a thing, but the wizard just laughed. "Are there accounts between friends?" he asked, and then he rushed off toward the sun. The fragile and already petite goddess of flowers shrank even more from such generosity, even though she had drawn a line that the boy could easily cross. Meanwhile, the Beastman's army was in trouble. The best warriors were exhausted, and only the Tiger King was still standing. Their enemy, the stone giant, silently watched the mosquitoes fluttering at his feet, their fists unable to even scratch him. The warriors had already lost heart in the face of such a threat. He stood as tall as a mountain, his very presence awe-inspiring. Julius held on with his last ounce of strength, protecting the others, waiting for the mage who was supposed to find a way to deal with this thing. But that was not the end of their problems. The wolf warriors stirred. An entire army, as described by the refugees, was moving toward them, consisting entirely of stone soldiers. Julius sternly told everyone not to be afraid of their numbers, and promised individual training at home to those who faltered. He smiled as his blood boiled with anticipation of a glorious battle. Like metal in a blacksmith's forge, he rushed with his wolf guard straight at the ranks of giants. "Crush and cut!" 2 words of power flew across the battlefield and rang out with a terrible crash of debris. The beastmen paused in surprise, halting their attack, and when they looked up, their faces lit up. The wizard found them at night, when the full moon shone in the sky, flooding the valley with silver. He descended from the sky and apologized for being late. Julius smiled, glad to see that the boy had not run away, and Elric grunted discontentedly, as if to say, "When did I ever run away?" Then he pointed to the mountain in front of them, which was stronger than rock, and no attack could harm it. Elric looked at the giant with his inner vision. There was something more complicated here. He saw that the energy was concentrated in the left leg, which was why Julius's attacks to the head had done no damage. Tiger wanted to strike the giant with his art of enhancement, he said, covering his mouth with his fist in embarrassment. Then, assuming a fighting stance, he suggested that the young man repeat after him. He took off from a standing start like a crossbow bolt after being released. with a dry clang. And then Elric followed his mentor's example, imitating him in everything. Together, they quickly soared into the air toward the stone titan's head. Along the way, Julius explained that the art of physical development should not be considered a teaching based on instinct. This art requires knowledge of the basics and precise movements, he said, as the giant's hand swept over them like a mill. This is what allows the technique to unleash its maximum power at the right moment. And the strength also depends on the sequence of movements. Julius made several sharp throws and swung his paw with sharp claws. His paw, like that of a ferocious tiger, exploded with a shockwave. These were not simple movements, although their principle was understandable, but their application required skill. Imagine his surprise when he saw the boy repeat his movements with complete accuracy. The wizard's fist dug into the stone giant, and cracks began to appear. The stone flesh could not withstand it, and was pierced through. This was more than just imitation. The wizard had copied his technique and combined it with his own. Together, they unleashed a barrage of blows on the enemy, who had seemed invulnerable until then. As the mage repeated Julius's scattered techniques, his martial arts formed a unified system, and the three seals also began to connect with each other. He focused all his power on the tip of his attack. When they landed after the attack, Elric felt the giant's energy leaving his body. He smiled, for now they could attack any part of his body. King Julius also smiled, for now it was time for the final part of his mastery. The two tigers prepared to jump, gathering strength in their auras. The first part of the beast's art was its gait, and they stood in a fighting stance, firmly gripping the ground. The second part was the tiger's claws, and the fighters leaped at their prey. And the third part was the sharp fangs, which had to be driven in as deep as possible. The stone could not withstand the blow, and turned into a swarm of sandy debris that scattered far and wide. The fangs that had sunk into the prey would not let go. With a hole in his chest, the giant raised his arms to protect his head. The tiger once again unleashed the power of its fierce claws and fangs upon him. Elric quickly approached his head while the idol was distracted by this attack. They soared into the air again like hungry vultures. Yuli, fill your fist with crushing power. The blow struck the giant like a falling star, sending hundreds of burning sparks flying, the force shattering and melting the stone. When the wizard's consciousness expanded, his sixth sense opened, and he saw the world that his mind had created. And it was beautiful and cold like a clear, starry sky. "How is it?" asked Julius when everything had calmed down. "Wonderful," replied the magician, looking up at the sky. "Only a madman can smile in a place where death threatens him," said Julius, and laughed with thunderous laughter. "But you yourself are laughing," the magician replied, and Julius answered that he had never been normal. Then he looked at the wizard again, and realized that the boy had become stronger, and the web of magic behind him had taken on a complex pattern. He had overcome the barrier of the seventh circle that had held him back for so long. Elric realized when he looked at his hands, which were still trembling after the fight. He had achieved everything thanks to the Tiger King, even though they weren't even related. But for the king, the question was simple. Once he had recognized someone as a brother, he would help them to the end. That was Julius's greatest strength. Even if the boy was hiding something from him, there was no reason not to help him. The clawed paw ruffled his golden hair, almost fatherly. Elric knew that one had to be careful with trust. Those closest to you hurt the most. But if he planned to lead others, perhaps he should become more open, like King Julius himself. But then the sound of grinding stones reached them again. The giant, who had been thought defeated, rose again and advanced toward them. Elric clenched his fists, ready for another round. Meanwhile, his friends and comrades were waiting for him, sitting in the flower temple in anxious anticipation despite the late hour. Isabel was pacing nervously, biting her nails and constantly walking back and forth across the room. Her father tried to calm her down, telling her that nothing would change no matter how anxious she was. 4 days had passed since the wizard had left them. Her knights also expressed their concern and wanted to do something because waiting is usually worse than any poison. But Hayes invariably replied that the wizard was busy with family matters and hoped for their understanding. Obviously, the Mervingers did not want anyone to know their secrets, especially since the magician was accompanied by Augustine and the king of monsters, Gilton. But then the ground shook beneath the knights' feet, and they shuddered in surprise. Isabel ran to the window and quickly pushed it open. To her horror, the beautiful garden was engulfed in flames, the fire licking the marble columns and leaving black soot on them. The heat caused by the magic danced a terrifying carnival on the green meadow. The lion's servant with deer antlers reported to him that the bloody king had used up all his breath. "Then this is the last," said the lion, and a hungry ball of fire appeared in his hand, eager to lick something to the ground. The flames illuminated the warriors standing hooded behind him. Then it broke free from his fingers like a predatory beast and rushed toward the palace. Germans shouted at them from the window, asking how they dared to attack a sacred place. The fanatical beastmen only roared louder, sensing the smell of humans in the temple. They rushed inside like a stream of mud flowing down from the mountains. But then a shadow ran across the fanatics' backs. Then a real wild beast pounced on them. Gilt's tiger crushed several fanatics and caught another one in its teeth. On its back sat a fearsome rider, the tiger's master, and he was terribly angry. Isabel froze in place. The enemies must have known about their strength to attack them so easily and recklessly. Gilton, riding the tiger, tore apart all the beastmen who dared to invade the temple. The knights also wanted to join the battle to reduce casualties. But then Isabel raised her hands to stop them, saying it was dangerous. Her father's veterans simply waved away her warnings. They were confident in themselves. But the main danger threatened Elric, Isabel said anxiously. Everyone else was a distraction, and the young mage was the main target. Taking advantage of the noise outside, the lion and the deer entered the inner chambers of the palace. With one ferocious blow, the lion broke through a hole, apparently unable to pull the handle with its cat's paws. Inside, they were met by the indignant murmur of tiny fairies, who in their thin, childish voices ordered them to leave. The lion bowed politely and asked for forgiveness, promising to accept the punishment of the goddesses. His sensitive nose caught a scent. He pointed to a door on the other side of the hall. His goal was there. A little fairy stood in his way and told him not to come closer, but the lion replied with all his malice and fury, saying that if she did not move, they would have no choice. The goddess cowered in fear and trembled. They could not let the beastmen inside. Camellia warned them clearly that if the world was destroyed from the outside, the descendant of the Melvingers would be trapped there forever. Therefore, she had to stop the beasts at any cost, and the goddess summoned her power. Long vines shot toward the captain of the invaders, but he grabbed his sword, and to the greater fear of the fairies, chopped all the vines as if they were made of paper. He then rushed toward the defenseless fairy with his sword raised. But instead of striking, the lion flew backward and was forced to defend himself. German Whale blocked his path with his tall, proud sword, his eyes flashing with lightning. He glanced at the stunned fairy to see if she was all right. Then he pointed his sword at his enemy and said menacingly, "No one shall pass." The battle between the wizard and Julia against the giant continued. No matter how many times they crushed him, he rose again. Worse still, the giant seemed to grow stronger with each blow. At this rate, they would never defeat him, the warriors realized. The anthropomorphic army had already suffered heavy losses, and the battle was far from over. They found the Eastern general, and one could say that their goal had been accomplished. But the stone giant would not let them go so easily. Before Julius could give the order, Elric refused. He didn't need to hear it to understand. It was obvious that the king wanted to give them time to escape by sacrificing himself. Julius pointed to his warriors. The mage was the only one who could save them. But the boy wanted to be the hero himself. If he lost, he would simply start over. But he didn't want Julius to die so easily this time. "Can a leader run away and leave him here?" Julius asked. "That is the price for his lessons," he told the wizard. He banged his fists and said that he would punish the boy himself for disobeying his orders if he did not obey. And then Elric promised that he would return soon. And until then, the tiger must live. The anthropomorph troops moved back, the wizard hoping to lead them to safety and return. The Tiger King smiled after them. Behind him, the giants began to move, seeing their target slipping away from them. But Julius stood in their way, a fierce flash. This time he gave it his all, taking on a beastly form. All the fighters reached the fortress, carrying the wounded in their arms. They were happy to return home alive. Ralph also burned with desire to return to the chief with the wizard, though he did not know how he could help. But the wizard gazed at the beautiful camellia flowers that had bloomed in the middle of winter, like a scattering of lights. He touched the stone tablet of his ancestors. Now all restrictions were lifted, and the agreement was fulfilled. His trial was over, and the tiger Julius had passed into eternity. He flew like an arrow capable of piercing time, for he had not said goodbye. The goddess Camellia appeared beside him and asked where he was rushing to if the agreement had been fulfilled. It was just an imaginary world, she said. From childhood, Elric had remembered the faces of all those who had betrayed his family, all those who had turned their backs on them in their hour of need, those who had chased his sister when she had desperately begged for help. These hyenas smiled falsely, but all they could think about was how to grab the last bits of their inheritance before someone else did. Among them were many whom he considered friends and close to his family. After he went through hell, he became colder than ice and closed himself off from everyone. But after each new encounter, his companions melted the ice in his heart. There was one other who trusted the mage completely and called him brother. He didn't care that it was a mental world of the past that couldn't be changed. For him it was real, and he wanted to say goodbye. Camellia stood frozen in place, admiring the Melvingers. When he arrived at the place, he saw traces of a terrifying battle. Julian sat majestically, as if on a throne. He had suffered serious wounds, and his body was already covered with a thin layer of mossy frost. It was worth asking about his wounds, but the magician did not dare. His friend was too proud of his feat at that moment. He had won, and even death was in no hurry to claim him because of his fighting spirit. Elric was struck by the warrior's confidence. Some might have found such self-confidence unbearable, but Elric wanted with all his heart to be like him. The word defeat was not in his vocabulary. He may have looked pitiful, but the creature was gone. And that meant victory, Julius declared. Elric regretted not seeing the fight with his own eyes. Julius already knew that the boy had come to say goodbye, and the wizard froze in place. The king suddenly realized this, and asked him why he was studying martial arts. He pointed his fingers at the sky, where a web of cracks was spreading. Now the king saw what he had not noticed before and understood who Elric was. That was why Julius was so calm after the terrible battle. He had overcome his limits and realized the truth that this world was not real. Elric wanted to say something, but the chief raised his hand to stop him. In the end, he didn't care what would happen after his death or who the wizard really was. All they could do was focus on the present unfolding before them. They watched as the sky fell apart, and Julius asked him to tell him his real name. "Elric Mervinger," said the wizard. As if understanding something, the tiger laughed loudly. The king rose. The magician fulfilled his request and saved his family once again. In gratitude, he would show him something interesting. "A farewell gift for my brother," said the tiger. It was what he had used to drive away the giant, and despite his wounds, the king moved easily. He slowly showed the magician the correct movements and stances. Elric memorized every movement with his whole body, as if a sponge was soaking up water. Until the very end, the king did not make a single unnecessary movement, and the magician watched without blinking, so as not to miss anything in his farewell gift. Julius sighed heavily when he finished. The world around them was cracking at the seams and collapsing. His last seconds were passing. "We'll meet again if fate allows," said the king and smiled. Elric felt the soft, fragrant grass carpet against the back of his head again. He had received much more than he deserved, but he did not look happy. Although he had every right to be proud of himself, Otto noticed as he leaned over him. The mage wanted to take the test again. Now he could defeat the Eastern general, but Otto replied sharply that it would not work. Even Julius, at the height of his power, had only been able to drive away this disaster, and the boy would not be able to cope in 100 days. That was why they had created the Ark in the Flower Temple. The giant could not be stopped. This was a curse from the demon god, and it would not disappear so easily. The wizard frowned as if refusing to accept this. Euston helped create this trial in order to raise a good descendant in the future. Elric was surprised to hear his grandfather's name. Now he had to know how to absorb the giant's power and fight him. Otto fell silent, giving the young man time to think. Now he had to solve all the problems he had left unfinished in the illusory past. The mage's eyes shone with determination to do so. All these days he had sat in the greenhouse, and the goddess Camellia had guarded his sleep. Under the cover of night, dark tentacles of evil crept toward him. From their shadows emerged a horned sorcerer who had been searching for the wizard all this time. He drew his dagger and threw it with all his might at the defenseless man who dared to stand in the way of the bloody fox. The knife flew toward his throat, but the mage did not move. But as soon as he opened his eyes, there was an explosion. Meanwhile, Herman was fighting the lion. If he had been younger, he would have already cut off its head, but Lord Whale had not yet recovered. He still had one more ace up his sleeve, a secret technique that had led to his illness, but also given him new insights. Even if it was dangerous, he had to protect Elric, and he looked again at his fierce enemy, who bared his fangs as if laughing. Then the Lord glanced anxiously behind him, where the wizard sat. The deer wizard could do nothing. The ice bound him faster. It dug into his skin, and with every passing moment penetrated deeper into his body with hundreds of thin needles. The mage struck the killer with his staff when the horror of his unexpected failure swept through him. "This is the end," said the wizard and smiled. Just a moment ago, he had been immersed in another world. The room was filled with the impenetrable darkness of the flesh-eating and eternally hungry demon Hyol. Now this seal has grown stronger, the wizard noticed. Mephisto appeared nearby, like an old friend after a long separation. He realized that the boy could now use cold and wind, as well as create clouds in winter. Surprisingly, Elric was glad to see his gray face, which made the demon growl discontentedly. "The thing is, he's ridiculously ugly," explained the goddess Camellia. A real fight broke out between them, and Elric was glad he had returned when his pocket lit up. The ice crystal lying there turned into a large snowflake the size of his palm. A noise came from outside, and they turned around. When Elric quickly opened the door, his face took on a worried expression. German Whale, the unmatched swordsman, was sitting on the floor, which was cracked from the fierce battle. The knight looked battered, but fortunately, he had no serious injuries. The mage approached to make sure. He helped the master to his feet. He was simply exhausted from the battle. But despite this, Herman looked happy. His body was no longer young, and he had not yet recovered. But something good had happened since he had recovered. The wizard asked what it was. "Just one step," said the knight, pointing ahead. "One step toward a long-held dream," he added, looking at the pile of bodies of defeated enemies illuminated by bright stars shining through a hole in the wall. Elric wanted to give some of his mana to the knight, but he refused, as the collision of different energies could cause injuries to reappear. But he did not listen, and a golden glow enveloped them. The knight was amazed at how the boy had changed in those 4 days. His mana had grown exponentially. Now Herman felt better, and thanked the wizard. But then the sound of battle reached them from outside, and Elric went ahead, leaving the knight behind. He quickly flew through the corridors of the palace, where there were traces of the invasion everywhere. When he went outside, he saw the entire meadow ablaze. There were few arsonists, and they continued to run around with torches. This greatly angered the wizard, for the villains could not win this war, and were only multiplying the destruction. Then Elric raised his hand and chanted the words of power. "Stop!" Waves of cold wind swept over the flames like a storm. All the arsonists could not withstand this breath, and instantly froze, turning into icicles. Those who remained recognized him with horror as the magician they had come to find. The enemies fled in panic, while the wizard looked at them without pity with his sparkling emerald eyes. "Let them come here themselves. It is not for them to decide when to leave," he said angrily. "Stir yourselves," commanded the magician, and the enemies trembled with fear. A wall of ice rose before them, impenetrable. Then they turned around and saw magic unlike anything they had ever seen before, swirling like a mighty cyclone. Elric continued to fuel and intensify his spell, and then a wave of freezing cold spread out and engulfed all the remaining scoundrels. Even the allied knights were amazed by its power. The green meadow turned into a valley sparkling with precious stones. Snow as white as a sheet covered their flowers, and the fairies emerged from the castle to gaze at the new beauty. The frost gently embraced every twig on the camellia tree. Elric looked down from the heavens at the result of his efforts. Later, he told his squad about his plans. He wanted to use the power of the crystal to absorb the energy of the cold and awaken the winter flowers, filling them with the divine power of the fairies. Just as he had awakened her, the goddess Camellia noticed. If they gathered the power of the flowers, winter flowers would grow, and they could plant the ice general in that place and summon spring, said the magician. And everyone pretended to understand him. As Mephistopheles had said earlier, he would need various elements besides the harsh wind and cold. Elric took a snowflake from his pocket to absorb it. The power of cold began to fill his body. It was the energy of Camellia, and that which had created the queen sleeping in the garden of the distant past. He gathered everything the queen had scattered across the field of black snow, closing his eyes. Winter would come, and with it, the forgotten spring would return, and the fairies flapped their wings joyfully. For their sisters were awakening from their childhood coffins, one by one. The Knights of the Blue Lion, led by Herman and Isabel, waited for him outside. Isabel was the first to notice him and smiled like a snowdrop rejoicing in the first warm sun after a cold winter. The beautiful green meadow came back to life after the recent fire, as if it had never been there at all. Elric told them that they had to kill the Ice General, and Sean began to protest, because his friend was in no hurry to tell him how to do it. As always, he insisted on caution, and besides, they had to find her first. But the wizard already knew where the Ice General was. He was with the Fury tribe. Sean sighed heavily. He had long since come to terms with the fact that his friend was a reckless madman. Nevertheless, everyone was ready to follow him. Sean scratched his head and agreed to help this time too. Inspired, they set out together to resolve the centuries-old calamity afflicting these lands. Somewhere far away, the nine-tailed fox was going mad with rage upon learning that his subordinates had failed their mission once again. But it wasn't the failure to burn down the temple that angered him. It had been destroyed long ago. Rather, it was the fact that they had failed to kill Mervinger, a task completed by one of his subordinates with sharp demon ears, red eyes, and skin as pale as a toad. In this, they were alike. The fox's companion spread his arms, both tired of hearing the same name in their history. The fox snorted in dissatisfaction. He could simply nurture new forces and get rid of his enemies, so he suggested that they finish their negotiations first. The guest needed an icy general, and once they got him, the Furies would take over the entire valley. But then the fox jumped up from his throne and began to tear and throw things in hatred. He felt his tails disappearing, and he knew it was Mervinger's doing. "He needs help," said the demon, grinning crookedly like a bat. A fierce hurricane swept over the city under the Furies' control, capable of tearing down even walls. The hurricane tore off roofs and destroyed stone houses as if they were made of straw. The sight of the Furies, confused and rushing about in panic, amused the magician. Since they had attacked the flower garden, they should have been prepared for trouble to come to their home as well. Camellia also laughed as if her centuries-old sorrow had disappeared. Elric held a blue communication sphere in his hands. At the other end of his command, the knights waited, already anticipating the fun. "Madmen!" snorted the demon, and the mage replied in kind. "But thanks to them, everything will be fine," added the wizard. After all, the knights had destroyed the protective stones, and the tribe of Furies was left without the blessing of the fox's tail. In panic, the beastmen fled and begged their bloody king for salvation. But the Fury people were an alliance of many tribes in the valley, and had many cities, so they couldn't be destroyed so easily, Camellia noted. Of course, the mage agreed with her, but that was not his only plan. The tribes bowed before the bloody fox because he was strong, and because he offered protection from the Eastern General. But if the tribes and cities realized that their protection was gone, they would fall into rage and distrust, and then the tribe of Furies would be swallowed up by the anthropomorph. "And then they will take everything they want," said Elric confidently. Late at night in the castle, no one slept. The beastmen were holding a council. The deputy commander-in-chief leaned over the map and sank into deep thought. The enemies would not attack them if they were not sure they could defeat the king. He tried for a long time to understand what they were up to, then drew a line on the map and was struck by an alarming realization. The attacked cities were part of the defense of the domain of night, and a black polygon appeared on the map. It was in this region that the real body of the Ice General was hidden. If the beastmen found out that the Furies had hidden him there to rule over everyone out of fear of disaster, the entire kingdom would fall like a house of cards. And then the general gave the order to mobilize all troops. During the trial, Elric learned about the domain of night, but did not know the exact location of the body of the disaster. So he began attacks around it, so that the Furies themselves would lead them to the right place by gathering troops. And now, from a bird's eye view, he could see a long caterpillar of the army on the march, crawling across the ground. Camellia was glad that they were fighting on the same side, and the demon also appreciated the hero's cunning. Elric passed on information about the enemy to the Blue Lions, and they were ready. They agreed to proceed according to plan, and Herman agreed briefly. Still, he hoped the young man would not take unnecessary risks, but the mage asked him not to worry and wait for the signal. Elric returned the ball to his bottomless pocket. It was time for him to move on as well. The Furies set up camp in the forest, confident that nothing threatened them there. The commander of the fourth group, Temple, gathered everyone to read the order. He saw a warrior at the very end of the line and called him over. This Levite looked frightened and unfamiliar, so everyone immediately stepped aside as if he were a leper. The lion introduced himself as Rick Elam and said he had come on orders. Although he looked like a newcomer, it was still suspicious. Temple had not received any orders for a new fighter and looked at him grimly, but then he decided to ignore it, figuring it was probably just the slackers in the office messing things up again, and ordered the newcomer to return to the ranks. He would tell them the details of the mission on the way, and now it was time to move out, said the lion captain. Mephisto grumbled again. He knew that beastmen were stupid, but he had never seen such fools before. Elric replied that he had long since learned to pretend, and that no one could detect his lies through the magic of the seventh circle. Then he warned the demon that he missed his dancing and would watch it if he continued to mock him. Captain Temple led them to the place and ordered them to defend it so that not even a fly could get through. Elric watched everyone closely from behind the enemy lines. Then, using his magic of concealment, he went deeper into the rear, where he felt a powerful energy. That meant the Ice General must be there. Without any problems, he made his way to a place deep in the forest. There he saw the real body of the ice giant, a demoness standing there bound in chains. This was unexpected for the mage, as she had been chained up for quite some time, judging by the rust on the chains. Mephisto laughed. He couldn't believe that the curse of the demon god would be in such a pitiful state. He thought that this might be related to the fact that Camellia had fallen asleep 40 years ago, because a floral scent emanated from the chains. She and Houston had been bound together 40 years ago in exactly the same way, although the seal had not been strong. Someone had been renewing the seal all this time, and they watched the curse that seemed to be tearing at the sky, held only by the chains. Inside the seal, Elric sensed the blessing of the tail, the power of the blood fox. He couldn't even imagine that he would be grateful to it, for he had never known how to defeat the icy curse before. But now, thanks to the fact that it was bound, he could approach it and trap its power in an ice crystal. As if sensing him, the demoness twitched, rattling her chains. Elric held out a snowflake to her, and spoke words of power to absorb her. But then a portal opened next to the demoness's body, and black lightning struck. Elric jumped aside to avoid the blow. When the unexpected enemy appeared, Mephisto recognized him immediately. Azazel, the demon of madness, sent his servant belonging to Grigori, who appeared before them like a noble vampire. When he approached, he was surprised that a simple beastman soldier was not afraid of his mark. Only then did the demon realize that he was facing one of the Melvingers. Not bad for a demon, said the guy smugly when they recognized him under his mask. The demon had already heard about the boy who was ruining all the plans of the Fury tribe. The organization had tasked him with helping the Fury tribe unite all the tribes of the Black Snow, and then capture the Ice General. And if it weren't for the insolent boy in front of him, the task would have been completed long ago. The demon's crooked mouth cracked, revealing sharp teeth. This was even better because if he destroyed Melvinger, he would receive the gratitude of all who hated this family. The demon's mark appeared on his hand, and the organization had already recognized the wizard's level of power, and he was definitely no match for him. The demon confidently waved his hand, gathering darkness around himself. Cruel Gale, a demon with a pedigree, said Mephisto as he summoned a hurricane. A formidable opponent, Mephisto smiled, anticipating a heated battle. But Elric was only too happy. He was looking for copper and found gold. Compared to the totem, this demon was the highest reward. Gale thought the boy was simply mad to smile at him. Then, he simply decided to show the fool his power and swung his darkness. Shadows like whips struck the mage in unpredictable trajectories. The demon saw the wizard torn to shreds like a rag doll. Then he smiled triumphantly, thinking that the enemy of the non-humans was not so strong after all. However, the wizard tore the shadows apart, and then the demon saw that the boy was unharmed. He was struck by such an unexpected turn of events. Elric smiled. He couldn't believe he had found someone like himself and struck his enemy with a blast woven from various forces. A golden beam struck like a sword, piercing the darkness. Gale raised 3 walls of stone in front of him to block the attack, but the magical projectile pierced him like a knife through butter. And then the demon realized the abilities of the Ice General and was once again amazed by the power of the mage who used the North Wind and Winter Blizzard. Elric took a step forward, his crystal eyes flashing menacingly. The wind engulfed and crushed everything, colliding with the blizzard that forged ice. This was one of the great powers of the demon god that they needed to destroy the Empire and revive Lord Azazel. By any means necessary, they had to obtain the Ice General. The boy easily wielded powers that even a demon had trouble with. Of all their enemies, he was the most dangerous. Elric tore through the veil of darkness and growled, "They're fighting, so why is the demon standing there?" Then he immediately used the fierce tiger's lunge that Julius had taught him. The demon cowardly recoiled but immediately lost his arm. He hadn't expected the mage to engage in close combat. To protect himself, he jumped even further away and summoned a barrier in front of him. With the help of magic, he quickly restored his arm. But the boy was much stronger than he had been told. So now Gale was thinking hard about what to do. An archmage with body enhancement magic, he had no chance against such an opponent. So he decided to use magic to escape and warn his superiors, and tore up the scroll. But to his horror, the magic did not work. Gale froze in confusion. The wizard appeared behind him and grabbed him by the head, making sure his enemy couldn't escape. The demon's head rammed the frozen ground, causing it to crack and split. The wizard smiled. This victory had come too easily, even though he had been worried. And Mephisto snorted that Azazel's follower couldn't be strong. But in reality, he was amazed that in 4 days the boy had become stronger. It was unclear what he had been doing during his trial. If only he had known that Grigory's influence would spread even to these lands, the wizard marveled. There was nothing more to learn from the dead man, so he simply absorbed his seal. But then the ever-hungry demon heel warned him of danger. A black shadow broke free from the hand of the headless Gale and struck Elric so hard that he flew away. He landed nearby, trying to understand what had happened. After all, his opponent had definitely been dead a second ago, because his head had been smeared across the ground in a thin layer like butter. A ball of burning rage grinned and spoke, saying that he was the one who had killed Kay. It was the power of the Demon King himself, and the mage's entire body froze under the pressure of his strength. Mephisto shuddered, thinking that their enemy had already awakened. His sinister aura hung over them like a heavy cloud. The demon Azazel smiled sweetly at them. 30 years ago, humans won the war against the demons because they did not have a strong leader. But everything could be different if the great Lord Azazel were to be reborn. For the Imperial family and the magical tower, it was a matter of life and death. Elric nervously asked Mephisto if they should retreat, but he said there was no need. Before them was only a copy, an incomplete image of Azazel himself, so it could be perceived as such. All 4 great demon lords were either sealed away or dead, but as long as their names lived on, they continued to exist. This means that somewhere there is Azazel's true name, Elric realized. Otherwise, Grigory would not exist. Mephisto smiled. Azazel's servants are constantly experimenting with his name in order to revive him. This means that they are behind all the events in the human world, like the totem that stole the lives of the peasants. Elric frowned, assessing the depth and hopelessness of their problem. He would definitely have to face Grigory in the future, so Elric called out to the terrifying shadow. The young man decided not to run away, and the demon smiled smugly, summoning the power of the seal. He summoned several powerful tornadoes that pierced the ground and twisted like mad snakes. And then the brutal storm descended upon the young man. Elric mimicked the demon's words in his own way, saying that he must die, and he responded by raising his whirlwind higher and more powerful than those of the demon. The 2 protuberances collided with a deafening roar. Meanwhile, icy chains burst from the ground to bind Azazel's shadow, but the demon repelled them by simply severing the magical links with his aura. However, Elric took advantage of this to sneak up behind him while he was distracted. Behind him, the image of a tiger appeared as he struck with the art of King Julius. It was a monstrous blow that shattered the earth. But the shadow of the demon lord merely smiled and playfully stopped the blow. Elric was amazed that his tiger claws and fangs were so easily blocked. He combined them with a spell and chanted the words of power, "Tear apart." The demon's belly was torn open like a fish's belly, but darkness like liquid ink closed the deadly gash, the demon said uselessly. Then he gathered energy in his fist and swung. Elric shouted 2 spells, cut and block, and honeycombs protected him from the blow. The shield barely held, and cracks appeared, even though his enemy was just an ordinary possessed being. Over time, body and soul merge ever more strongly, thought the wizard, and threw away the demon's hand that he had managed to tear off. The demon had already grown a new limb as if nothing had happened, and soon he would become even stronger. Although it was only a copy, it was the embodiment of the demon lord. Mephisto smiled. It would be a disgrace if he lost to an ordinary human. Although the evil spirit was annoying, there was some sense in his words. In his current state, the guy could only manage a draw. But he had other problems. Elric turned around. The noise of their battle attracted beastmen, who surrounded the entire area to catch the spy. The plan to secretly devour the ice giant had failed, and numerous portals appeared in the air. The possessed man rejoiced and claimed victory, for a stream of lower demons poured out of the portals, and although they were weak, there were many of them. Now the mage was completely surrounded by beastmen and demons. He could have escaped by using all his mana. But then the tribe of Furies would have complicated his escape, the wizard reasoned. He took up a fighting stance, summoning all his strength. A wind blade swept across the clearing like a sickle. The possessed man raised his shield, confident that the young man's actions were pointless. But Elric smiled confidently. His family had a tradition, or rather a principle. If something was not his, it would not be anyone else's. And then the demon realized that the wizard's attack was aimed at the general. The blade severed the chains that had held her for decades. Even the possessed man was stunned by such a crazy move. "You're insane," Mephisto said to him, once again admiring the boy's devilish mind. Freed from its chains, the curse of the demon god screamed. Camellia shuddered in horror as he unleashed the disaster. Even for Mervinger, it was too crazy. Mephisto laughed. It was the best joke the boy had ever made in all the time they had lived together in one body. Although the boy intended to absorb the power of the disaster, what else could he do in such a situation? Elric pushed off the ground with all his might and charged through the ranks of demons. Now he could run away freely. The possessed one threw his subordinates after the wizard. Although the demon needed to recapture the disaster, he had no idea where it would strike next. Moreover, if they let the wizard escape, he would cause them problems in the future. He decided to first uproot Mervinger before he grew stronger and wanted to give chase. But then his body reached its limit, and a fountain of blood spurted from his mouth. The demon clenched his teeth in helpless rage. Meanwhile, Elric followed the disaster, the giantess running as if chasing him. All because he gave off a strong scent of Mervinger mana, which had been used to seal her. However, the same could be said of the beastman who had been feeding her seal all this time. The goddess Camellia pondered Mephisto's remark. The fury of the disaster was directed at everyone. It had never before attacked a single specific target. Camellia had known the Ice General for a long time, and had never seen her so furious before. And then she asked if the wizard had done anything to her. The mage remembered nothing of the sort, and created an icy arrow in his palm. It flew from his hands like a bullet toward the disaster. For the giantess, it was like a light slap, but she cried out from the blow to her face. Camellia was amazed at such audacity. In this way, he made the disaster follow only him in order to lure her to the right place. The beastmen froze in their tracks as soon as they saw her on the horizon. The demons clung to the young duke's tail like hunting dogs. But at the same time, the giantess was scattering everyone like trash under her feet. But with her help, Elric destroyed his enemies and continued to retreat. "What now?" Mephisto asked him, when the battlefield turned into chaos. And Elric replied that he would simply make the chaos worse. Mephisto laughed again. For the first time, the boy had delighted him so much with his devilish antics. As he flew away, the knights contacted him, asking what kind of storm he had raised. The wizard told them not to worry, as he had caused all the noise himself. The knights begged him to be careful, because if he was wounded, Isabel would eat them alive. Still, they were curious to know what he had done. "Nothing special," replied the wizard, simply grabbing the ice giant with him, causing the knight's jaws to drop to the floor. Even Herman lost his cool when he heard about these antics. But the knights liked his idea, and asked if they could join in. They also wanted to know where he was going. The magician smiled and told them that he was heading to the tribe of the Furies, and that he was leading disaster with him on a leash. Panic spread like fleas throughout the castle of the Furies, and the beastmen who learned that disaster was coming bit each other painfully. Rumors spread throughout the country that disaster had struck and the blessing had been lifted. The Ice General was merely their tool for maintaining power. But if the truth were to come out, everything would collapse. The deputy commander ordered everyone to announce an urgent gathering of troops, and that anyone who attempted to flee would be executed on the spot. First, they had to quell the panic among the tribes and the army, and then subdue the icy giantess. And all this because of one damned little man who must be killed, the commander raged. He ordered his shaman observers to find the wizard, and they shuddered and replied that they had already found someone who looked like him. The commander grinned and asked where. "Opposite the central gate of the capital," reported the horned shaman. These words sounded like a crazy joke, but then the castle shook from the impact and swayed as if it were made of cardboard. Without any difficulty, the wizard flew into the city and brought his guest for the festival with him. The commander saw his mad enemy face to face for the first time. The giantess's bursts of rage broke into the castle, but the commander did not know what to do. The magician wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was tired from the endless running. Mephisto once again felt sorry for those who were fighting against the boy. He had enraged the giantess with a single slap, and now she was taking out her fury on the defenseless beastmen of the Fury tribe. Now he prepared a real treat for everyone by gathering a multitude of ice arrows around himself. These projectiles struck like spears, ramming the protective dome of honeycombs that hung over the city. The commander left his headquarters and rushed outside, shouting for them to catch and stop the wizard. But his path was already blocked by blue lions that entered the fortress unhindered, as the guards fled in panic. Then the commander of the beastmen sent them to attack the knights, but at that moment, he looked up at the sky and saw it collapsing, the protective dome crumbling into pieces. And now nothing protected the city from the icy giant. Meanwhile, Elric decided to lure the giantess into the very center. But then the ground beneath the main square cracked like ice on a river. And from beneath the ruins rose a nine-tailed fox, knocking down a couple of neighboring buildings. It let out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the city. Standing at his full height, the bloody king was taller than even the city walls, and his warriors immediately fell to their knees before him. He was covered in a strange aura that repelled the cold of the ice giant. But this power was not mana or demonic energy. Green eyes, golden hair, and a foul stench of "that means Mervinger," growled the nine-tailed fox when he saw the wizard. Elric prepared for battle, even glad that he didn't have to search for this monster. The giantess did not stop her run through the city, demolishing house after house in her path. She saw the fox and screamed so loudly that her eardrums burst. The Fox King growled in response, as if rejecting her cry. The pathetic, mindless monster did not frighten him. The giantess gathered a dense aura of cold around herself. On the other side, the fox responded with his own strange aura, and they collided with a terrifying screech of glass against metal. Then there was a huge explosion that made everything disappear for a second. The wizard had to summon his honey shield to survive. The clash of the two titans was unexpected for him. Camellia suggested that this was because the fox had strengthened its restraining goals, and was therefore an enemy to the giantess. The two giants stood ready to attack again. Elric paused, and Camellia asked him what was wrong. Without saying a word, the wizard darted off in the other direction. He took an ice crystal out of his pocket, and Camellia showered him with questions, not understanding what the guy was up to. Green fire engulfed the giantess from all sides. Elric took advantage of this and flew straight toward the disaster, where the blood fox came to his rescue. The mage couldn't pass up such a wonderful opportunity, and held the crystal toward the giantess. The cold energy swirled around the crystal in the mage's hands. Mephisto smiled when he understood the boy's plan. As usual, he stole what he wanted and defeated his enemies without unnecessary movements. With the help of the crystal, the wizard absorbed the power of the disaster and smiled smugly. But the nine-tailed king was not idle either, glaring at him with hatred. To prevent him from coming closer and interfering, Elric struck him with a beam of light. The fox recoiled. The blow was powerful enough. Seeing his reaction, Elric laughed, for he did not think the fox believed they were allies. It looked as if the wizard wanted to deal with everyone at once. The fox flew into a rage at such insolence from a puny human. He snorted and growled with hatred, but he couldn't do anything without his ninth tail. One of the tails separated from the main body and attacked Elric, forcing him to dodge quickly. And then the magician saw several exact copies of the nine-tailed fox in front of him. "Pathetic tricks," said the young duke. He bravely went to meet the whole pack of bloody foxes. Then he commanded them to freeze in the dragon's tongue. Waves of spells as sharp as razors cut through all the clones like a sickle, and then they all vanished like mist. Such tricks did not work on the wizard, but then he noticed movement in his direction. Elric tried to use anti-magic to dispel the spell, but he was too late, and the fox's spell penetrated his body, causing the wizard to go limp and drop his hands. The fox intended to steal the art of strengthening the body from the young man's memory, and thus regain his ninth tail. Thus, the bloody king entered Elric's mind, gray and lifeless like an old family estate. It was surprising that the soul of such a skilled magician dwelled in such a miserable place, thought the fox, creeping up behind the boy. But it was even easier for him that way, he thought. Just tear the soul to pieces, and saliva dripped from his bared fangs. He stretched out his paws to take all the boy's knowledge. But then the bloody king sensed that someone was watching him closely and shuddered at the gaze. The fox shuddered, but it was too late, for a shadow with sharp fangs pounced on him. The king was instantly thrown out of the wizard's inner world and clutched his heart in pain. Elric was also breathing heavily after someone seemed to have ripped out his insides. But the mage did not remember what had happened to him and asked Mephisto about it. The latter turned away in embarrassment, saying he knew nothing. Meanwhile, the fox grew even more enraged and cursed viciously. He unleashed a green flame to burn the boy to the bone. Seeing this terrifying display of fire, the beastmen fled, knowing that if the wave touched them, it would be the end. Elric raised his golden shield, not knowing what was happening or what his enemy was planning. Then the green flame became so dense and bright that it hurt to look at it. Lys caught his breath. He couldn't remember the last time he had used so much strength at once. However, even his fierce fire did not harm the icy giantess. He hoped that at least he had incinerated the cursed Mervinger. But then he heard the wizard's mocking voice, asking him to show even more power. The castle of Antromorph was sinking in the rays of the setting sun, but there was no peace within its walls. The young Tiger King was breathing heavily and clutching his trembling heart. To calm him, his loyal Norris knelt down and reminded him of the dignity of a tiger. But the boy was still worried. The beastmen had betrayed them and attacked the city. Their peoples had been enemies for so long. Could the king's words really change anything? Everyone would look down on him, the boy worried. But then he heard the voice of Hayes, who reminded him of his desire to restore the kingdom of the beast people and help everyone live happily. And only the king of the beast people could do it, she was sure. Sean agreed with her and told the boy to stay calm, for they would be right behind him. It worked. He nodded several times, now confident that everything would work out. He just had to do it, he decided, looking at everyone who was supporting him. Valenze remembered the wizard who had given him the chance to make his dream come true. If Elric were here, he would have taken control of the entire gathering, laughing as if nothing had happened, and he would have crushed anyone who got in his way. That's why the young king kept his image in his mind and stepped confidently through the open doors. Inside, courtiers and leaders of other cities and tribes of beastmen were waiting for him, looking gloomy, as if they wanted to crush him. But when the young king entered, they all bowed their heads, for his eyes shone like yellow amber with power and majesty. Meanwhile, Elric absorbed the power of the icy giantess. Camellia reminded him anxiously that this would not weaken the disaster, but the mage knew that. He also knew that the giantess studied her enemies and grew stronger. And yet he had gained something. His seal of winter had become much stronger. Then the mage stepped between them and suggested that the bloodthirsty fox surrender, since he was already exhausted. The fox was indeed breathing heavily, cursing the annoying boy. Long ago, he had died quietly after his tribe rejected him. But luckily, he met a master with mysterious powers who saved him. Centuries passed, and the fox learned the secret techniques of this master. And so he gained a formidable power that no one else possessed. Then he was able to gather an army under his banner and fight for the royal throne. He dreamed of leaving the Valley of Black Snow and bringing the empire to its knees, but an insurmountable wall stood in his way. A wall named Mervinger. Arrogant and self-confident, he asked them to leave. The fox did not listen and led his troops to attack the fortress that dared to resist. Defeat was swift, leaving a bitter taste in the fox's mouth. Despite this, he did not give up and gathered a new army to try his luck again. But this time, another villain stood in his way, one who was even worse than he was, the Tiger King Julius. Once again, he was defeated and abandoned like a ship after a storm. The fox, in helpless rage, pounded his fists on the ground, wondering why he always lost to mere mortals. He needed more power than anyone else could ever obtain. And then the fox abandoned everything he had studied for centuries, becoming obsessed with a power that was considered forbidden, and entered the realm of demons. He thought that no one could stop him now, but once again, another Mervinger appeared to throw a wrench in the works. The fox exploded with bloodlust when his pent-up rage burst forth. His strength was so great that it pinned the wizard to the ground. The fox tensed like a spring ready to pounce, gnashing his teeth and wanting to tear the wizard apart. But then the wizard's spell cut off all of the fox's tails like grass with a sickle. Elric appeared from above. The fox had always had a bad relationship with his family, and he offered to end it there. The wizard cast an ice spell over a huge area, and there was a loud bang, followed by a snowy fog. When it cleared, it became clear that a huge fox was lying on the ground, bound by ice. Even in this state, it continued to curse and swear at the mage. The fox said that this was not the end, and took his last breath. Elric felt no life left in him, so he didn't think there would be anything else. The fox was dead. The giantess seemed upset that her rival had been taken away from her and screamed in despair. He was just about to deal with her and told the disaster that now it was her turn, as if inviting her to play tag. Camellia was surprised. Her rival was far too dangerous for games of tag. The demon suggested that the boy had seen something. After absorbing the seal, he could see the memories of its owner, which helped him understand the seal's owner better. After the mage absorbed her power, he must have seen something, said Mephisto. Camellia understood what he meant, because the same thing had happened to her. However, it couldn't be that simple with the giantess. She was a mystery that couldn't be fathomed. Even Camellia couldn't understand what she was thinking. At first, Elric thought that the giantess was the body of the goddess Camellia filled with evil intentions. But the memories that were revealed to Elric completely changed his opinion. Her true nature, as he saw it, was that of a lonely child. She wasn't evil towards people at first. She acted like a newborn and was full of curiosity about the world and people. But they saw her as a dangerous and ugly monster, and her power froze everyone who came near her. And the children constantly chased her away with stones, although the giantess just wanted to play with them. She wanted to have friends, play games, laugh, and talk with them. She wanted to go hunting and kill monsters, run together through the forests and rivers, but the beastmen drew their weapons as soon as they saw her. The monsters also ran away from her in fear, not giving her a chance to befriend them. The trees she touched died, and even the rivers froze to the bottom, stopping their flow. She wanted to have friends, but without meaning to, she was a disaster for everyone. And so her mind developed in complete solitude, knowing nothing but destruction. And this unhappy creature began to think that the whole world was against her and hated her. Like a capricious child, she decided to make everyone suffer. Thus, she became a monster full of hostility toward everyone. However, one simple desire remained in her heart, nothing serious. The first children she saw were playing tag happily. It looked so much fun that she wanted to play with them too. Even though it wasn't on purpose, the way she was brought to the City of Furies reminded her of Tag. Even though the giantess seemed furious, after consuming the fragment, Elric sensed that she was enjoying the chase. So he hoped to play with her again, and said that since she hadn't caught him this time, it was his turn to lead. He warned her that if she caught him, she would lose. As if sensing danger, she rushed off, shaking the ground and losing her head with excitement. Mephisto grumbled as usual, finding it hard to believe that this disaster wanted to play such a primitive game. Camellia also couldn't believe that to save the Temple of Flowers and Fairies, she just had to play a game. This decision should have seemed obvious to her. After all, the giantess had been created from her flaws, Camellia thought. The giantess was as lonely as she was, and she felt as lonely as Winter. As a result, Elric became her friend, which eased her loneliness. The magician drew her power with the help of a crystal, and gradually, the disaster returned to its original size. She continued to melt like snow in spring and run happily, until he touched her back and the crust of ice and chains cracked, and before Elric stood a sweet little girl. And then that image disappeared in a whirlwind of flower petals. The scent of flowers gathered in the ice crystal rode the winter winds and scattered everywhere. This scent flew over the cities of the Black Snow Valley. It drove away the darkness that filled these lands, melted the frozen ground, and awakened the sleeping earth. And though the air was still fresh and cool, it brought a feeling of resurrection that everyone had been waiting for. Joyful streams flowed down Camellia's face, for spring had come. The young tiger could not believe his eyes. Their enemies were defeated. The bloody king was vanquished, and the icy giant had disappeared. Norris was also shocked that their centuries-old dream had come true in a single night. Nevertheless, even the Fury tribe's task of uniting the Black Snow Valley was not an easy one, the minister warned. Valenz agreed with him. Now he had to be more focused than ever. For the first time in a long time, flower fairies flew over the valley, chirping happily in celebration of spring. And they were the first to notice Elric and Camellia. He walked through the ruins of the city, which had unwittingly become a field of fierce battle. The goddess of Narcissus asked him how he had done it. Elric replied that it was all thanks to the sense they had given him. There was nothing better to chase away winter. The fairies were confused, not understanding what he had just said. Camellia sternly explained in her chirping voice that everything was fine thanks to them. And if they didn't understand, they should just accept her gratitude. Then the fairies began to dance in the air with joy that they had driven away winter. The wizard asked the leaders of the new kingdom if everything had gone well for them. Valenzi nodded. Thanks to the wizard, they were able to convince the others. The magician smiled. He had only arranged the meeting. The young king had convinced everyone himself. Norris saw a shadow of Elric Mervinger in him at the moment when the young king spoke with the leaders of the Beastmen. This man was born with qualities worthy of a king, and the actions of his family would definitely influence the future of the continent, Norris thought. He understood that they must form an alliance with this wizard at all costs. The body of the fallen leader of the Furies was guarded by guards in case of vandalism. Even dead enemies had to be treated with respect. But the guards did not see the ink-black shadow creeping across the ground toward them. They died before they could understand what was happening. The demon-possessed corpse gnashed its teeth in rage. Mervinger had ruined everything again. To sustain life in this shell, Azazel sacrificed the lives of his minions. But when he arrived here, the icy giant and the bloody king had been defeated. It had taken them decades to raise a fox capable of controlling disaster. And now it was all for nothing. The demon sighed heavily. They should have gotten rid of the young Melvin when he was still a sick child. But they believed too much in his insignificance, and now their complacency had backfired. In that case, there was only one option left, to awaken the demon planted in the bloody king. The possessed man fell to his knees and began the ritual. He tore out his heart and prayed to the god of demons, offering his life in exchange for a loyal servant. The possessed man melted away in a smoke as acrid as sulfur, and his darkness seeped into the corpse of the bloody king. Darkness pierced every dead cell in his body, filling it with life once more. Elric looked at the crystal in his hand. Now he had all the attributes that created winter, and he realized that he had to finish it. He didn't yet know how to do it and asked Camellia if she knew, but she only shrugged and gave an evasive answer. However, at that moment, the wizard was struck by lightning, and an ominous feeling overwhelmed him. It seemed that the nine-tailed fox had not lied when he said that this was not the end, the magician realized when he saw a terrifying shadow looming over the city. It accompanied its awakening with a bloodthirsty roar. Camellia shouted to the magician that someone had performed a resurrection ritual and revived the fox. And if this was left unchecked, a new disaster would arise. Elric frowned. Everything was going too well to be true, he thought. slipping his hand into his pocket. He took out a communication orb and ordered Hayes to immediately lead all the beastmen out of the city. The fox was surrounded by ugly shadows and was spewing flames like a demon, but the mage rushed toward him anyway. Mephisto asked the young man in confusion what he was going to do alone, as this was clearly not an enemy that would be easy to deal with. Camellia, for once, agreed with the demon, because last time the wizard had been helped by a giantess. But Elric had an idea. Although he wanted to study this thing first before using it, Camellia didn't understand what he meant, and then the magician put the crystal in his mouth, wanting to end winter right then and there. The fairy and the demon began shouting at him to spit out the filth. Ice grabbed his face with clinging fingers as if it wanted to tear it off his bones. Then the mage's eyes filled with blue light and flashes of lightning. Elric ordered winter to come, and powerful gusts of cold wind surrounded him. Mephisto grumbled. This fool was getting himself into trouble again. The ice crystal itself was a mystical object, and now it contained an icy giant, which made it even more dangerous. It was the very essence that had plunged the Valley of Black Snow into darkness and cold for so long. Elric could hardly withstand the frenzied mana tearing him apart. From the incredible amount of mana, all his seals grew rapidly, absorbing this power. But his channels could not withstand such pressure. And the demon, sensing this sudden surge of power, roared. Then his heart filled with bright light. When the mage opened his eyes, he saw that he was standing in a familiar winter world. Otto asked the little girl, the spirit of the icy giant, if she would go with him, and the girl nodded energetically several times. The old man was surprised that she agreed without even knowing him. But Otto smiled and opened his arms, surprised that they had considered such a kind girl an enemy. And then the little girl threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Then she saw Elric and ran to him. He told her not to thank him, but to think about what she would do on the other side. Otto praised him, saying that the boy had done better than they could have imagined with Easton. They had assumed that he would simply defeat the ice giant and imprison him in a crystal, but he managed to understand what she was really like and calm her down. The old man thought that he should have tried to understand her nature himself earlier. Then the little girl would not have suffered so much. It was time to give him winter, Elric demanded. But Otto replied that he needed to continue his training and study one season after another, which angered the wizard, who had already done so much. Otto scratched his beard and told the young man that he was not yet worthy, but he would get everything in his own time. Then Elric leaned toward the little girl and told her that the old man in front of her was a bad man and called her over. The girl obediently ran away, leaving her confused ancestor behind. Elric realized that Otto wanted to do something with the little girl and said he wouldn't let him, taking her by the hand. Otto shook his head. With each passing day, the boy was becoming more and more insolent. How far their family had fallen. But Elric objected that it was not for an old man to talk about bullying, and asked again if they would give him shelter for the winter. Possession would give him nothing. First, he needed to build a solid foundation, declared the elder. Elric himself was happy to build it, but the situation outside was not conducive to this. Camellia supported the young man as best she could and shouted at him to wake up. The demon lunged at him, growling fiercely. All this time, the magician was in his own world, where time flowed differently. But if he lingered, he would be doomed, he indicated with a gesture. Otto began to grumble again and grabbed his head. He let the boy go, but told him to come back to the residence when everything had calmed down. The wizard accepted the gift, which contained all the elements needed to summon winter. The ice on the wizard's face slowly disappeared, and he returned to normal, the raging forces finding their point of equilibrium. But before he could come to, the demon fox grabbed him with its paws. Winter will find him in a terrible and heartless state. But the main thing is that the demons don't eat him, Otto told him as he left. The demon's fist was cut by rays of light. Then it exploded, and the fox had to release its grip. Elric stood in the air, his eyes sparkling like emeralds. Mephisto laughed, thinking that even if the boy had been helped, the speed with which he had absorbed the highest level seal was incredible talent. The fox spat bloody fire toward the wizard. Strike! The magician uttered the words of power, and a snow seal adorned his hand. The power of the ice giant struck the fox demon and forced him to stagger back. Camellia was amazed that the magician had truly obtained winter and could control it freely. Then the fox struck with its ferocious claws, but sharp ice spikes pierced him through. Elric rejoiced. His magic had reached a new level. Now different elements within it were combining and strengthening each other. Together they formed a common seal of winter. The fox growled viciously, breaking the ice spikes, but such wounds could not stop him. How noisy he is, thought the magician, who was already tired of these endless screams. Then he ordered him to shut his mouth, and strong chains bound the violent demon fox. Now it will be quiet, the wizard smiled. To make sure the demon couldn't escape, Elric added chains that held him tightly. Now that the enemy was immobilized, he could attack and jumped toward the fox. But the demon broke the chains, and bloody fire gathered in its mouth once more. Elric covered himself with his shield, and suddenly the fox became much stronger. Even the seal of winter couldn't hold back this power. The fox absorbed energy from its surroundings and grew stronger. To kill the demon, one must reach its core. But the fox's fire prevents this, and the new demon king is not far away. Then the demon Huel came to the rescue, but the mage only smiled. The crocodile simply wanted to devour the enemy. After a brief argument, Huel rushed at the fox demon, opening his huge mouth. He sank his teeth into the fox's throat and began to drink its blood, and now the enemy was stuck again. Half measures would not suffice. Elric knew that even if he used all his mana, he had to finish the fight with one blow. And to do that, he had to use the last revelation of the Tiger King Julius. Elric seemed to transform into his teacher, and repeated all his movements exactly. 1,000 tiger-like cuts rained down on the demon fox. After such an attack he won't stand, Elric was sure. But then he felt the heavy beating of his dragon heart. He fell to the ground like a stone, and a terrible drumbeat echoed in his ears. Even the demon Huel was thrown back, unable to contain the fox's fury any longer. If he let this slip now, it would be the end, the boy understood. And at that moment, he felt a response from Mephistopheles' seal. The demon explained that his seal had reacted to the absorbed demonic power, and also because the mana of the dragon's heart that had been holding him back had been depleted. "I hope we don't meet again," said Elric, stretching out his hand again. From his blow, the fox's core cracked and shattered like a crystal vase. The force released covered the entire city, scattering debris hundreds of meters around. Those who had left the city turned in horror toward its walls. The flames covered the sky as if the sun were setting. Valenze was afraid that the fire would spread further and bring drought to the lands where spring had just begun. Norris took on a beastly form and roared for everyone to protect the king. A whirlwind of devilish fire flew toward them like a solar flare. Norris clenched his fists. They could not use magic to stop this scorching wind. As long as the king was alive, they could revive the kingdom. So he ordered them to protect the tiger cub, even if they burned alive themselves. But then the tongues of flame struck the white wall and shattered like waves against a rock. "They could have left everything to him from the start," grumbled the old wizard Augustine. Earlier, in the flower-filled temple, the boy had asked him not to interfere. He couldn't rely on his help all the time, even though his teacher didn't object. Besides, he was the head of his family, and no one would follow him if he continued to ask others for help. Augustine was worried that the boy might die, but Elric assured him that nothing would happen, but asked him to protect Valens. Augustine agreed, and now called Norris, who had previously met with Yuzdan. He asked him to watch closely and assess which of them was the most dangerous mage. A strong, milky white glow emanated from Augustine's mana. He stamped his foot, turning everything around him into a sticky, starry mist. The darkness of the icy general appeared when it blocked the light, while Augustine absorbed the light itself to create a white night. Terror engulfed the beastman, not just fear of death, but fear of being consumed by existence itself. Norris felt his powerlessness in the face of such a catastrophe. No one in the world would have said that this power belonged to a human being. And then the sun's rays touched them again, and there was no more white night, and there was no foxfire, and it was quiet as in a fairy tale. The beastman stood stunned. Norris still couldn't recover from the sight before him. The old mage had averted a catastrophe. The first thing he did was ask the young king if he was all right, but the boy himself was worried about Elric's fate and asked to return to the city as quickly as possible. But old Augustine proudly told the king that his apprentice would not die because of such nonsense. Elric managed to escape from the city surrounded by knights who had arrived there recently. Upon seeing the magician, Valens was beside himself with joy. Everyone was exhausted after the intense battle, which had not been easy for them. Elric also noticed them and lazily waved to the king. He wanted to say something, but then a powerful force grabbed him by the chest and dragged him to the ground. The wizard landed safely at the feet of the charming Isabel, but when she and Sean looked closely at his face, they realized that he was simply asleep. Sean grabbed his head. His friend was a master at scaring people for no reason, he grumbled. And so the chaos in the Valley of Black Snow ended, and the sun's rays showered the land with gold. Elric lay in a meadow of fragrant herbs under the cozy shade of a tall tree with a wide crown, and the wind sang him a song in the thick foliage. When he opened his eyes, he saw little Winter standing before him. She had come to say goodbye, the magician realized. The magician stroked her head and ruffled her hair. She should play well there when she left. He did not know where she was going, but he hoped that everything would be fine with her there, and that she would finally be happy. She stood up and asked him if he would play with her again. Elric smiled. There was no other way to answer that question. And then the little girl in the flowery poppy dress laughed loudly and happily. The wind dropped a red petal on his face, soft as an air kiss, and the vision ended. Elric jumped up quickly, not even realizing how long he had been asleep. To his surprise, King Valens himself was waiting by the bed. He had come here because Camellia had told him that the magician would soon wake up, which is why he had been sitting there recently. The boy resolutely handed over the book with the tiger seal. Elric was surprised because he had already received the research on the techniques earlier, but Valens said that it was the diary of Kroll Julia. Such a thing was very important to the royal family, so the wizard was even more surprised that it had been given away. The king said he had read something interesting in it, and left a bookmark for Elric. There were indeed Julius's notes about a strange man he had brought to the tribe, a man who possessed the art of strengthening the body. At first, Julia thought that the stranger would not fit into the tribe, but he quickly became one of them. This guy found them a place where they set up a permanent camp. Later, he decided to study martial arts with the king, and his skills were somewhat similar. The diary also described the first appearance of the ice giant and the first refugees. The newcomer to the tribe volunteered to be a guide, and they set out to defeat the ice general. And then, from these records, Elric realized that this was not just a test, but real history. Everything described in the diary corresponded exactly to his own experiences in the world of the past. The last entry said that the new brother had disappeared. His name was Elric Mervinger, and he said he was the future descendant of his family. Elric did not understand how this was possible. The trial seemed too realistic to him, which meant that there was magic that allowed one to return to the past. He knew nothing about it now and could only return to Otto at their winter residence. Elric got out of bed. He needed to return to the Empire as soon as possible. But then Sean burst into the room. Seeing that his friend had woken up, he sighed with relief. Of course, that was the only reason he would have burst in like that. And the mage asked what had happened. War had broken out in the Empire. The alarming words slipped from his lips, and the young duke froze.